This isn't a camera.
So I was
And then
looking for
I'm glad I talked to you, man, because now you got my brain thinking, dude. Like seriously, because I was like, when I was flying, I'm like looking down, I'm like, that shit don't look 10 miles away. Like, fucking, you know what I mean? It's like that shit's
yes, yeah.
tiny.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. I've experienced the same where distances don't match either way. You see too far, or you don't see far enough. You should check this out. So NASA Sophia commissioned NASA commissioned a study of the horizon using Sophia. Did you know about that?
Oh no, I did not.
Oh, yes, they did. And you know what else they did? A few years ago, they took down all the imagery and all the data, and you have to now request it.
For Sophia or for
Yeah,
that?
for the horizon study. They set up a web page. The web page was live. Now you can't access it anymore because they took it down and it's
Mm.
not in the Wayback Machine or anything.
There's a few things for NASA that, like, I don't know about a few. So NASA in 2011 was supposed to study the Elias effect, the Foucault's pendulum, and the eclipse thing. And they're supposed to do it at 11 sites around the world, Japan, United States, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Just a web page up saying they're going to do it. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, where's the data? I couldn't find anything on that. I mean, maybe I could use an AI. AI is more, it's a better searcher than I am.
I like AI, the training data and everything. Like it's probably embedded with so much delicious, like dark web kind of stuff.
By accident.
Exactly.
I want to bring something up, but we should not talk about that freaking helicopter be flying over my house.
I feel like I've already said too much.
Yeah, I mean, no, this day I just thought I've been researching something like, why are they using written text to make large language machines? There's probably a lot more spoken word. Why don't you just train it on the spoken word, right? And they could take all the information that they've been sucking up off of the phone lines since the 1960s and then make a gigantic fucking LLM off the spoken word. The thing will fucking probably be a super genius, right? And like, why aren't they doing that? Because they are doing it. That's why they've already done it. Dude, think about like especially after 9/11 when they just started sucking up all the information on the internet, all the traffic. They haven't trained anybody, as far as I know, they haven't trained any like these LLMs on people's emails and shit like that. Because the problem is they're running out of information to train this shit on. Well, where are you gonna get more information on the English language? Well, there's a spoken word. You can train it on the spoken word. And people speak different than they write. So that's a whole nother rabbit hole of stuff of that they could train this on. You could even have it just suck up all the data from like Newark, New Jersey, man. And the next word predictor will be nigga. Every third word.
Well,
Fucking dude.
you know how like there's Grok and then there's Gork.
Yeah.
Gork is trained on on a spoken word.
Yeah, dude. But it's just like, why wouldn't they train it on the spoken word? They have to be doing that. I did find that some have tried this, but none of them have been released. And it looks like it was researched, including by Meta, and then just like 2 years ago, boom, stop. So there's like nothing after 2 years ago. that I could find. That doesn't mean they stopped, it just means I can't find it or it's not publicly out there.
Yeah, the training data resides in a meta layer of abstraction well above all this technology, and I think the training data is golden. The training data is what's most valuable.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. And the weighting of all the ontologies within that framework. So
Because
my notebook
there's a
LM is
large
convinced. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we have a large corpus of human text, right? Of shit that people things that people have written down. But the amount of speech that happens every day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That
Like
far
offering
exceeds anything that's
commentary.
ever been written down.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's probably sitting on a freaking dude, there was a story about uh a drug trafficker and they ended up bagging him in like the something like the early 90s and it was everything was circumstantial, but they had a recording from him that AT&T had sucked up in 1974 before he was a drug dealer. They were just like sucking up everything even in the 70s.
Yeah.
But it was more based upon location. So like they were sucking key phone switches, switching stations where there would be traffic. Like if someone's doing something naughty, they would get let's say, you know, all the switching stations near Los Alamos or something like that. All the phone switches. But you remember they're back down to physical switches. They just suck up everything, record everything. So if something happens, they can go back and because people used to use payphones and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Of course.
What a nightmare that must have been.
That's why they had to grab
Recording
everything.
everything. Yeah, what a nightmare. Yeah, but thanks to that, I'm gonna look. There was something else too, though I can't remember. I ran. We. It's funny. I was on X on Friday on their Flat Earth Fridays, and they were talking to some satellite person supposedly, and then that just fell apart.
I heard
His
about
story
that.
just
I
fell
wasn't
apart.
tuned in.
He was a clown. I'm a satellite engineer, but you don't know simple stuff about anything else. You barely know about the satellite stuff.
The real satellite, like, drivers and engineers, you'll never know who they are. They won't talk about it.
Yeah, probably not. But he was using like Josh tactics. You know what I mean? Almost not identical, but yeah, just about identical. The same like talking, using lots of words but saying nothing, and
Yeah,
like using like you know technical terms that in the wrong context, and they don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
maybe it wins government contracts during the orals presentations.
Maybe, but I think there's people that are just science communicators or want to be science communicators or something. I didn't know when that became a job that people wanted to do. I want to be a science communicator when I grow up, mommy. That's
Well,
pretty good,
I guess when you're
Matrix.
done watching James Baker, you can tune into Neil deGrasse Tyson, televangelists of all kinds.
Well, who do I send my money to?
Oh, well, your taxes go to, and your indulgences go to,
My forced tithe to NASA.
something I brought up the other day, dude. My notebook LM is absolutely convinced that that the B-2 bomber is using the B-fuel-Brown effect and leveraging it for propulsion.
My goodness gracious.
I can't
I
convince it
like, I've
otherwise. I
heard that,
tried.
though.
I tried. I can't get it to stop.
I heard that they were using, um, on the wing edge, and I heard this, like, it's
Yeah,
because the bipolar Brown effect,
exactly.
I did a lot of research, and so using the wing edge, the leading edge, they're using the bipolar Brown effect to s ionize the air and separate it at the wing to make,
Precisely. And then the turbofans blow negatively charged ions out the back. And that creates a really long sheet. So now you have a differential that's like, whoa,
man, that could be a really long sheet.
like a contrail.
Yeah, but if you could keep it actually,
Tight.
like a flat sheet, yeah, a tight flat
Mhm.
sheet, dude, you could probably generate a lot of force, for lack of a better word. Though, you might be generating too much force and airplanes start going backwards.
The Earth ain't flat
How do you know that?
Oh,
because
it's PD. Welcome
I'm
back,
right above
PD,
it,
huh?
dude. I'm right above the Earth. I can look at it.
You're
Yeah.
right above the Earth?
Oh, come on, I want to
Or you
listen
can
to
stay
today's
mute, dude.
Cope.
Hope he's gone.
Oh, yeah, think about.
So I want to read what Notebook LM says about this real quick. I hope this is interesting for you in the audience. All right. I said, what can you tell me about the B field Brown and the B2? It says, the B field Brown effect discovered in the 1920s. This is some context for people out there that need to know. Dr. Paul Alfred Beefield and his student Thomas Townsend Brown refers to a phenomenon where an asymmetric capacitor, a device with two electrodes of different physical dimensions, are separated by a dielectric medium, experiences a net propulsive force when subjected to a high voltage electric charge. So they charge the leading edge tip of the B2. Brown discovered that when voltages ranging from tens of thousands up to 300,000 volts are applied, the apparatus moves in the direction of the positive smaller electrode. Brown theorized that this effect demonstrated a direct coupling between electromagnetism and gravitation, a field termed electrogravitics. Decades later, researchers and aerospace experts proposed that the principles of the Beefield-Brown effect were secretly applied to the Northrop B-2 bomber. In March 1992, Aviation Week and Space Technology published disclosures from quote unquote black world scientists and engineers claiming that the B2 actively utilizes electrostatic field generating techniques by charging its wing leading edges and its jet exhaust stream. According to Dr. Paul Laviolette and other proponents of electrogravitics, this configuration essentially turns the B2 and a massive electrogravitic vehicle. The proposed mechanics of how the B2 utilizes the Beefield-Brown effect are as follows. 1. Creation of an electrogravitic gradient. By applying a high positive charge to the leading edge of its wings and injecting negative ions into its exhaust, the B2 creates a potential difference estimated to be in excess of 15 million volts. This ionizes the air, forming a dense cloud of positive ions ahead of the craft and a trailing cloud of negative ions behind it. According to subquantum kinetic theories, this charge distribution sets up an artificial gravity field, specifically a matter attracting gravity well, in front of the aircraft and matter repelling gravity hill behind it. The bomber effectively surfs the self generated gravitational wave, producing a reactionless forward directed force. Number 2, high K dielectric hull. To maximize the effect, a system requires a heavy, high charge accumulating, high K factor dielectric material. Black Project Science has revealed in this article that the B2's radar absorbing material, ramskin, is constructed from a dielectric ceramic made of powdered depleted uranium. This material has a specific gravity of 17.5, nearly 3 times the density of barium titanate dielectrics tested in the 1950s, enabling the hull to function as a giant high voltage capacitor capable of exerting an enormous electrogravitic lift force. 3. Flame jet generators. The B2 is officially powered by 4 GE F118 GE100 jet engines. However, it's theorized that rather than providing conventional thrust, these engines act as a flame jet high voltage generators. They use the jet exhaust to efficiently eject negative charges from the craft, while the overwing exhaust ducts act as a collector grid to recycle high voltage electrons and power the leading edge ionizers. Next, aerodynamic and stealth enhancements. Beyond propulsion, charging the leading edge creates an electrostatic buffer that deflects the oncoming airstream. This helps to reduce aerodynamic drag, minimize the abruptness of the sonic boom during supersonic flight, and significantly alters the aircraft's thermal signature, making it less visible to infrared guided missiles. There's more, but I'll stop there. Like, holy shit, that's plausible to me. Like, I hope I don't
The,
get black bagged from this.
I know. You could reverse Santa Claus. You're gonna end up in the bag. So was that STRO crystal? Is that what you're talking about? Strontium, titanium, or titanate? What is it? Barium? There's two of them. They're like these super rare fucking crystals that are. I can't remember the names of them.
I'm not going to say anything.
You just mentioned it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, they kept it rather bland. So
The
they talked it,
strontium titanate or whatever
yeah,
that you
which
get.
is uranium, and yeah, and so it's
It's
a
just
ceramic made of
uranium.
powdered uranium. Yeah, but there's more. I think there's more to it. What's interesting to me is how uh it's been theorized that jet contrails, at least it wasn't it, they accused let me backtrack. They accused the Chinese of using jet contrails as a way to disperse agents that are created from nuclear weapons testing so that they can disperse it out and thin it out and get rid of basically the evidence that they've been testing nuclear weapons.
The Shawshank Redemption fucking theory of getting rid of nuclear waste.
Yeah, just
Put it in your
spread it
pocket,
around, man.
spread it
Hope
all
no
over
one
the yard.
notices. Yeah. Yeah, and so
My
this is why,
goodness.
like, when Alex Jones tests the freaking contrails dust that comes down, it's like it's full of barium and strontium and iodine and da 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 da.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I send you something in DMs. I don't know if I've sent this to you before. It might be something you're interested in checking out. It's related to this.
Oh, nice. No, I've not seen that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's nothing, you know, ground earth shattering, but Now there's another important element to all this. So the key thing about an asymmetric capacitor is that it's asymmetric. And I think what we're gonna find out as, scientifically, that the geometric configuration of whatever we're doing affects the results of the experiments. That people, they just look for forces in any bland old way, right? Well, we're gonna set this up, we're gonna look for forces. Well, maybe trying to detect forces with like a sphere versus a cube versus shaping the thing into a pyramid or some other geometric form, and then reacting it to something else, right? So, I just think of the case of Cavendish. It's two spheres. Well, you're gonna get the same result if it's two cubes. Well, of course we will. Of course we will. How do you know? How about if it's two pyramids? How about if it's two, some other shape? I think that there's like a missing variable in all this stuff, and
What,
I
you mean,
think
like
the
a
evidence is
geometric
really
configuration
yeah, that the
being that
geometric
variable?
configuration of whatever you're doing, like even especially like with electricity and stuff, that the geometric configuration affects the whole what's actually observed in any particular experiment.
Oh, affects ice? That's interesting.
So what if we do a Foucault pendulum with what do they typically use, a ball? What if sphere
Yeah,
is just like directly, you don't fucking curl your toes. The ether in a certain, I'm not adopting the ether. Don't go too far, dude. I'm just saying.
yeah, I know.
This is a total hypothetical. If there
That's
was an
fine.
ether,
I don't care.
I don't believe in the ether. I'm just saying I don't. Like, there's no evidence for it at this point. Could exist, maybe don't exist. I don't know. I need more evidence. I'm undecided. Um, and that it's not a diplomatic position. That would be the position I took regardless. What if just the configuration? I mean, it's like I said, like the asymmetric capacitor, like it directs the voltage a certain way that creates, a force. I'm still not on the ionic fucking propulsion, dude. I'm still not on that. I know they say it's ionic propulsion, but I'm just not buying that. I don't think that's
I don't
correct.
think it's. Yeah, I know. I look at this. I'm like, they they say
Because
they're
I've
doing
seen
it,
experiments where
so it's a hostile witness.
they put the cathode in a vacuum fucking tube, dude.
Yeah. So are they
And it
leveraging what
still
standing
works, right?
voltage? Yeah,
Yeah,
standing
I mean,
ohms.
technically it could still work, like a bit, but like, so there's, there's the electrode, right? There's the top electrode. There's the wire, basically, and they
Hmm.
encapsulate that in like a plastic tube, and then they evacuate the gas out of it, and they make their little triangle of the lifter, but but the cathode is in vacuum. Now, I
Yeah,
guess technically the plastic that encapsulates the wire could be charging up and creating the ionic lift, and the ions could be created on the surface of that. But I don't know.
I don't freaking know.
And then there's another one where they use for the bottom one they use rolled aluminum foil, and when they turn it on, the aluminum foil goes up
Yeah,
toward the wire cathode, but then the whole thing also picks up.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I don't know. Where their theory is that it flows from the cathode to the anode, and with the anode being the larger surface area, but it looks like that it's going the other way. That the flow of whatever that's making it go somewhere is going the other direction. But that's another thing where the geometric configuration of the lifter changes the way it behaves.
probably has to do. Yeah, I mean, geez, I'd be talking way out of turn to. Yes, surface geometry does matter, whether it's like an open or closed surface. So, what are they
This
using
is
as a Yeah, in space.
this
I
is
don't
some of the
know.
stuff Robitaille's been saying. Pierre Robitaille with his sun
Yeah,
hypothesis about the. He's been saying that like, well, you can't have a black body. That whether something has a black body emission or not depends on the geometry of the lattice of the molecules, and that it doesn't depend on the other stuff, right? How many atoms or neutrons, electrons, protons, right? None of that atomic stuff is what matters. It's the actual geometry of the lattice which holds it together, and only certain elements can have a hexagonal lattice. There's carbon. There's that crystal you were just talking about can form. It's like it might be boron can form a hexagonal lattice, but of course under certain conditions, it's not normally that. You need to think high pressure, high temperature, or something, or to be what would you call it? Deposited in a certain way. The crystal has to form in a certain way, and what they say is like what Robitaille's saying is hydrogen under high pressure and temperature will create a hexagonal lattice. So, and this is the thermal emission spectrum, right? This is the fucking black body radiation. That you can't have a true black body, or what they call the true black body, because it might not even be a true black body. You got to think about all the testing all these tests that were done to define what the black body spectrum is based upon using carbon soot. Okay, the carbon soot has a hexagon, the graphite, right? That has a hexagonal lattice. They fit their curves to that, but only that can actually emit that spectrum. Even though theoretically there's other ones that should do it. I don't know how much you're familiar with what Robitaille's been doing. He
I've
did a
seen a
bunch
few
of these.
videos over the years. I know who he is and know
Did you
what he
see the
talks
thermal
about.
spectrum? Did you see the thermal spectrum test he did?
No.
So he drilled out blocks of metal and then shines a laser into the hole, right? So it can only reflect around, right? And then, or no, he heats up the block of metal, and then out the hole, right? You're gonna get a thermal spectrum. You're gonna get a spectrum. Now, what they did to make these curves is that they coated the inside. This is basically the same method that they used back in the early 1900s. You coat the inside with carbon black to get the
Yes.
absorption.
Yeah. The radiometers are use those. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But what he's saying is that, like, the only reason this is even working has nothing to do with whether the fact it's carbon, it's the fact that carbon has a hexagonal lattice, and that the lattice itself is what creates the emission spectrum. Now, his thing about, like, things like this is very interesting. That water, say you got water in the sea, right? That's like we think, oh, there's a liquid, it's all mixed together. He said that the water is actually layered because water is like is actually there's two forms of water and that they don't mix together because of the atomic structure has like the dimers, right? So there's like H it's H2O, but the configuration of that molecule has different geometries. And that those geometries in the particular case water just happens to be weird. Normally they would still mix, right? So that there'd be no, like, they would diffuse, they would be perfectly mixed together. But water will actually form planar sheets between of so you'll have a layer of one geometric configuration of water, and then a layer underneath it, and then a layer of the other one, and they'll alternate, dit, 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 which is crazy, dude. It's like anyway. The point is that even at the atomic level, like and at every level, the geometric configurations of matter change the
Yeah.
way matter behaves, and we just been like
Yeah.
ignoring it or pretending it doesn't exist because it's already complicated enough. You're gonna add a
Yeah. I see
variable.
where you're
Oh,
going.
let's add the geometry variable so we don't fucking understand anything, right? Like, you know what I mean?
I know where you're getting at. Okay, I've heard the phrase like structure determines function.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
ice
yeah,
has like 20 different forms or something weird like that. So
yeah,
yeah, okay,
yeah.
dude.
Structure determines function to a degree. It isn't everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hmm.
It probably means more, as in like down like at maybe the molecular level. It has more influence on downstream stuff, but that influence doesn't change when you get to bulk material. You know what I mean? So if I take so copper has its own like crystalline cubic structure, right? But then if I take copper and I wind it into a fucking coil, that structure will mean something. You know what I mean? But like it doesn't have like super duper downstream effects, right? It does if you do certain things to it. Right, I mean, look, imagine you made it like a solenoid, and you could do this instead of having loops, right? You made those loops squares. I just use squares because the obvious, you know, antithesis to circles, right? So it's just manufacture a bunch of all connected, right? So they're connected square loops, and it's gonna have the same effect. What is the magnetic field gonna look like? All the electricity is like
Um,
because electricity, the electric field coalesces at points, right? So the shape of the electric field is gonna be completely different than if it was a frickin' continuous curved coil. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. Like I don't know. I'm just spitballing, dude. I'm not saying I reached any conclusions. I'm just throwing it out there. I just think it's interesting
yeah,
if we're
geometry
missing.
does matter for this kind of thing, because it determines the coherence of fields, and that's how you can create like a magnetic field through coherence and getting everything march in the same direction. So I think I'm thinking right now. I like the piezoelectric effect. You take a crystal, you squish it, it changes the geometry, and it produces electricity. Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
like
have you ever
that.
seen the magnifying transmitter like Tesla? Like the diagram that's in the patent, have you ever looked at that?
Not specifically. I probably have seen it, but no, not specifically.
So on the top, it's like a hemisphere, but then the surface of that hemisphere is also covered in hemispheres. So it's like a reverse bumpy golf ball. You know what I mean? Golf ball
Hmm.
has little divots inside. These divots point out, right? So it's like the relief of a golf ball. And the purpose of this is because an electric field will coalesce on a point, right? Sharp edges,
Hmm. Hmm.
points. And his idea was to charge that top metal piece up with as much charge as possible. Basically, almost like a what do you call it? Like the Van de Graaff generator, right? You're trying to get a lot of charge on the surface. So basically, it's almost like a Van de Graaff generator, but he adds more surface area because he has hemispheres on top of the hemisphere, right? So he can get more charge on it than just having a ball. You see what I'm saying? And you could probably add
Yep.
little hemispheres to those hemispheres if you want to. You know what I mean? That's just more of a manufacturing problem than anything else.
Hmm.
But the point was is that the geometric configuration of this would create not new physics, but what you're able to do, right? So he'd be able to create a gigantic charge between the air and the ground, but all the charge, he has a charge collector way up top that is with a huge voltage potential. And his idea was to charge that up and dump that charge into the earth, basically. In in
Pumping.
timing, right? With a
Yeah.
like pumping. There's literally literally in his diagrams, that's what he shows, a pump. And with the analogy, Jay, of pumping up pumping up a balloon and then releasing the contents of the balloon. So what he's doing, he's pumping charge into the collector and then releasing it into the earth over and over again. But you can only do that as if the geometry of it is a certain way. You couldn't do that if it was all spiked. The charge would jump the ground, right? It would just jump everything, right? You would just get a gigantic spark.
Just thought of something. You know how when airplanes land, they need to discharge. If you have like somebody touch it, they'll get blown away and zapped.
Really? I was wondering
Yeah.
about that. I didn't know if that was like I was thinking like they must get a huge triboelectric effect of just flying through all the dust and dirt and all that crap at 1,000 miles an
Yeah.
hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got to. Now I know you got to discharge.
Actually,
It's the same.
really?
Yep.
Did
Uh-huh.
Who does that?
Listen, Jimmy Will in here, Jimmy Neutron, tactical droid guy. Um,
Yeah.
he's in here. He works in the aviation industry. He was talking about this once, and I had heard the same thing too. Um,
Pretty good evidence why the moon landing's fake.
yeah.
Is the Earth electrically neutral to the moon?
Hmm. I don't
Hello?
Is
freaking
it?
know.
Think about it. Is it? Is it electrically
No,
neutral to the moon? Why
it
wasn't
can't
there
be.
like a
Yeah, because
gigantic spark that kicked up a
it
bunch
can't
of
be.
dust so it has a freaking path? You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the globe world, yeah, in globe world, yeah, there has to be. There has to be like, yeah, that's a big charge differential, dude, between the two.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go
So in
for it.
in schools and in kind of science, we've been taught that the Earth is round. Um, so is there like what's happening? Why are they telling us this?
Okay, let me grab my crystal ball and read their minds. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. We're not mind readers, bro.
I have to step back. I need to do some work, but I'm here. I'm listening. So take care, guys.
Okay. Your teachers teach you the Earth is a globe because they're paid to.
Yeah.
Do you think they know? So the people that taught you the
Um,
Earth was a globe, do you think that they did any experiments to confirm that?
probably not. I don't think they
Okay.
had the budget.
Yeah, so why are
Maybe
they
some
telling you
good.
that?
Well, if I had to guess, they're probably getting it from scientists. No, they, what I understand, they do some of the research.
So you think those scientists did tests to determine the Earth is a globe, the scientists that they learned it from?
If I had to assume, I would say, yeah.
Well, I've talked to plenty of scientists, and I've yet to find one that did any tests that the Earth was a globe. They all just read it in a textbook or whatever, hear from their parents, and they all just parrot it. Even the PhDs. You'd be surprised, dude. Well, you shouldn't be surprised. They don't know anything.
But I think,
Every-
isn't it their job to like actually experiment? They're trying to find out, like, and I'm not saying like the scientists
No, they
themselves.
think that's all been figured out. They think Christopher Columbus or whoever figured it out fucking 600 years ago. They don't need to do that again.
Okay.
I'm just
Well,
telling you, we've talked to PhDs in this very chat, scientists, you name it, of every possible profession at every level of expertise. And they all, like you, think there's somebody out there that did these tests.
well,
But we
let me
never
ask you
find the
this:
people
why,
that actually did them for some reason.
all over the world, all over every country, they all the scientists there agree that the Earth is round.
So, what does that matter? They all agree. I don't care. People agreed about a lot of things during the pandemic, right? And they were all fucking wrong.
Does that mean it's untrustworthy? Like scientists, if it's their job to find out,
They don't
their
know
job is to
anything.
calculate physics, maths, all sorts of
Look,
factors.
dude, you're like deifying these people like they're gods.
No, I think the scientific consensus. It's not the harsh truth. It's not the reality. But I think they're trying to work on
It's a
it to make it
consensus,
as
but it's
accurate as
not as
possible.
okay. I get it, but it's a consensus, but it's not a scientific consensus. Okay, the only scientific part about it is they're all scientists, but that doesn't really tell you. The consensus should be some experiment, some observation, because that's what science determines science. Nowhere in the scientific method does it say step one, trust the scientists. Science is based upon experiment, observation, measurements, things like that. Okay. And if you talk
When
to
you
any
say,
individual scientist and you ask them, do you know now who in the past or in the future, or who now or in the past measured the Earth to be curving? They don't know. Who measured the Earth to be spinning? They don't know. How do you have gas pressure without a container? They don't know.
are you saying
Dude, I've
scientists
been
and
doing this
teachers
for
are
10 years. I've talked to at least 500 scientists. At least 500.
they're saying scientists and teachers all over the world are like they're lying
They
to us?
don't know anything. That's what I'm saying. They don't know anything. They've never done any experiments. They learned it just like you did, right? They were taught in school the Earth is a globe, right? Do you understand?
Hmm.
And they're parroting it like you are. But if I go, how do you know the Earth is a globe? They can't tell me how they know. All they can say is, I don't know. Somebody else knows. Somebody else did some test.
Then why are they
That's what
getting
you're
paid
telling me.
to
You
spread
don't know.
misinformation?
What? What'd you
Why are
say?
they getting paid to spread misinformation?
They don't even know it's misinformation.
Yeah. So who's paying them? Who's letting it go? Who's going through the fact check then?
It's a tradition. Who pays people to fucking tell kids Santa exists? Nobody. It's just a tradition that gets spread like a rumor. You know, and sociological arguments can't prove whether the Earth is flat or not. Your incredulity about what people would or would not do does not tell us whether the Earth is flat or not. Want to know what tells us whether the Earth is flat or not? Going out and doing tests. That's what tells us.
You're saying
Tests that you
scientists
yourself
haven't
can
done
do.
that. You said scientists haven't done that.
No scientist I've talked to.
You
They'll
have
think that somebody else
overall
did it. Which scientists? Who?
from all over the world.
Yeah, this is what we call the magic science guy fallacy. You think out there somewhere there's some magic science guy that did some test. You have no idea what test they did. You have no idea who they are. You have no idea when it was. But you're sure there must be someone out there that did this.
I mean, it has to be a possibility. So many people in the world, so many scientists in the world are getting paid.
Dude,
Absolutely, is
appeal to,
someone who has done it.
dude, you're a wreck, bro. You're a logical wreck. You did appeal to majority, appeal to consensus, appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, and now you're like appeal to possibility. How many logical
Well,
fallacies can you actually use in a single conversation?
well, I'm trying to understand exactly, like
You're
the exact
using
reasoning.
fallacious reasoning.
Why exactly would they be spreading
Why
this
you're using
information?
fallacious reasoning, I have no idea.
It's you that's assuming that it's lies and stuff,
Manchus, you
mate.
take over, dude. I gotta go do something for a minute. No, I'm serious. I've been putting it off with Yoder, then this guy jumped in.
Oh, fair enough.
You got
that's
this?
all right. DJ's here too, so that's good.
Oh, word. Rest in
Yeah.
peace. Fucking making the cross for you. You got the
So
Australian
who was it we're
crew.
chatting to? Orbmus.
Ormus, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So just out of curiosity, since you're so hooked up on science, which field of science deals with shapes?
I'm not sure.
But yet you're appealing to something now that you're not sure of. Like what? You can see how
Yeah, like
quickly
I'm
your
not.
belief system gets broken down. You're starting to actually think now, which is what we want you to do. We don't want you to be a believer. We want you to think for yourself.
Mhm.
That sound fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So at the moment, you were fed the same pile of crap that we all were at school. Earth's a ball in space, blah blah blah, radius 3959 miles, blah blah blah. Maybe you were taught in metric. Happy days. Um, well, if all these claims are true, then we should be able to just go out and measure it. Measure the ground, see if it's dropped over distance. Solved.
Yeah. So all the employed scientists haven't done any of that.
What scientist are you referring to? Please feel free to
So,
point the finger.
so they don't know. You're saying that scientists don't know. They think the Earth is round.
So let me get
They've
this
done all the
straight.
calculation, all the
You've just stepped
hypotheses.
back into appealing to scientists after I asked you which field of science deals with shapes. You said, I don't know. So how can you
Yeah.
appeal to scientists if you don't even know what scientists you're going to appeal to? So which
I think-
field of science deals with this shit so we can directly address them?
Well, let me ask you this: if we delete all the scientists,
No. Which
Yeah.
field of science deals with this shit so I can directly address them?
I'm not
Physicists?
sure. I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
So, yeah.
So how can you
I'll
appeal to
concede.
something that you're not sure of?
I'll concede to your point. I'll concede to your point.
Excellent.
Well,
What question did you have?
yeah. So I have a question. So let's say if we deleted all the scientists, they all got removed. We got new sets of scientists who are now doing actual research. They're going out there. Do you think the Earth would be like what do you think the answer would be? Is the Earth flat or round?
It's all based on how it's measured. If it's measured and the result comes back as round, round it is. If it's measured and the result comes back as flat, flat it is. It's that simple, bro.
What are the current scientists thinking the Earth is round?
How did they end up measuring? What was their results?
I'm asking you.
It's your
You're-
hypothetical, mate. I'm not some magic mind reader. You tell me how that they measured it from the results, and I'll tell you what they'll say.
Well, you've done the research, so you know more about this than me.
Oh, we just do measurements. I wouldn't say it's much research.
What makes the Earth flat?
The lack of curvature measured that way. That's what makes it flat.
Palatable. How is it that every government, every government in every country, they think the Earth is
What about the
round? Why is
government?
it that?
Mate,
Why is it that every
seriously,
country thinks that the
I don't
Earth
know
is
what
round?
country you're from, but I'm from Australia. I'd be impressed if our Prime Minister could tie his own shoelaces. So please
Yeah.
don't tell me that he's sitting there, the top dog, pretending that this is some kind of monumental lie and that he's orchestrating it. Like, seriously? Our government are a pack of morons.
So, well, why does every country think the Earth is round? Every
Why do they
scientist.
think it's round? The same reason you do, because that's what you were taught. And you've never questioned it before.
What we were taught.
You were taught that it was a ball tard flying through space.
Really?
With a radius of 3959 miles. Maybe you were taught in metric. Who knows?
That still doesn't answer my question. Why does every scientist in the world think? That doesn't make any sense. Is there like corruption type
Okay,
to it?
this is
What
how it works. If I teach you that cats are purple and everyone in your life says cats are purple, that's exactly what you're going to think. When you walk into our forum and we're saying cats come in all sorts of colors, you are going to argue black and blue, cats are purple, because that's what I was taught. Well, guess what, my good friend? Scientists were all taught a particular thing, the same bullshit you were taught. If you can't comprehend that, there's nothing I can do for you. You're all taught the same thing. Now, this is where it becomes fun. You get to make your own choices and go and test and see if the shit you were taught actually lines up in the real world. It's totally up to you.
Yeah. So all science in the world is fake, yeah.
Nope,
This
that's
is
not what I
because
said. That
No
is
one's
not even
saying-
related to what I said. I never
mentioned.
mentioned anything about science being fake or not.
Yeah. Well, the scientists who think the Earth is round,
Or
they're not real scientists.
Obmus. Most of the scientists, right? Obviously not all the scientists, because there are a lot who are flat earthers. Okay, which we can point you to their research. However, what most scientists do is they get taught the Earth's a globe, right? When they're young children, like we all did, and then they think it's a globe their whole life, right? Then they go to university. It gets further reinforced. Okay, then their job at university is to pick a particular field that they want to study. Okay, so they want to be they want to work with spectroscopy or something like that, right? So they're going to get a bunch of textbooks, and then their job is to memorize and regurgitate those textbooks on the exams, okay, and to understand what the textbooks are saying, and then they're able to go and do their job. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It doesn't mean that their professor was lying to them. They're being taught a particular worldview, right? A mathematical theoretical model, and then they're learning a specific task in it. Okay, they've probably never questioned the globe. They've probably never gone out. They're not going to get into university and all of a sudden they're like, well, hold on a second, professor. How do we actually know that the Earth is a globe? It's not a question that they're going to ask. Right? They think it was worked out thousands of years ago by some ancient Greeks. So it doesn't mean everybody's lying. Okay, it just means that people are being taught a particular model, just like we were, and they're learning a particular field. And look, this really isn't a scientific question anyway. This is about geometry. This is about measurements. And when we actually go out and test the model, we're able to see things, right? When we take long distance observations, that would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount consistently. Okay, and we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that are being done now. Some of these tests done by high-level engineers and scientists, okay, and they're not able to find any curvature. So when we actually go and test the globe model, it fails the tests, right? And we're just here to show people, hey, look at the tests, criticize the tests, try to debunk the tests, go and repeat the tests yourself, and you'll see that the globe doesn't match reality.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, let me ask you this then. Why would they be teaching us the Earth is round?
Because
Is
people have
there a
been
reason?
teaching that. Okay, because
Didn't you
the
start
people that are
there?
teaching. Yeah, look, the people that are teaching that it's a globe were also taught that it was a globe by their teachers, who were also taught it was a globe by their teachers. Okay, and this is going to be pushed back all the way 500 or 600 years ago, right? If not a little bit more than that. So it's that's why. Okay, if you look into the history of a globe, it's not because some scientist went out and did some scientific research and measured curvature or something like that. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe model got, started in the first place. So
Mm.
people are teaching that it's a globe because they believe it's a globe. They've been taught that you experience the Earth as completely flat, but really it's a globe because we're so small and the Earth's so big. Okay, and they also get taught that we don't feel it moving. We experience it as flat and stationary, but really, really, we're too small and it's so big we just don't feel it spinning through space at all these different speeds that it's spinning in.
Does that make the majority of the world ignorant about the Earth being
Uh,
round?
yeah, literally most people that we talk to on this topic, they don't even know the radius value, they don't know the speed. It's just a belief system that people have, right? Most of the people, like literally like 99% of the people we talk to, they don't know anything about the globe. They just believe it's a globe because that's what they got told growing up and they never were presented an alternative to that. So yeah, it's ignorant, right? And we can prove they're ignorant because we can ask people the most basic questions about the globe, and 99.9% of the time they fail, right? It's just a belief system. It's like a tradition or something like that. And then the people that do know it, right? The people that seem most knowledgeable on it in general are the flat earthers because they have to research it, right? You have to know what you're debunking, obviously. And then the scientists that we talk to, like I had a conversation for hours with a physicist the other day from Germany, and he wasn't able to prove the Earth's a globe, right? He ended up asking us, what do you think I can do to prove it? Like is just believing what he got told. He's doing his specific job, right, in his specific field, and he'd never really thought about it. He just stumbled in here. He was just in this server in the English hub, and he saw this channel. He thought, hey, this will be funny. I'll go talk to some stupid flat earthers. And then 2 hours later, he was explaining to us how, wow, I can really see why you guys believe this, right? Or treat this as a knowledge because you actually have tests that have been done. We're not asking people to believe the tests, right? Look at the tests, scrutinize the tests, and you can go and do these tests yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
like,
just trying to understand perspective. Like, is it?
well,
Yeah.
think
It's like
about
I've just
this.
been taught all
Well,
my
this
life.
is super simple. This is the most simple way I can put it. If the Earth's a globe, there has to be a certain amount of curvature. Okay. And so if you go to a large body of water, like a lake, and it's 10 miles long, we can calculate how much curvature there should be over the lake, right? And it turns out that it's 66 foot over 10 miles. Okay. Because of gravity, because of the radius value, you can look that up. That's the correct amount, 66.67 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Now we can just go and test for that. Right, it's a huge amount of curvature. It's like a 7-story building. And when we go and test for that, there's zero curvature present over that 10-mile lake or 10-mile section of the ocean consistently. And then we can go test a 20-mile lake. We can go to a different country and do it again and again and again and again until we've compiled all of these tests that are impossible on a globe, right? Because that curvature has to be there. You can't just have some flat lake somewhere on the globe, right? It contradicts the model. So when we're able to zoom in across a 10-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side, and then shoot a laser across the lake and hit a target on the other side, the curvature's not there. So if the curvature's not there, right, that's a big problem for the globe model, the current globe model.
Well, how did you first get into the flat Earth? Then when did you first find out?
I first found out about it in 2017. Heard someone talk about it, who I respected a lot. I thought they'd lost their mind. But because I knew they was smart, I thought, okay, I'm going to look into it a bit further. I'll watch the videos they recommended. lots of good points were made in the videos. I thought, okay, I'm going to be able to debunk this pretty easily, I think. Right? Surely all of these scientists and engineers have, got some pretty rock solid evidence, you would think. And then the more you look into it, you'll realize that's not the case. And then I started looking at the long distance observations, the laser tests that have been done by experts that are trying to debunk the globe. And they weren't able to find any curvature. So I'm like, hey, that's crazy. Okay, I went and bought a high powered zoom camera for myself. I lived right next to a giant lake, so I had access, right, to do my own observations, and I did my own observations, and the observations that I made are completely impossible on a globe. Right, I did it to confirm it for myself, and now, what, like 10 years later, 9 years later, there's thousands of tests that have been done. We've had PhDs like Dr. John D trying to debunk flat Earth and becoming flat earthers in the process. He's a scientist,
What's his name?
right?
Sorry,
He's
John
got a
D. Like,
Dr. John D. I can share his YouTube channel. He's got amazing laser tests, long distance observations. He's got a PhD in spectrophotometry. And he took a bunch of his lab equipment and started trying to debunk flat earthers, right? Because there's a lot of flat earthers out there, right? Hundreds of millions at this point, right? When they do surveys, countrywide surveys, yeah, there's a lot more than what you think, actually. But yeah, we've got teams of engineers going out doing tests with tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, right? Like Field Engineers Corps is a group of engineers, and they went to some lakes in Europe, and they used an expensive laser, $20,000-$30,000 laser, and they were shooting the laser over the surface of the water, trying to find the curvature, right, over 40 kilometers distance, and they were able to hit the target on the other side of the lake with the laser, which wouldn't be possible on a globe. There should be about 100 meters of curvature stopping that laser from hitting the target. So yeah, there's tons of stuff that's been done. Sounds stupid at first, but once you look into it, it's not so stupid.
well, what's in the edge of the world then? Let's say if it is flat, how do we
Well,
not fall off? I don't know how to explain it probably.
yeah, so we don't think that the Earth is like a big disk, like a flat planet, right? Most people think of the heliocentric model, right? Like the globe model of the universe, the current model of the universe we get taught, and then they hear about flat Earth and they try to, switch the globe for a flat planet. Okay, that's not what flat earthers claim. This is a completely different cosmology, a different system. So we would say that the Earth is like the foundation of the system that we live in. It's like the ground, the baseline, right? And that if you have a large body of water, right, like a lake or a sea or an ocean, for example, it's where the water gathers in the low spot in the ground. Okay, and then that when the water settles, it's completely flat on the surface. So if you have a large body of water, you need to have a container, right? So if you can get to the edge of the ocean, wherever that may be, you're always going to find a shoreline of some kind. Now, I don't claim to know the entirety of this Earth that we live. Right? I don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. Right? Flat's not a shape. Flat's just the description when we measure over the surface of water. Right? So,
And the extremities
yeah,
of scientism cosmology is also unknown.
exactly. Like when what's at the edge of the universe, that kind of thing. They have no freaking idea. They can't even agree on what shape the universe is. Right? There's a lot of unknowns to this amazing realm or Earth or whatever you want to call it that we live in. Right? This Earth system, I like to call it. But what we do know is that water needs a container. If you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. And then the water will be flat on the surface, right? And when I say flat, I don't mean perfect. Okay, I mean not curving over distance, as would have to be the case if the Earth was a globe. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah. I have another question. So let's say you said there's hundreds of millions of flat earthers now. Do you think that number is gonna go up or down?
Yeah, it's going up like crazy, right? So they did a whole series of surveys back in 2018, 2019, 2020, And the surveys basically came back in a lot of countries about 1 in 10, right? About 10%. So, for example, Brazil, right? Brazil was 7%. And that was in, I think, 2018 or 2019, something like that. I've got the surveys saved, right? Proper government surveys. And they did it again in 2026, and now it's 22% came back on that. So, yeah, if you do the numbers on that, right, it was 1 in 10 Americans as well, 1 in 10. And this is a long time ago, so it's probably way higher now, right? Because this topic is much bigger now than it used to be. Most people that you talk to now have heard about it, at least. Um, and yeah, France was 1 in 10. Romania was 1 in 10, and some were less. So it just depends on the particular country and where they did the survey, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot more than what you think. You know, it's not when you meet someone you wouldn't know because they're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna talk about it when when you just meet someone randomly.
That's
But
interesting.
I guarantee you, once you look into it, the evidence is pretty compelling to say the least.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we
But
can go to like a 20-mile lake, and I can zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and I just see flat water the whole way across. That isn't possible if the Earth's a globe. But that's what happens.
well, what do you think? So many people, well, no, kind of answered it with the tradition. But let's say, why do you think people are so in tradition then, to not want to learn
Well,
about it,
most
like
people have
not being
just
able to see it?
Yeah, it's because that's what we get taught from a young age, and we don't get taught two different options. It's not like you get taught flat Earth and globe Earth, and then you get to choose which one makes more sense or which one has better evidence. You just get taught the Earth's a globe when you're young, right? You're so young. Young people will just believe anything, right? Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, globe, whatever, right? And then they don't question it, right? It gets reinforced through the education system, through the movies, through the media as you're growing up. So most people, it's like it's just a deeply ingrained belief system. They've never questioned it enough to even think about it. I remember before I even heard about flat Earth, right? I'd done a bunch of flying in, long distance flights. And I never even considered when I was looking out the window, right? Is the horizon flat? Is the horizon curving, etc.? It didn't even enter my mind at all.
Yeah, I think
Now,
And those who do question it,
now,
because there's been plenty of children who do question it. The children who do question it, they're chastised, reprimanded, and mocked.
yeah. Yeah, and scientists won't get funding if they don't stay within the current paradigm, whatever you want to call it, within the current cosmology.
Dogmas.
If they go too far outside of the building blocks of that, right, or the base fundamentals or foundations of the globe, right, they're not going to get funding.
yeah. Um, yeah. I was gonna ask. Yeah, I was gonna ask. So would you call yourself a skeptic then? Being skeptical about what they teach us in school. Um,
Well, I
what do you
didn't
think
used
it
to
is?
be. I didn't used
Yeah,
to be, but now I've gone and done my own testing. Of course, it's
yeah, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
yeah.
So, what do you say are some of the factors that could make someone much more skeptical? I
Well,
wanna
looking at the
majority world.
evidence, going over the logic as well, but learning about the globe as well, right? Learning about it and actually learning about it and being critical about it, right? Like, okay, well, this is the claim. How did they actually validate that empirically, right? What did they do in the real world to physically test that claim is true? Okay, like who measured the surface of the Earth to validate that it is actually curving? And you would think that thousands of people have done that over the last couple of thousand years, but you're not going to find anyone, right, throughout all of history that's gone out and actually measured Earth curvature. right? Drop over distance. Most often, you're going to find claims of it where they've basically made assumptions and then did calculations based off the assumptions, right? And it'll be some ancient Greek guy that you can't really even confirm ever really did anything. It'll just be a story. It's like, oh, Eratosthenes measured a shadow angle on a stick, and he did some calculations and worked out the circumference value of the Earth. Okay, then look into that. Look into that story, because that's the person it'll tell you when you type in who measured the curvature of the Earth. It's going to say Eratosthenes. He lived 300 years before Jesus. And, and he did this particular test. And then, okay, look into the test, right? And once you look into the test, you'll realize that he just made a bunch of assumptions and then did some calculations based off a bunch of assumptions. So it's that's why I say it's like a mathematical, theoretical, conceptual model. It's not based in reality. It's not based on empiricism.
And just to really appreciate that last detail that he told you about Eratosthenes, in contrast to someone like Jesus and the Apostles, where there's no body of literature that comes close to having the robust textual or manuscript evidence. Close to that, the second closest being the Iliad. They'll take something as seemingly spurious concerning the second-hand or third-hand accounts of Eratosthenes without
Hello, everybody.
question, built a rock-solid fact, but not the people who are far more evidenced and attested by historical manuscript data. So that's another detail to keep in mind.
Hello. Anyone here?
Yeah, you could hear Banana. You could hear someone talking just then, right?
Why can't I hear anything? But you guys have a green, like, the hell?
Yeah. So, do you have any other
Anyways.
questions, Orbis? Orbis.
I mean, yeah, I think it is quite interesting to actually hear from your perspective about how the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I don't really have any arguments for like a round Earth. More interested about people. I think like how I said, if I went in to do the research, like I think my personal opinion, again, I could be completely wrong. But I'm just talking through my intuition. I think I would find out the Earth is round, but
Yeah,
anyone
that's
else
what we thought, right? That's what every flat earther thought when they first heard about this. Okay, quite a lot of flat earthers were like, "Oh, this is stupid. I'll be able to debunk this in a weekend." Okay, and then 6 months later, you're doing deep research and you're like, "Damn, I cannot prove that the Earth's a globe. This is crazy. What the hell is going on? How could people be so misled?"
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what we encourage. Try to prove the globe.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Right,
when
but-
you do the research, you get to a point deep enough where you're shocked at how weak the argumentation is, and that's from a mindset that's you get that shocked feeling when you're still the mindset like, yeah, it's a globe. I'm just looking into it. I just want to know. I just want to look into it. Then you look into it. Sooner or later, you come to a point like, this is shockingly weak. This is shockingly weak argumentation or weak rationales behind trying to infer to the conclusion the Earth's the ball.
Yeah.
Why do you think it is, Gregory?
If let's say if there was some
Why do
new
I think
evidence,
that is the
like, let's say
case
if you
that
were able
that
to,
happens?
let's say if there was some new like, could you see yourself becoming a globe earther again?
Oh shit, no.
Is there any possibility?
It's possible. Should they actually find the curvature?
This is the thing. I mean, if you measured, right, if you thought that you were 6 foot tall, people told you that you were 6 foot tall your whole life, but you'd never measured yourself, right? And then you check your height, right? You measure it, you confirm it, you repeat the test, right? You can use a whole bunch of different ways, and you can confirm really you're actually 6'5". You're not 6 foot tall. Okay, you can confirm that it's a measurement, right? And if someone came up to you and they'll be like, "Oh, do you believe that do you ever believe that you're going to be 6 foot tall again?" You're like, "No, dude. I measured myself. I tested it." So it's kind of like that in a sense. It's probably a silly analogy, but we've gone out, we've got that many actual tests that are being done where we can physically see things that would be hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature in all sorts of different conditions and different scenarios using different types of high-tech equipment, right? That curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. It can't not be there, right? Like
So we got it.
if there's a 200-foot hill between me and you, right? I shouldn't be able to see you, right? Under no circumstances will I magically be able to just see you standing on the baseline on the other side of the hill, right? There's a giant hill in between us. That's the same thing with the globe, okay? If I'm standing 20 miles away from you, there's a giant mound of freaking globe Earth in between me and you, 266 foot worth. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in and see you standing there on the other side of the 20-mile lake, but I can. So obviously that 266-foot hill isn't going to be there.
Sorry, DJ. What was the topic?
We're talking about how we have long-distance observations that are impossible if the Earth's a globe.
Hmm.
Didn't know you did that.
You know, if there were, right, say we've got 100 all these tests and we can present you the tests, high definition videos, technical PDFs, all sorts of different documents, we can provide you with all the empirical evidence to back our claim up. Maybe if there was a whole bunch of counter evidence to that, right? If globe earthers were going out and they were measuring curvature consistently and they had thousands of tests that measured curvature, okay, and then we had all these tests that didn't measure any curvature, maybe then it would be like, okay, what's going on here? But that's not the case, right? There isn't these thousands of tests where globe earthers are going out and confirming that the Earth's a globe, right? We have all of the tests that we can present, but globe earthers generally, right, want to talk about other things. They don't want to talk about the curvature of the Earth, which is the main issue here. They want to talk about, how could they all be wrong? You think all the scientists in the world, you think you're smarter than all the scientists in the whole world? What about the moon? Is the moon flat too? Right? They want to talk about the sky or they want to talk about conspiracies or something. We're just like, hey, let's talk about measurements. Let's talk about real world tests that you can go and do yourself.
Data.
Yeah, pull up the
And
data.
it's at that
and
point where their emotional pain becomes so obvious. It becomes at first when their emotional pain became so obvious, it was really shocking. It's like something that's supposed to be just a straightforward, rock solid empirical fact, where you just push emotions aside and just do the observations and soundly reason to the conclusion and measurements and reason to the conclusion. You would think, okay, these people who are so intellectual and tough-minded and empirical, they would just shove the emotions aside. But no, they always have to bring up. They're the ones that bring it up in the first place after all these years, after a decade, bring up their emotional pain when faced with the counter evidence and or the critiques and refutations against their beliefs.
I want
And at
to.
that point, it's like, what is really going on here?
At the beginning, you said since it's a tradition for us to, I'm kind of repeating, but it's a tradition for us to, or for us to learn about Earth is round. But like, do you think there's an ulterior motive? Why there could be a, I don't know, maybe
Hey,
brainwashing?
Orbis. Hey, Orbis. Can I just ask you a quick question? Because you've been kind of repeating the same question repeatedly
Yeah.
in different forms. Can you repeat back to us what DJ has told you?
No.
The last question he said already? I didn't hear him say it.
So, Ormus, do you understand at all why we're flat earthers?
Um,
Beyond doing your psychological study or whatever, did you pick up on any actual information? Because the earth is flat regardless of us, right? We're not
Mhm.
the factor in determining it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did DJ convey to you that our
I mean,
position is?
I don't remember. I wasn't really listening. I was mainly just
That's
listening
what I
to you
thought.
guys talk. Yeah.
Well,
Again, yeah, I mean, you can
maybe
tell
you
me if
are
I was
listening,
fine,
but
but
maybe being caught on the spot is just
it's
uh,
also like I'm letting it really
disrupting
sink
you.
in.
I mean, you just heard him say that we see farther than what's possible on a ball. Basically, you're going to explain all that.
Yeah,
Well,
there's no perfect
he
thing.
didn't
You
say he
can't
heard
see
all
it.
that.
There's no
Yeah,
image,
so
like there's no
Ormus,
videos, images, anything like that.
no
And
videos or images of what, Ormus?
because there's been a bunch of like tests and all you guys have done, and other
Yeah,
people have done.
right.
Yeah,
Yes, we have.
like that's that's how you get it.
That's how we get that the earth is flat by measuring the earth as flat. That doesn't
Yeah,
seem very yeah. But you came in here you when I first talked to you in the voice check-in, you said you were here to debate, right?
yeah,
Okay. But instead you've just been like interviewing.
yeah. I mean, is there anything wrong with
Oh,
it?
well that's not well just let me get to my point. But yet you haven't listened to our position, nor have you presented any evidence for the globe.
Yeah.
So why are you here?
Well, you said it. I'm interviewing.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yes. You're interested in us. You're not interested in what information we have to provide, right? You're not interested in whether the Earth is flat or a globe. You're just interested in us.
Yeah,
Like, like we're in an aquarium and you're staring at us and the Earth can't possibly be flat. But your mind is not open to the possibility whatsoever.
yeah.
So why are you here?
Well, it's interesting.
Why
Interesting.
is it interesting?
Because I think, I mean, again, I do think the Earth is my intuition tells me the Earth is globe. Obviously, I don't have any research facts, but I think if I was to do the research, oh, I could be completely wrong, and the Earth absolutely could be flat. Well,
So what
it's just
about your
What makes you intuit the Earth is a
yeah,
ball?
yeah, what does your intuition tell you when all you see and experience is flat and stationary?
yeah, I think. Well, I'm looking at it like if a bunch of scientists have done peer-reviewed
That's not
research.
intuition. That's not
Well, no,
intuition, that's an
let me
assumption.
just say like if they've done the research, like all that, like I'm gonna believe the scientists. Like if
Okay, well
like let me ask you. Sorry.
well,
That's
that's
not
not
an intuition
intuition.
either.
Yeah. Hold on,
Oh,
Gregory.
okay.
S
Sorry.
so
I'm sorry. English is
so
not
it's
my
not
first language, but
intuition.
if it is
Okay,
assumption,
yeah,
then sure.
intuition would be like a gut feeling about it, like your own sense of something. It's not necessarily a logical understanding. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so you have the same assumption that we all did at one time, which is that the work has been done. And DJ already went over this with you very thoroughly. But what I
mhm,
hear in you is a reluctance to actually look for that evidence.
yeah.
So, there's different types of people and some people just don't want to know and maybe you're that kind of person, right?
I think
But the rest of us are here because we did want to know.
like after this, I'll do some more research, absolutely. But I think
That
overall, if like let's say if in every country, every scientist disbelieved that the Earth is
Okay,
round,
I've got to know, what is your hang up with these scientists?
well,
Because
they're getting
every
paid.
single time anyone has mentioned anything, whether it was myself, Indio, DJ, Over Fences, Gregory, you have defaulted back to basically, I believe in scientists. So if the scientists got on the 6 o'clock news tonight and said, sorry, we broke it up, we got it wrong, it's flat, have a nice day, are you just going to go, yep, it's flat. I'm good with that.
I'd have to look at the information. If
But the
that's what they say,
scientists,
they've got
the
it wrong.
scientists said
Yeah,
it. They're standing on the news. They're the ones that said it.
yeah. Then I guess the Earth is flat. Then it's like yeah, I would agree.
So why are you appealing to
I get.
scientists? You were told earlier quite clearly that this is not a question of science, it's a question of geometry. So shouldn't you be appealing to mathematicians?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, don't,
Look,
because Matthew Learns is one of them. It won't do you any favors.
look, would you just believe anything they told you? Essentially, like if they told you it rained diamonds on Uranus, right? Would you just believe them?
I would have to. Well, of course, I'd have to do more research about it. I wouldn't not like face value. Of
Well,
course, I
even
think
if
it'd
it was
be.
some crazy claim like raining diamonds on Uranus.
I mean, well, it depends who says it too. Like,
The
I
scientists,
won't
right?
say
Just
every.
say like
Yeah,
a bunch of scientists did a study, and then an article came out, and they're like, "Hey, we just figured out that it actually rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. Diamond
yeah. I
rain."
think. Yeah, yeah. If a bunch of scientists said it, I would probably have to believe it.
Right.
So in summary, like what we've heard you say so far, like the pattern of replies that you said so far, you talk about the scientists the same way Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, etc. talk about their
Yeah,
clerics. You're talking about them in the
yeah,
same way. So that's what
yeah,
they're asking.
yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would also say like with like religion, it's a bit different because I think scientists
Oh, no,
just
it's
have a
not.
bit more
You're
factual.
religious. You have a
Well,
belief.
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him
Well,
finish.
no, I think you do say like correctly because I do put a lot of, and no pun intended, a lot of faith in science. But of course, I do think it's also important to question it. Well, like it's like the what was it antithesis of magic, I would say.
Now, can you
Oh,
Fuck,
notice
dude, I
notice what
don't
I'm
know
gonna
where you got that
notice
from.
what I'm gonna discover when I ask you these questions. Okay. Okay. So can you name me one of these scientists? Because you're talking about, as it were, this group of the wise ones, basically. Your version and your worldview, the group of the wise ones. Can you name me one of them?
that believes the Earth is like round.
No, no, no. Just name me one of the quote unquote scientists that you talked about.
Oh, I don't know, like Professor Dave. Really know him.
That's
You
a
just really
Dave.
say
Wait,
that.
hang on, hang on, hang on. I didn't hear you clearly. Say again.
Oh, Professor Dave explains from YouTube.
Professor Dave,
Yeah,
the YouTuber.
yeah. I mean, if if you had to
Gregory,
name
no
one
matter how
scientist,
bad you thought it was, it's so much worse.
Hey,
Hold on.
Obmas,
Let me give you another
Obmas.
try.
All right, hold
Let
on.
me give you
I
another
just got
try. Hang on.
I gotta address this quickly. Sorry, Gregory. Has to be
Go ahead.
done. Right. So Professor Dave is a YouTuber, right, who
yeah.
dropped out of college and to pursue a music career, which also failed. Okay, he started a YouTube channel called Professor Dave Explains, where Professor Dave explains to us in his videos how he just thought it would be a fun name and how he's not actually a professor. He's not actually an expert in anything. He actually writes scripts and hires people to write scripts and he reads them out. And he never was expecting his channel to take off the way it did. Right, and how he dropped out of college, and he did a couple of days teaching at a university when his teacher left, and then that didn't work out, so he got kicked out of that, and blah blah blah. Right, this is,
Yeah.
and then so now what he does is he bullshits ignorant globe earthers. No offense, people that don't know the arguments for the flat Earth side, right? And then he says that flat earthers claim this and that, right? And in between, he's mocking, ridiculing, acting super toxic, right? And strawmanning us, right? Putting out false arguments, false maps, false models, and then debunking them to trick people, right? And gets millions of views doing it, right?
Yeah.
If this is the one scientist that you could come up with is a fake professor on YouTube, right? That makes
Well,
live
does
videos.
Einstein count? I don't know.
Because one, he's dead now. Been dead a long time.
Back to
Yeah.
you, Gregory.
Oh, no, I agree.
I think I don't want to like at this point get like washed. What Gregory said is you believe in these people the same way that you would believe in priests or whatever. And you mentioned a person who's not even a scientist. Why did you think he was a scientist in the first place? Because
I
he
mean,
spits all the same rhetoric, and you can't tell the difference. But the thing is, you should maybe look inward on why you can't tell the difference between a scientist and someone that just gets up on the soapbox and parrots what you think is science. That you can't tell the
Guys,
difference between them. Professor Dave has never done an experiment in his life.
I have a really important
no,
just
but
to interject here because I'm not saying that Professor Dave dropped out of college. I see that he has a master's. I'm seeing conflicting information with what's. That's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
I'm
Look,
bringing
It's
dude,
forth.
conflicting
I'll just
information about what
yeah,
his
but he's
degree
mainly
actually is.
I know, but you said he dropped out of college. That's a very different
He
circumstance
did.
than.
He did. He
than
dropped out of college after he got his bachelor's. It's uncertain whether he went back to get the master's.
yeah, everything I said about Professor Dave, that was just me parroting information straight out of his mouth, in which I have the clips.
That's what he said. Yeah,
Okay.
he made a
His
video
description
about this.
says
Dave
receiving an
himself.
MA in the
He's
latter
openly
at
admitted
Cal State
this.
Northridge.
He has an
All right, thanks,
IMDb
J-Dog.
page as well. He's an actor.
And we're talking to the other guy, so go back on mute.
I know.
So anyways,
it's important to get the facts right. I'm just.
that's true. That's true. So
You got
anyways,
to salvage Dave's
Ormus,
freaking reputation.
yeah.
so but
So
yeah, so like,
Ormus,
yeah. So go ahead.
yeah. So to clarify where we are right now. So I asked you that, and then Indio just explained to you, you should really, take that to heart and internalize that your initial answer to my question is basically to appeal to basically a mention of a fraudulent person because he didn't make this clear until he got popular, right? He just
I mean, like
hoped
how I said,
that
scientists are like
he
they're one collective
well, he just hoped
mind
that he would
almost.
just send out the content initially for a little while, and then eventually push came to shove to where he did explain no da 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 and all those things they just told you about him explaining all these things about himself, and then you mentioned Einstein. Okay, so there's that, but he's dead and
Even if
buried now for a long
scientists were a
time,
collective, he wouldn't be in it.
you know. So who name me one living scientist and just to help you understand me and what I mean by what I say, I'm saying the term scientist only in the sense of identifying the adherents of scientism, and I'm even granting a detail which is uh, basically your version in your worldview that is the wise one, the clerics, right? These
Yeah.
allegedly doctoral university graduate, academicians that are official and they got all this knowledge, right? That idea. So name me one living one.
Yeah. I'll answer. I just want to real quick also say like when I view scientists, like it's mainly like a one big like collective almost. So when the scientist says something, it's like a collective of them said it. But the answer your question, I don't know. I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson, not I don't know. Brian
Okay.
Cox. I mean, these are just some
He's a
popular
book writer.
scientists. But
Okay. So
Can I ask you
the
a
reason
question?
I
I think
asked you
this is
this
very
is to
important.
go ahead and then I
Gregory, let me ask you this real quick. You think, like, when you think of science, what makes someone a scientist, and what are they doing that makes what they're saying a scientific claim in the first place?
sorry, could you repeat that? So,
What makes someone a scientist? When you say scientist, what are you imagining they are or
yeah,
what they do?
yeah. I think obviously they have to have a lot of education, and so they'll go through the years and years upon wherever they can get the education from universities and all. And it involves a lot of topics like physics, mathematics, all sorts of where you need variables, I guess. But like there's a lot of like factors of
So if I
education,
go in the
and
library and memorize the entire fucking textbook section, the scientific and physics textbooks, now I'm educated. Now I've read a lot about physics. Now I'm a scientist because I magically read a bunch of books.
um, I guess
That's
so.
that
I
won't
guess
make you a
I guess
scientist.
I think like degrees
Scientists
and
do
all like
experiments. Scientists do experiments. That's what determines whether it's science or not. So to determine whether something is actually a scientific endeavor, it has to have an experiment that's been tested in the natural world. That's what determines. That's why people have put their faith in science, is because they think, hey, this claim, they went out into the natural world and they tested it, and then the natural world affirmed whatever their hypothesis was, right? And that somebody else went out and they repeated it, and they also did it. And now we know that that's like so-called scientific fact because a bunch of people went out and they performed the same thing. And that if went and looked at what they did, I could go out and I would also get the same result, right? That's what science is. It's not the scientists, it's the experiments.
Yeah.
Oh, number one, the word science is polysemous. It has multiple senses. That's one delineated sense. Number two, um, at best, the point that Indio just conveyed to you is that one is not wise or truly knowledgeable about some sort of empirical facts about the world just by studying literature, any given textbook or encyclopedia, whatever have you. Number three, uh, it's up to them in their worldview, those who are as it were in the circle of scientism, to define what they mean by science, right? To define what they mean, not to determine what the word means, but to define what they mean, to articulate what they mean. So, anyways, but so you told me two names such as Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, so there's two. Now, the reason I'm asking you this is because you speak about scientists in the same way, like for example, the same way that a Roman Catholic Christian speaks about the magisterium. You speak about them in the same way, and not just you, but pretty much everyone speaks about the so-called scientists, quote unquote, in the same way. Now, appreciate this contrast with the Roman Catholic Christian, for instance. There is an actual definitive, distinct quantity of members of the magisterium, and they're all living. Right, they're all alive today. You can actually stand in a room and see them all standing there or sitting down. Right. In contrast to the quote unquote scientists, for those who believe in scientism, there's no such thing. There is no such thing.
Quick,
Right. But this is
what's the
why I
magisterium?
critique. This is why I critique this rhetoric as the phantom scientist magisterium, because you talk about the scientists as though there's this distinct body of these wise ones who are so educated, who learn so much, who've gotten all these degrees, and who know so much, but there is no such distinct group. So just by that alone, if there's an actual concretely real number of wise ones between the two worldviews, I would actually go with the Roman Catholic Christian before I would go with the Roman Scientist Magisterium. It's just this vague notion that no one actually fits into, in contrast to concretely real, definitive people who are in this category, who actually are real people that you could, if you are so privileged, to talk to, right? That's just to illustrate my point. That my point is, you talk about the scientists, quote unquote, the same way the Jew, the Muslim, the Christian, the Hindu talks about their clerics. But in contrast to the Roman Catholic, for example, you don't actually have a definitive number of persons to even identify. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox, for instance, like you just name dropped.
Yeah.
It's not like they're a part of some distinct, definitive group. They're just
Oh
in
yeah,
this
they're
vague,
more
nebulous category that
entertainers.
anyone can fit into.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'd say, yeah, I agree. Yeah, again, like, science is just one big collective, how I view them.
You
Again,
say
yeah, but yeah, I would agree.
so.
As you said, I do have like a
Yeah.
religious kind of view on them, but I think also at the same time, I think I would trust them more over like if someone was religious.
Well, you say them as though there is some distinct group, but who you would even have the ability to recall or count among the quote unquote scientists would vary person to person within scientism. You're an adherent of scientism, right? You believe scientism. You, believer one, would not have the same identical group as believer two, and believer three, and believer four, and believer five, et cetera, et cetera. That's my point. In contrast to like the Roman Catholic Christian, where they all have the same distinct, definitive magisterium. All those men there in those robes in that room. So you don't actually have this group of wise ones at the top. There's no such thing in scientism. What actually is the case is you have all sorts of universities scattered throughout the world, throughout the Europeanized world, throughout Europe and the U.S. and mostly those areas, right? And there's a more or less greater or lesser consensus, right? And the way they gather consensus is really not that rigorous. It's rather spurious the majority of the time.
Spurious?
Like the majority of the time, for instance, for example, for the issue of so-called evolution, the vast majority of universities are not going to direct attention to the website made by doctoral university graduate academicians, right, called Darwin's Descent. They're not going to direct your attention to that website, but it's made by academicians who, for all intents and purposes, would be considered in the so-called scientist category. They are doctors of the subject, but you're hard pressed to hear the average university professor actually direct your attention to such a website and such doctors and consider what they say thoroughly. So whoever is categorized in so-called the scientists, it even varies it even varies between the actual doctors, the actual academicians themselves, let alone laymen like you who aren't even in academia.
Mhm.
So that's really what you have, which is really more comparable to most Jews nowadays. Like most Jews, they follow the rabbi in this area, and that area, and that area, and that area. They don't have something equivalent to like this overarching hierarchy, like with Roman Catholic Christians or Eastern Orthodox Christians. So that's really what scientists are mostly like. You just follow your local university professor. The scientist university professor is to, well, let me say it this way: the local rabbi is to the local Jewish community as the local university professor is to its students and the believers of scientism. And why am I explaining all this? Because I want you to actually have an accurate perspective of what you actually are dealing with. Because they don't teach you to actually analyze your belief system and your worldview. Because they've given you a worldview. They've given you beliefs about what is, how you know, how you ought to think, how you ought to behave, this, that, and the third. They've given you narratives about history. They've given you narratives about human nature. They've given you narratives about what's going on in the future or what may happen in the future. They've given you a worldview, but they just don't articulate these things to you. They don't bring these things to your attention. They just say the notions to you, and they just inundate you with these notions. They don't teach
What
you
kind
to
of narrative?
analyze and be epistemologically self-conscious and systematize your beliefs coherently.
What kind of narratives, for example?
Like I just explained, like I just mentioned earlier, at this evolutionism. Maybe you believe that, maybe you don't, but that is one of the notions, right? Or the notion that we live on a ball, or the notion that we exist in a cosmic black void, or the notion that there's an innumerable plethora of these humongous solid, liquid, and/or gas balls flailing around in the black void, or Einstein's GR, et cetera, et cetera. All these different notions, all these different doctrines, but they don't teach you to systematize your beliefs. They don't teach you to systematize your beliefs and be self-conscious about your beliefs.
Do they not teach that?
Hey, Ormus,
Yeah.
I just also wanted to point something out. So you came into our channel, right?
Mhm.
And you had the opportunity to speak with some very knowledgeable people. And after them spending time talking to you, when I asked you if you could repeat back to us anything, you said no, you weren't listening.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, but what you did do prior to coming in here is go on an anti-flat earther site.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I ask you, to be honest here, do you think you are an intellectually honest person?
I wouldn't say so. I think
So
I still
you
have to grow up, but overall, not really.
so going to a place to debunk the claims of people whose claims you have not heard seems logical to you?
Oh, no, well, I don't mean a debunk. More
No,
so
I
trying to
know
understand.
what Professor Dave says, and he just sets up straw men that we don't support.
Yeah.
Is
Oh, like
prof
I don't even like. I
Professor
just
Dave, but you
sorry, go ahead.
see, you decided we were wrong before you even entered this room. And instead of
Um,
listening to what people had to tell you, you just shut it out. So no, you're not an intellectually honest person. You don't want to know.
yeah, I mean, I agree. That's what I said. But like I'll say, like I don't really understand all what Professor Dave is exactly saying. Like I'm trying to also learn, but I also came here to like get from the other perspective because I don't want to taint my like if I'm gonna. I know he's already gonna come with his own bias, so I want to understand the other side before I start making up my own mind.
Dave builds straw men about what we claim, and then he destroys the straw men. So he'll say, flat earthers think this, and this is why it's stupid. But that's not what we think. And you had the opportunity today to find out what we actually think, and you chose not to.
Yeah.
So why are
I
you
mean,
here? Why are you here?
I mean, it was interesting to listen to. Like, and by the way, I
But
was
you're not really
listening, not
listening, are
entirely. I
you?
wasn't taking the information. I mean, there's a lot of information. I'll say. I am trying to somewhat listen, but I will admit I do have my own biases. Of
Well, of
course, yeah,
course
I
you do.
think
We
that
all have our
yeah,
own biases. But the reason that we're flat earthers is because we were willing to challenge those biases. And you've made it clear that not only are you unwilling to challenge them, you're not even willing to hear the other side at all.
I think me coming here is like I'm already trying to challenge it
But you haven't. You said you didn't listen. So
completely.
how can you challenge anything we say if you don't even listen to what we say?
I've listened.
But you couldn't repeat back anything anyone told you.
But it's a lot of information.
Okay, well, I'll just make it simple, or yes.
Okay.
The Earth is measured as flat. Water is flat at rest. The known Earth is 72% water.
Yeah.
We have many, many measurements that prove that Earth cannot be a sphere of the size that we are told it is. There are 0 measurements of surface curvature. 0. And we've been asking Globers for 10 years now, over 10 years, to bring in a measurement of surface curvature, and no one has ever done it. And that's the crux of the issue.
Okay.
So regardless of what these other people want to say about it, they will avoid that topic entirely, or they will make excuses. I want to see the globe laser tests that show the curvature at the rate that they're claiming.
But
We have
that's
done
something I
all.
find.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It's something I find interesting, right? Like I mentioned multiple times, we've gone out and we have all of these tests, right? Even tests done by scientists, by engineers. Okay. But this guy, he didn't ask to see any of them, right? It's almost like he's not interested at all in actually seeing any of the empirical evidence, or even interested in empirical evidence. And that seems to be the case with a lot of people, right? The amount of people we say, hey, we can prove that the Earth's not a globe. Like we can show you tests that it's not curving. Rarely do they, they're like, oh, okay, oh, that's interesting. Well, what about, Professor Dave or something like. Right. So I just want to play a 30-second clip from Professor Dave. If it plays, we'll see if it works or not.
I don't
It's not
hear
playing,
anything.
is it?
I didn't watch the video.
What's that?
I didn't watch the video.
You watched the video where he says he's literally not an expert in anything
No,
at all?
like the clip before in the chat. I'll watch it. I can't hear it.
Yeah, I don't know why the music bot's not in here. It's not working. But yeah, watch it. It's a 30-second clip.
Yeah. I just watched it.
It was a
Yeah,
30-second clip. You weren't gone for 30 seconds.
as soon as you put it, I watched it. But he said that he consults people in those fields to make sure he's correct.
No, that's not the clip I was talking about. It's the one below that. Yeah, right. So he's just reading. So he's not checking if it's correct. He's just assuming that the people that right. He's just appealing to authority, right? So somebody tells me it's correct. It must be correct. Okay, and
Yeah.
then I'll just read the script, right? That's just an actor. Right? That's not a scientist. When Gregory asked you to name a scientist and you named an actor who pretends to be a professor, right? That was the problem.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. And there's actually an expert in formal logic that points out, like he goes through and he reviews debates. Okay, Professor Dave debated a guy named Austin Whitsitt, who's a flat earther, and he debated another guy called David Weiss. Now, this guy Bruce McGuire, right? He's got a YouTube channel. He goes through and he basically every single time someone makes a fallacious argument, he points it out. He stops it. He pauses it. He calls out the fallacy. He explains what fallacy it was, why it was faulty logic, why it was disingenuous, and then he has like a tally to see who gets the most fallacies through debates. He tallies them. Professor Dave holds the record. He got 300 or 400 fallacies just in one single debate. Right, the guy is absolutely a snake, deceiving people. So you're more than welcome to watch his content and just blindly believe it, but you should probably learn the actual arguments because he's not debunking our actual arguments. He's debunking strawman
Yeah,
arguments.
yeah. Like when I watch this con, I'm just I understand. I'm actually watching it from his perspective, so it could be also. And I've read some threads like you should always read about look at the other side. It's always going to be filled with biases, but like I agree. I also watched the Dave Farina one. Yeah, it wasn't really that good. It's a bit of a he wasn't even there to debate. I mean, it stayed to throw some hate rhetoric, but like yeah, I don't think he is like reliable source yet. That's why like I first even like when he was doing like like some history lessons, like that's how I found his channel. And through that, then I found he's making all these like I
Yeah,
heard
I'm not
flat
saying
and
all
all
of
that.
his content's even wrong, right? I'm just saying that his flat earth little gig that he's got where that most of his views come from the flat earth videos, right? It's like a little cash cow for him.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. It is
And people,
negative. It is like it's drama basically.
yeah,
Where it's gonna get
exactly.
the most amount of views. Well, like that's why I was like so interested. It's like wow, what is this? This is like and that's why I really again came here to really understand like where are these people coming from? Not so the actual information. Also, like now that I've spoken to you, I also think the information it is interesting to do some research on whatever it's gonna actually change my mind. I guess we'll see. But, yeah.
We're not going to change your mind, nor would we want to. The only one who can change their mind is you. And you'll
I
only
agree.
do that with some honest investigation. And you're going to have to let go of some of the things that make you feel comfortable. This need to belong into this popular mythos. You're going to need to be able to set that aside and open your mind and decide for yourself what's true through honest investigation. And that can be very difficult for some people. But no, we don't expect to convince you at all. You're going to need to do
I
that
know.
yourself.
It's more so like I think the term is like perspective taken. I think. Yeah, like I used to be way more religious, but once I started looking at it, uh, in my mind. So and like Earth, I just didn't really give a shit about it. But now it's like okay, I guess I'll take a look at it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. I have enjoyed this conversation.
It
I
was
thank you all.
Yeah, it
Thank
was
you all
good of
for
you to come
sharing your
in.
information.
Yeah, and there's a ton of since you're verified on the home server, there's so much information in there. You know, if you scroll down on the main page, there's channels for everything in there. And feel free to ping any of us that are in here. We're also on the home server. So if you have any questions, you know, shoot them at us anytime.
Yeah. All right, have a good day. Have a good rest of your day.
That was a pretty good combo.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
In case y'all interested, look at that link I sent to the open chat. It's just a link to a Gemini conversation I just made. I just asked Gemini to show me the list of all the names of the members of the Roman Catholic Magisterium. And with all the nuances considered, there's about 5,300 members. Point being, you actually have a definitive body of the experts, a definitive body of clerics, right? Again, no such thing in scientism, but the average lay person is just a regular person, is not an academician, let alone a famous doctoral expert or whatever, or doctoral cleric in scientism. They talk as though they have something equivalent to that. The scientists, the scientists, the scientists. That's not a specific body of persons. It's not. But why do they keep talking as though there is such a thing? Why do they routinely speak with a rhetoric that makes it seem as though there is such a thing? But then I'll grant it to them for the sake of being charitable and for the sake of argument. Maybe they're just referring to this nebulous body of a majority of doctoral experts in a consensus. They barely have that. Barely have that. It's not like there's some strict orthodoxy that they all share in common to actually identify who is really in the category of quote unquote scientists. They don't have any such thing either. At least the Jews have such a thing, right? Such as the specific tenets, core tenets like articulated by Maimonides in the High Medieval era. They don't have something like that. They don't have some. They have not taken upon themselves to define what includes or what qualifies someone to be the quote unquote scientist, one of the wise ones in their worldview. They've done no such thing. They could at most do what the Roman Catholics do. They could at least do what the Jews do, and they haven't done either. It's just this spurious, nebulous, vague category that just gives the impression of being wise, knowledgeable, and authoritative.
Not only do they invoke a group like that, but also a lot of them will say things like science says as though science is a person.
Right. They speak about science itself. They'll say science, like you just said, the same way a Muslim will talk about Muhammad, or the same way a Christian will talk about Jesus, the same way a Buddhist will talk about Siddhartha. Again, these are from the same people who insist that they are just entirely separate from everyone else. Everyone else is over there in Christianism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, et cetera, et cetera. But we're over here and we just have the facts. Why do you keep talking like the people you're allegedly so separate from? And every aspect of your life, too. You talk about science the same way a Christian would talk about Jesus. You talk about the so called scientists the same way a Christian would talk about their beloved clerics. You talk about the distinctives of your worldview the same way with the same fervor that a Christian, Jew, Muslim, et cetera, would talk about in their worldview. Should they be consistent, at least, et cetera, et cetera? They're not so different.
Well, it's quite
They're
simple,
not so
really.
different. They're not so separate.
What they're trying to do is absolve themselves of the responsibility of actually determining any of this. It's easier just to stay comfortable where you are, and most people are unwilling to quote unquote be unpopular, right? So it's really not that complicated. It's just a nebulous appeal to authority. Um, I don't know whether they really believe it or not. They just accept it.
So I go out of my way to articulate these particular points like I've done in the past several minutes because they're obviously not self-conscious about their worldview, like I've explained to that other guy, Ordmus. They just say things out of habit and out of impulse. They are not self-conscious with their beliefs. Neither do they systematize their beliefs because they believe several things, but it's just basically like it's like gases just flailing around in their head. There's no consistency, rigidity, solidity, nothing. It's just flailing around in a general area in their head, which is not the mindset of those who are actually intellectual, those who are actually tough-minded and disciplined, which is how they perceive themselves and how they present themselves.
Makes you wonder why he ever even came in here.
Yeah.
Did he have a moment of
Yeah.
weakness?
Yeah, well, that's why I asked him that, because he didn't seem to know. I think he just thought he was going to listen to the dumb flurfs talk, because that's what Dave told him.
I could have sworn he was finna name drop like Stephen Hawking, who recently died, but I would have accepted that. He died very recently. Or like Michio Kaku, or someone who's actually done more so academic work than entertainment work. But the majority who he named mostly do entertainment work. Relatively, I think maybe I'm wrong. I think it's Neil deGrasse
Well, they
Tyson
say
that's
they're
done
science
that relatively
communicators,
the
right?
most academic work in contrast to the other names he dropped, Brian Cox and freaking Professor Dave.
I think Brian Cox teaches at university, but they don't claim to be scientists. They say we're science communicators. They don't even. That's what blew me away. And I tried to figure out like what he qualifies as a scientist. Just someone saying a bunch of words you think are scientific, or do they actually have to do something other than just
And
like
because they
read
never
from the
define it, I
textbook
just go out of
and
my way
be
to be
like
charitable for
an
them.
orator?
Yeah. Yeah, I just go out of my way to be charitable for them. I think, okay, let me just take for granted, just for the sake of making the conversation as easy as possible. I'm just going to assume that what they're thinking of is all these doctors, doctor so and so. They got a doctorate in this or that or the third. So I just operate with that tacit presumption. I don't even bother like trying to specify that. So I let their answers be what they are, and I'll see whether they they coincide with my tacit presumption for their sake, in their benefit, or not. And in that instance, it was far below what I tacitly presumed for his sake. Does Neil deGrasse Tyson even have a doctorate?
I think he's got a PhD in astronomy or something.
Yeah, astrophysics. Yeah, I feel like I read that before.
Yeah, so I think
And same thing with
he
Brian Cox.
did one. I think Brian Cox. Yeah, he has a PhD. His might be astrophysics.
Uh-huh.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's astronomy. Um, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think he did get published a couple times in the 70s. Brian Cox might have 4 or 5 publications, like from the early 2000s, and I think he teaches at Cambridge or something, maybe. But they're not working scientists. You know what I mean? They're not doing well. Think of their field they're in. They're not doing science in any way, shape, or form, anyway.
Yeah, they're not
whether
really
they
trying to advance their
whether they
field with some active
actually
work.
did
Yeah,
some sort of research or not.
yeah, trying to advance their field. Yeah, yeah. You know, he could have said Lawrence Krauss. He didn't. Probably doesn't recognize his name.
I didn't want to like stick knife in and twist. I mean, I did, but I didn't do it. Of like, you can't. That it says a lot about him that he can't tell the difference between that Professor Dave is not a scientist. Like, why don't you know
Like
that?
one of the academicians, the doctors, not one of them.
Yeah, it's like thinking that like Bill Nye's a scientist or Mr. Wizard's a scientist. Well, I think Mr. Wizard was a scientist. I don't, but he like when you can't tell if someone's a scientist or not in the first place, and then you're relying on them because you think there's a scientist, you're not even capable of evaluating the credentials of the people that you're listening to. You got all sorts of problems.
Well, again, it's more like it's not that they not discerning who. It's that their notion includes people as low, far below doctor academicians, such as Professor Dave. That's how they
Dude,
categorize. That's what they mean.
but look, there's a minimum of using the appeal to credentials fallacy. You have to be able to
Yeah,
evaluate whether they actually have credentials in the first place.
yeah.
You know what I mean? If you can't do that step, you can't even do the fallacy.
Because like again, once again, at the risk of being redundant, they talk about the scientists. The scientists know this. The scientists know that. They've proven this. They've proven that. They talk about them with such reverence, right? As though they are so far above the common person like you and I, right? Or them and us. They're so far
And
above,
himself.
so far more
And
knowledgeable than
himself.
the common person like you and I. So you would think they're at the least thinking doctor so and so. But then the first name that comes to mind is someone who doesn't even have a bachelor's. Who wouldn't even be considered among the quote unquote scientists by the doctoral academicians that they don't know about.
You know, it's I heard
All are low
someone
IQ
say,
individuals.
how
Bullshit
do you know that?
propaganda. Don't spread your bullshit propaganda.
That the ocean
Stop
is
it.
flat?
It's enough. It's enough, man. It's enough. We don't want
Okay,
to
who
know
are
the
you?
Earth shape. Why you are
So
spreading your
unknowing. So
bullshit
if we're
propaganda? Don't
spreading,
waste.
hold on,
Don't
unknown.
waste our
Zip your
time.
lips, dude. Zip your lips. You're not gonna come in here and just narrate, okay? How do you know the Earth is a globe and that we're spreading propaganda?
First, tell me what we are going to do with Earth
Answer
shape.
my question.
We have many things to debate. We have many things
Who
to
is
talk.
we?
Discuss.
What did you do? Tell me. We means more than is you and other people. What did you guys do?
Just
You
don't
will
spread
answer
your
his question.
nonsense bullshit
Oh, so you
Yeah,
propaganda.
don't
We
actually
don't
can't
want
actually
to.
tell me how we're spreading propaganda. Maybe you're spreading propaganda right now.
No, you are spreading propaganda.
No, you are. Because I can tell you why I think the Earth is flat, but you can't tell me why you think the Earth's a globe. You're spreading propaganda.
Okay.
So tell me, how do you know the Earth's a globe? You, not somebody else. You.
First, tell me what we are going to do with Earth
Why are you
shape.
asking me a question? I asked you a question. Answer my question, then I'll answer your question. How do you know the Earth is a globe? And I'm talking about you, not
What does it
somebody
mean
else.
to you, man? What does it mean to
And
you?
so you asked me a question again. Just go on fucking mute, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Why is it always the Indians? That's what it always is, dude. It's like they have no manners. God, no wonder why their country's a wreck.
Very similar to the Arabs.
He could have been from Pakistan. You don't know.
Yeah, he could have been
There's that too.
straddling, right? There's the left side could have been Muslim, and the right side could have been Hindi.
Wherever he
Not
is, I hope
necessarily
he goes
South
to the
Asian or
beach.
West Asian. Could have been Central Asian.
Wherever he is, I hope he goes to the beach and goes swimming.
Dude, that involves water.
There it
You
is
might
again,
get
right?
clean.
Like I just mentioned several minutes ago, the emotional pain that they went out of their way to reveal. It wasn't emotional pain from the flat earther side. It was the indignant outrage from the laity, mostly the laity, not even the clerics. Again, to get this, like this is really contrary to intuition. You would think there would be more outrage and backlash from the doctors, right, quote unquote scientists, the scientist clerics. But no, the majority of the backlash, the outrage, the indignant outrage and emotional, hostility and antipathy, all that was mostly an outpouring from the laity who know barely anything about the orthodoxy that they think they know so much about. There it is again.
Well, I just think it's funny that they come in and they say, "Why does it matter if it's flat or globe?" And then you get people like that guy. So clearly it matters.
It's clearly a pretense when they ask the question. I don't even treat the question as sincere. You're just rhetorically disparaging the issue just to make yourself feel better. It's just a soothing technique. Because if it didn't matter, there wouldn't have been all this controversy that spread worldwide for a decade. The United States Congress and collaborating with tycoons would not have decided to fundamentally change the algorithm of YouTube, for instance, to suppress the content if it was just so negligible and so insignificant.
I think we have a couple new people in the room. Oh, someone left. Yosef, if you wanna oh, he left too. I scared everyone away.
No, it's probably me. And it's funny too, because on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm not even at a 5 today in the past, half hour.
Yeah, it's been pretty chill thus far.
Like the Indian guy that just was just here. I could have shot my thum at him, but I didn't. I wasn't in the mood. India was handling it. Anyone
I
who's played
blame
Skyrim knows what the thum is.
I blame the caste system and mentalities like that, where one group of people thinks that they're better than another group of people, and there's some kind of stupid, arbitrary hierarchy. It's not actually tethered to rationality. It's just bullshit.
That's plausible, but it doesn't even sound like he'd be in the higher caste system. Then again, there are some brats, so I don't know.
Plus, there's systems similar to that, just the way people act. They want to be
Yeah.
better than the other guy, and they want to be on the next step up.
That tradition is so old in that country. There comes a point where so many generations, hundreds of years ago, is just producing victim after victim after victim, generation to generation. They're all just they've been thoroughly immersed in that situation, and you just don't know anything else.
Yeah, exactly. For them, it's normal. It's not weird at all.
And again, and those of us who say critiques like this, we're not exempt, which is why people like me keep talking about being self-conscious and self-scrutinizing, being critically considerate. Because push come to shove, there will be something else that we absorbed, that we unconsciously just kept our entire lives, even now, even me as I am, for instance. I don't know what it is, but it very well may be there. Hey, y'all be peaceful. Talk to y'all later.
Stay blessed, man.
All right, if everybody's going to play the quiet game, Dead or Dave will speak up for a minute. Last couple hours been good listening. That one guy was a perfect example of somebody comes in here who doesn't actually want to listen to what we're saying, and you guys did a good job of pointing that out. So, just wanted to say that. If there's anybody new on here that's got some globe evidence, feel free to share it with us. We've been looking for that for a long time.
Hey, Don, you're getting ready to launch to the International Space Station to be part of Expeditions 30 and 31. Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
So give me a couple of examples, if you would, of some of the human life sciences experiments that you're going to be involved with on this flight.
Not at all.
Well, living and working in space go along with doing science experiments in space.
There's only a few simple principles you must bear in mind before attempting to operate a sophisticated piece of machinery like this.
And I see
DJ Rakesh, Special Cam Mission Control, Don Pettit ready for liftoff. Are wow, chalo ji. At Special Camp he buckle in tight, flashing buttons a blinking like they say Don Pettit, it's just a ride, but he thinks he's in space so high. Floating chair, but he feels zero G, tighten more tool carefully, patching holes in painted wall, Houston Don Pettit fixing all. Space coffee machine he proudly make, zero gravity tea breaks, sees zodiac light so high, diamonds on Uranus in the sky. Boom, birua boom, echo in simulator room. Boom, suno ji suno, cosmic airflow, steady flow. I am Don Pettit, science guy, also repair guy, don't ask why. Fixing SS in special sky, diamonds on Uranus shining high. Hairy black holes twisting time, still I make the systems fine. Don Pettit, science guy, Arib high, I can fly. Instructor waving from the door, but don't hear space station roar. Serious face, heroic stance, orbiting in lunchroom pants. I am Don Pettit, science guy, also repair guy, orbit high. Coffee floating, passing by, diamonds on Uranus in the sky. Hairy black holes, no fear to die, DJ Rakesh certified. but dawn credit still in space.
Hello.
Earth is round. Earth is not flat. And you don't have any proof. You are spreading propaganda.
Hmm?
Yeah, I could put proof in the side chat that the Earth's not a globe, but I doubt you'll even be able to pay attention.
Guys, Earth is a globe. You know, why would they hide? No point.
Who? Who's hiding it? Who's hiding the flat Earth that we experience in reality? How's that possible?
You think NASA and all these scientists are hiding the fact, right? That's the reason why you think.
How would they hide the actual Earth?
By saying that the Earth is globe, you know, you're saying that Earth is not a globe, but they're
Well,
saying
maybe they
Earth is
believe
globe.
it's a globe. Maybe they believe it's a globe.
What about the astronauts then? Astronauts are hiding the fact. Why?
Well, maybe
Why
they're
would they
lying
hide the
about
fact?
going to space. Yeah, maybe they're lying about going to space. You just believe them.
Why would they lie?
People who believe, yes, the people who
Why would
believe
people
Earth is
lie?
flat are billionaires.
Do you think the government lies?
Billionaires.
No, like
Do you think
DJ,
people?
can you
You
tell me?
don't
Can
think
you tell me
people
why would they
lie?
lie? Why would they lie? There should be some benefits that they would get from lying about it.
Well, NASA gets $80 million a day. Do people lie for money?
No, I'm
And they're
talking
not
about
lying
those
about the flat
astronauts.
Earth, though, are they?
No,
Just lying about space travel is different than lying about Earth.
no, the NASA, the people who's in charge, if they reveal the
What are
fact
they in
that
charge of? What's NASA in charge of?
no, I'm telling you, some people, some person who knows the
Who?
facts, if they reveal
Who's
that
that?
the Earth is flat, you know, I mean, they give
Who are
they
you
give
talking about?
if they
Who's
give
some
them a,
person?
I mean, there would be some person. I don't know that much
Yeah,
detail.
maybe. Yeah. So who is that person? We don't know.
I mean, there would be, right?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm talking about those people. Yeah, if
Yeah.
they could,
I don't know. Go
if
ask
they could.
them. Go ask them.
No, it's your ability. Like, why
Why are
why
you
would you think?
asking me? Why are you asking me who some unknown person is, and why would they lie? How would I know why someone that you don't even know who it is would lie? How
There
would I
is no
check?
reason for them to lie about it. That's the reason why I'm
Really?
saying it. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
So you don't even know anyone that's lying though. You can't even name a single person.
You know, you're thinking that they're lying, right? Because I
No,
believe
no,
that there
you're
was some.
claiming it. I didn't claim that. When did I claim that? You
But
claimed
NASA
that.
is saying the Earth is globe, right? Globe, right?
Yeah, maybe they believe it's a globe. You know, that's what we get taught, isn't it, growing up? So yeah, maybe they believe it's a globe.
So you're being
NASA
serious right
also
now.
NASA
You're
also
being
doesn't talk, right? You know, NASA's the name of like a government department, right?
so
Which
you're
is
being
like
serious right now, right?
a
You're being
spy
serious.
agency. Yeah, NASA doesn't have a mouth that talks. It's a company.
I'm telling you, there are so many scientists or so many astronauts, yeah, that we know that they've been to how can I say, the space, right? So if they have been there and they're saying, yeah, the Earth is globe, then there should be some reason why they are lying about it, right? If not,
Yeah, well, they work for the government, right?
ah, okay, you're right.
Yeah. You ever heard of the space race? Space race? Hello? Heard of it?
Space race? What's that?
It's where the Soviets and the United States government were trying to compete with each other to see who could get to space first. And the USA won. Or did they just fake it, perhaps?
The Soviets claimed that Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space, except they failed to mention the 8 other attempts they made in which people died. But we could trust them.
Oh, yeah. Why would the Soviets lie?
Yeah.
Didn't Yuri, the astronaut that you're talking about, he said that if anybody tells you that men have been to space, they're lying to you.
Oh, I'm stretching.
Polish astronaut said the Earth's flat.
Yo.
Yo.
And why would people who getting a good paycheck and a pension whistleblow on that so they can become homeless and starving?
Oh, okay. Let's okay. Here's the thing. Then let's assume that NASA is hiding the fact. Okay, for the country's good, because you guys are saying they're working for the country, so they're hiding it, right? Then
Hiding
why?
what? No. That's what we're saying. That's not the case. You're saying that that's the case. I'm telling you, no, you're making that up. You don't have any evidence that anyone from NASA is lying about the shape of the Earth. This is your claim.
So you think all those satellites, videos, images, those are fake?
Yes.
What satellite image are you talking about?
Extremely
I mean,
easy
like,
to fake images of the Earth from space.
Yeah, extremely easy.
You wouldn't believe how easy it is.
okay. Do you know that the China also have the image, right? And US have the
Yeah.
image. So China is faking, US is faking. Why? Why did China
China.
fake them? Okay, you guys are. I think you guys are quite Western. I think you guys are from a Western country, right? So
You
okay,
trust the Chinese? Do you trust the Chinese government? Do you?
No, I'm telling you. So
You
okay, listen.
trust
Here's the thing.
the Chinese
No.
Chinese
DJ.
Communist government?
Be rational. Be rational. Okay,
Oh, I'm
China
very
and
rational.
USA, their governments they're fighting, right? They're competing. They're competing, right?
No, they trade
No,
with
they're
each
not.
other every day.
No,
They trade with
now.
each other
Oh my god.
every day. They trade with each other, and then the U.S. and Russia, right? They share training facilities. They share the alleged International Space Station with each other.
So
Trade,
DJ. Okay, here's the thing.
most of the
I'll ask
products
you one
that the
thing.
Americans use in their manufacturing plants come from China. Yeah, they
Oh,
trade. They're friends.
K-Thos. You don't think they're competing? Really? Okay, well, DJ,
Competing
you think
about
they're just
what?
partners? They're not
What
competing?
competing with what? What are they competing for?
Competing for the world power, the balance.
What for the world power? How are they competing for world power?
Oh, I'm done.
China can't even get an aircraft carrier to work.
Yeah.
They're not in competition with the United States.
China just fakes things, right? They're like really bad at faking things as well. And their space footage looks really, really retarded. It looks so bad. It's ridiculous. And look, they even show a flat horizon from their space station. That's kind of funny, isn't it? You want to see it? You want to see the flat horizon from space? You want to see it? Yeah? Little buddy?
Even NASA gives you flat pictures from space.
Damn, I didn't expect that you guys are this serious. Holy shit. I'm
Yeah,
done.
bro.
I'm done.
We can back up all our claims too. Hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. Look at this. This is from China. This is from China, right? Look at that flat horizon in the footage there, right? This is the China Shenzhou 14 astronauts complete second spacewalk. 1.3 million feet height. And we see a completely different looking horizon than we get from the Americans. Do you think you could tell the difference between an image that they give you that's CGI or the real thing?
No, I can give you like a best idea. You know all those like airplane companies. they're trying to
Yeah.
optimize the routes, right? Because they want to lessen the price of the oil. So what are they taking? What are they taking when they're trying to optimize their routes? They're taking this
The
globe Earth image and they're optimizing it successfully. Why? Because it is a globe.
no,
This
that's
is a
not what
direct
happens.
translation and the explanation, actually.
No.
No, they're
If
using
if
charts.
they're truly
Have
eager
nothing to do with the
no no
globe.
no no listen to me. If they're truly eager to optimize because they're a private company, then
But your premise is incorrect, my
they will
friend.
try to
That's
think
not.
about the flat Earth as well, but they're not. Why?
No. That's not how it works. Right. So they use
Tell me. You
shipping
tell me. You
chart.
tell
I
me.
mean, they use flight charts. Okay. They use like flight corridors. Have you ever heard of flight corridors? It's like
No.
a highway, but for the sky. Yeah. Have you ever heard of shipping lanes? Shipping lanes.
Brother.
Right. So on the ground we have highways. On the ocean we have shipping lanes, which is like highways but on the ocean. And then in the air we have flight corridors. And these are the paths that planes take. It's like a highway, but in the sky. Okay, they do it for insurance purposes and to do with treaties and to do with safety, and they're trying to avoid the ocean as much as possible and running into other planes. It's not just trying to find the shortest path possible. It's not how it works. Then we also have jet streams to take into account as well. Right? So the most economical route might not always be the shortest route between point A and point B either. All sorts of things you need to take into consideration. In fact, there's a lot of pilots that are flat earthers.
Yo, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting money from this?
Oh yeah.
Like being a
Mhm.
mod here
Huge paychecks.
from here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
That's why
Why
you're
not?
doing this, right?
Oh yeah, big money in this.
So who's sponsoring this?
CIA.
I'm done.
You got him. I like how they ask, why hasn't anybody blown the whistle on this? One, they do like paychecks and pensions. And number two, the people who do whistleblow it tend to end up dead. So what's the incentive to try to whistleblow on NASA?
Yeah, maybe just a dead family, you know, dead yourself dead. What could go wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
You could even just criticize in the wrong way and you could end up dead, like Gus.
Exactly. That was the warning to the other astronauts to keep their mouths shut.
Wonder if that guy will come back.
Did you see the image I posted?
Yeah. What about it? What about it?
You said that was flat.
Me? No, I didn't post that image.
Oh, that was Rayla.
Yeah.
Riley, sorry.
And the edge there is so out of focus that you can't make that line and say that's the horizon.
Yeah, yeah. That yellow line's, I'm not saying it looks flat, and I don't think that you would see it completely flat from this height anyway. But
Yeah, when
yeah,
you're
that
looking in a circle, the edges are not flat because it's a circle.
exactly.
When you're above a hula hoop, it'll begin to appear curved. You have to be at the hula hoop's level to see it as flat.
You know what's the funniest bit about that image though? It looks like they've they've taken the wrapping off a baked beans tin, and then they've put a little bit of foil around it, and they've glued on like a little wheel from like an artificial, like a model airplane, and they're calling it a satellite. It's pretty funny.
Two
It's the
wheels.
best part
There's
about
two
that
wheels.
image. There's two wheels? It's like a dish or something. It's like
Oh, they're both
oh,
dishes.
there's two wheels. I can see. I never saw the one up the top before. Now I can see it now.
And good morning, or evening, or whatever.
What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, man.
Not too much. Just cooking breakfast, about to head off to work after I eat.
Yeah, I gotta get some work done in a second myself as well.
Hey, can you guys steelman your flat Earth model for us so that we know what we're dealing with?
Sure, it's flat. That's the only claim it makes.
Who was
Where
that?
did you guys
Handyman's back.
expert?
Yeah, so we don't have a flat Earth model.
How
But
come?
yeah,
How come?
Because
we're not claiming to
perfect
know the
knowledge is impossible to have of the Earth.
yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth either.
You seem to be expert on pretty much every other subject known to man, but you can't
No,
make
no,
a
no,
flat Earth
nobody.
model?
I don't think anyone here made that claim on
Yeah,
everything.
no, it's just I just listened to you, and you just know everything about everything. But one thing
Really?
you can't
Well,
do,
that would
you
be
can't,
your own opinion. So it's an interesting
one thing you
opinion.
can't do is measure Earth's
You
curve,
sound
even though everybody else can, and
oh
you can't come
really?
up with a model that we can talk about.
Okay.
I
Well,
just
show
want
me
to
the
hear your model.
curving. Show me the curve then. You made a positive claim.
We've been through this over and over again. You
Oh, but
can't
you've never
steelman your
presented
model.
anything. You sound like you need some of Yoda's butthurt cream. I can hear the
Steve,
tone in your voice.
I've given you guys plenty of evidence
It's
of curves.
$39.59, and you can get a second tube as well thrown in for free.
I asked you to steelman your
Because
model.
you sound like you're getting.
Let's have it.
Well, I already answered your question. Can you still man my answer?
So you have no
I
model.
don't think you can. What did I say? I explained
You
it.
said we don't claim a model. We don't have a model.
And why
How
is
can
that? What was the reason I gave? So you
whatever it
don't
was
even listen. So you don't
completely
even listen.
ridiculous.
Do you have a goldfish memory?
You're deflecting. Where's your model? Who's working on it?
Yeah.
Is it the Flat Earth
Wow. So
Model Society that's
you
working on
just
it?
forgot what you said just a moment ago? Right, you
Deflection.
just stillmanned a little bit of what I said. You said we don't claim a model, we don't have a model, but you couldn't remember why. And then 2 seconds later, you forgot that you just said that, and you asked for the
No,
model again.
somebody said a model is impossible, which is ridiculous.
Do you get some type of like time to use the computers at the institution? And they're like, okay, now's your time, and then you just run into the computer room and you like jump in here and act crazy.
No, I came in in good faith,
No. You came in with the like almost crying while you're talking at the same time. It's like cry talking.
You guys are experts, but you don't have a model, which is awesome.
Yeah. Okay. You gonna cry about it? Does that make you feel any anger?
Well done, DJ.
Oh yeah, that guy's a freaking clown. He's come in before. I'm not wasting energy on that guy.
I like how they expect us to have a model. Well, where's the model of the universe? Something that explains how the exact universe works.
But a model could be simple. I mean, the globe model has a lot of claims, a radius, and not just one radius, multiple radii because of the oblateness, and, orbital mechanics. And, it has a lot of claims that can be explored and tested. But even if a model only has one specific claim, that being that the surface of a large body of water at rest is planar, that it could just be a very simple model, right?
Yeah, but that guy's just a bad faith
Can I
clown,
ask this
right?
guy a
It's not
question?
worth going over that kind of stuff with him.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah,
But I think
that wouldn't
about it.
be sufficient for him.
Yeah, nothing would be sufficient for him. He came in with intentions. Did someone just want to ask a question just then? Who was that?
Yeah, to Jesse.
Ah, yeah, Pendos. Go ahead, brother.
Let me turn you
Jesse,
up.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Let me turn you up.
So regarding the oblateness, have you ever seen the images that NASA claims is our Earth when they say they go to space?
I've seen some of them, certainly not all of them.
So how come not one of those images shows any oblateness?
The one that I checked, and this was a couple years ago, the one that I checked actually did show the expected oblateness. Mind you, it's 0.3%. So it's like if you have
So it's really not oblate.
I'm not sure what you're saying. 0.3% out of round is not round, right? If something's non-round by 3%, then it's not round, right?
You said 0.3, right?
I believe that was it. Yeah.
That's really not that noticeable for the kind of size that they claim.
You wouldn't notice it.
Let
It's
me
like
look it up.
0.3% off being a perfect sphere.
Let me look up. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Which means, so like 1% would be 1 out of 100. 3% would be 3 out of 100. 0.3% would be 3 out of 1,000. So what I did is I found a picture of Earth that was like about 1,000 pixels. The Earth appeared about 1,000 pixels wide, and I counted the pixels, and it was about 3 pixels wider in the pole to pole, or in the equator to equator, than the pole to pole. So it's like, yeah, it's what they claim. Well, sure, maybe they just faked it really good, but anyway, does that answer your question?
How did you actually count the pixels?
I'm a certified pixel counter. I used GIMP, which is a free open source image editor tool like Photoshop, but free and open source. And it has a measuring tool where you can click one point and then drag the mouse to another point, and it tells you the number of pixels between those 2 points.
He unleashed his GIMP and had the GIMP do the work.
Yeah.
So does that mean that oblateness can only obstruct 0.3% of the measured curvature of any kind of measured drop?
I don't quite understand the question. Try again. Give an
Because
example.
on the oblate, I don't know what to say. Okay, on a sphere, if it's oblate, there'll be a flatter side and the rounder side.
Right. The poles, in this case, the poles would be have a slightly larger radius, and the equator would have a slightly smaller radius.
Yeah, by only 0.3%, right?
The distances is 0.3%. I'm not sure exactly how the radius would actually work out, but probably something like that.
Okay.
Oh, that's. You can look at the far left of that picture, the line you drew. You could see there's more black space underneath it, so there's clearly still a curve.
I don't think Latz was claiming it's completely flat. But he did draw a more accurate line than your one.
Yeah, I just want to show you the line that you drew with ass. I said right underneath my picture, my line versus your line.
What height is the Hubble? $340 miles. Well, 340 miles.
Yeah, Debate Daddy claimed that that line he drew on there was a measurement. So I asked him for all the data for that, including everything about the camera, etc., but I have yet to see any of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have it because this wasn't my picture. This was the one that Riley posted.
So
You
how
said
is
it
it a
was a
measurement
measurement.
yeah, how is it a measurement of curvature then?
It's
It's an
a straight
image.
line. Straight line, and
It's
there's
what?
no curve.
You mean the Earth is a slope?
And the one where I do have all the height and all that, I did the calculation showing Earth's radius lining up. You could do it time and time
Great,
again.
let's see it. Let's do it. Let's see it.
That was the one that Matrix said that it was a problem that the units were an arbitrary pixel count.
Well, post it and we can analyze it ourselves.
I mean, I'm going to see measurements and calculations personally.
Yeah. How come you guys don't like to actually measure the surface of the Earth on the Earth? Why is that such an inconvenience?
We do. We show
Where is
surveys
it?
that time and
Let's
time again show. But you guys say that
let's see
they
him.
didn't.
Let me see him.
You guys say that
Let me see
uh,
them.
Baron Rutledge.
Okay, what did he do?
He posts surveys all the time.
So now you're appealing to somebody else. You're not going to post it. Post the shit.
I'm pretty sure I could even go
Give me
into DJ
Don't
server.
give
Like
me
he has some
Give
pictures
me
he
the
can post there.
gosh damn survey right now.
Let me grab it.
What is going on?
Superman needs to be banned. I'll ban him.
Is somebody like spamming the channel?
Or did Over Fences get it?
I don't know. I was gonna alt tab and see who was doing it, but they stopped.
I didn't do anything.
No, somebody was
Some
like spamming joining and leaving the channel to trigger the
I know that.
notification.
I know that.
Yeah, I have a superpower. I can deafen them, and then that and then they stay deafened no matter what channel they go into. I got to find him so I can apply the punishment. Where are you, Superman?
That dude's about to take a big L.
I found him.
Yeah.
So
there,
server
I
deafened.
posted one of them. DJ's responded to this already, and he says that Baron just accounts for standard refraction. He's not actually taking the refraction measurement at the time. But the thing is, neither do the flat earthers. So like, I think it's just a deadlock if that's true.
Well, what's the distance?
That's 1 mile.
Okay, 1 mile. And what did we find out?
There's curve.
Okay, 8 inches worth.
Yep.
Great.
Go ahead and look.
Fantastic. So what are we going to do?
You guys don't like that. So
No, I don't have a
we're
problem
not
with
gonna
it.
do anything.
No worries. No worries. You have one observation of 8 inches per 8 inches per mile square. Good. That's a great start. You got another one?
There isn't even an observation in that video. He drew a diagram.
Oh, he drew a
Did you watch the
diagram.
video? I know the thumbnail has a theodolite, but he don't use it in that video.
Anyway, that's just one video I picked from his channel. There's tons of different ones.
Yeah, well, I've talked to Baron. He doesn't even know what the flexion of the vertical is. So he's an idiot.
Are you bringing up people that don't know what they're doing with their tools? Like Jesse Path of Light?
Do you understand that being a surveyor, okay, it's like being a taxi driver. You know how to operate the car, but you can't make a car. You can't engineer a car. You can't design a car. You can't fix a car. But you can use the car. That's what a surveyor is. My friend did surveying in when we were in high school.
Same here. Yep.
He wasn't even graduated from high school yet. He did it as a summer job. Which should go to show that Jesse Pathelite is below high school level competence.
You're just like ad homing him. Like, what if I were ad homing you guys, saying most of you guys are dropouts? Like, I don't do
No
that.
worries.
You
You'd be
should.
Well,
wrong.
that happens all the time in here, so we're used to it.
Dropouts. We have some people in here
But
who
him not knowing.
use like Boy Scout badges. Just saying.
But him not knowing like the answer to that question doesn't invalidate his measurement, right? Like you're just ad
What? There's
homing.
no measurement in that. No, it evaluates the presupposition that he's doing to draw a conclusion. He thinks that the plumb line is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in geodesy when it's not.
There's like very, very, very little variation, right?
Says who?
Like microscopic.
What's up?
What does that mean?
Would it be
It's
worth
like not
pointing
a
him towards
perfect
the
straight line,
hashtag
right?
Geodesy channel in our home server? We got tons of reference citations on this topic. I don't mean to interrupt or interject too
But you
much, but
agree
specifically addressing that when people try to use the globe for surveying, it falls apart and they have to resort to flat horizontal reference planes.
You can't
Yeah, but
appeal
you
to
guys
a
agree
profession and then reject a
for all
profession.
it's virtually perpendicular, right? You agree with that?
What is this soy
Accuracy
boy,
is
right?
improved with the horizontal plane, dude. Like they try to use the globe to the highest precision they can from GPS and it fails. They have to switch to a flat plane and it becomes more accurate. This isn't just for building stuff, but also applied to like unmanned aerial vehicles that are landing to align with the runway better.
I just wanted to point one thing out quickly, right? This is the difference between our observations and your observations. Okay, we're not going out and doing a 1 mile long observation and saying, oh, there's no deviation from level, therefore the Earth is flat. Okay, that would be completely retarded to do that. Okay, you guys are making hyper-specific claims about the Earth. We're testing them. Okay, and when we test them over large distances, they're off by orders of magnitude. Right? We're not using that as flat Earth proof. Right? That's just showing that there's huge discrepancies. Every single time we test the Earth, we can't find the curvature. Right? When you guys are going out, right, and butchering what you're supposed to do, right, when you're trying to make hyper-specific claims over these distances. Okay, you're not accounting for the confounding variables at all. It's retarded. It's completely retarded. You know, and
Well,
the
Baron tries
actual
to. He
academic,
factors in standard refraction.
the actual academic papers, right? So if you go to the atmospheric refraction section in my server and look at 27 minutes after the hour, right? There's a whole paper there on how much it fluctuates constantly. It goes over geodetic surveying step by step. There's a link there, citations, papers, huge section on how much it varies. Right, and they're explaining how standard refraction is never something that you should apply when you're doing these observations. So it is ridiculous,
I can
right?
grant that.
You've got some monkey. Look, dude, you've got some meathead, right, that learned how to follow some instructions to do surveying work, like Indio said, and I had a friend at school who did surveying as well. Right, it's super simple. You're just learning how to follow a few instructions and you know write down a little bit of math. It's not difficult. You can learn it in a couple of week course or a couple of months course, depending on what you want to do with it. Right, we're not
You got to
making the
take
same
papers that
claims
say
with
to
our
apply
observation.
standard refraction, you're going to screw the whole thing up and not to do it.
It's exactly what this paper says that I'm looking at right now. And they actually
I'll
did real
grant
world
that, but
testing.
I think that the consequence of granting that, to say that, okay, Baron doesn't do measurements in the field on the day, but like neither do flat earthers, so then we have to throw everything out.
And neither
Well,
do
this is
I know you are, but what am I? Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
that's sort of
to
redundant.
Kokwe.
It's like
Yeah.
you didn't even hear what I said.
No, it's just a consistent standard, that's all.
You don't have no standard.
The globe
You
has no
kidding?
standard.
You guys don't want to have a double standard, do you?
There's no standard of there's no standard geoid model. There's no standard reference ellipsoid. There's none of that. There's no standard curvature rate. You guys have gravity that is both deflecting and curving in the field, which means you can't have standard vertical plumb lines. The globe is an unfalsifiable garbage heap.
Whereas we have
I was just saying,
observations
like,
where well, look, obviously you can't have some heavy downward bending light if you have warmer water than the air temperature. Right? So we've got observations where we've negated your excuse of refraction. It's not
And I have
possible.
to correct myself. He did do observation in that. He did do an observation. You can hear the freaking wind. Now, do you think if he would come back like 4 hours later, he would have got the same value?
No.
If he would have measured no curve, would you be a globe earther right now? Or a flat earther? Would you switch sides?
Oh, if this was a consistent thing, yeah.
How can what does that mean? You say a lot of
Yeah,
words
if
that are
Baron went out there.
unquantifiable. They're just generalities.
Yeah, if like. Again, I'm gonna add the same
100 times
caveats
in a
you
row?
guys would
1,000
add.
times in a row? Can you quantify it?
Yeah, it would be whatever like standard you guys would accept too in the reverse direction. Like if they went out there and time again they just saw a curve, you probably
He
wouldn't be
measured an
convinced once,
angle. He
right? It
didn't
would take a
see
bunch of
curve.
times.
Bro, he measured an angle. He measured an angle relative to the vertical, which is what?
Yeah.
Which is what? What does vertical indicate? Does it indicate the surface of the earth or does it indicate a phenomenon? Yeah, it indicates a phenomenon. What direction is things falling in? We're going to measure a horizontal relative to that. And in surveying itself, that horizontal line is only valid at the fucking point of measurement. This is what they say. This isn't what I say. This isn't flat earth shit. You understand that this is in the literature itself? You know what angle 8 inches is over a mile? You have any idea? It's 0.007 degrees. No, sorry, my mistake. 0.0007 degrees. No, 0.007 degrees. 2343. So that's 63,360 inches.
Great that the tools are that precise.
Really? Says who?
Yeah, what's up?
Manufacturer don't say that.
Says the $100,000 total station.
The manufacturer of that
Oh.
total station doesn't say that.
So no one should buy one of these total stations?
We have two different precisions here. We have the precision of the instrument within itself, right? So within the machine itself, within the apparatus, it is capable of measuring an angle, right? It's precision. But that is not outside the instrument. So that has
What does that
they have
mean?
a range.
Doesn't it just have to align itself internally, and then you can get the angle that it needs?
But we're talking about the precision of the angle internally inside the machine, right? Inside the instrument.
Mm-hmm.
So it has an angle. That doesn't mean outside of it. It means that. Do you think that they actually calibrated it to a 1,500 meter? Let's say this one does 1,500 meters. That they calibrated it to a 1,500 meter precision?
You don't think it could perfectly level itself?
What are you talking? Do you even know what I'm talking about? Perfectly level. I don't even know where to start with you, Ben. Look, you don't have level on a globe is curved. What are you understanding? That level, the plumb line, which is 90 degrees from level, is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth.
This allows surveyors to measure a flat Earth and still think they're on a globe.
Doesn't level just mean a right angle to the radius of the Earth?
No. No.
Not that simple.
Level's perpendicular to the plumb line.
To the center of the Earth?
It has nothing to do with the center of the Earth because if it's an oblate spheroid, plumb lines don't point to the center of the Earth. They only point to the center of the Earth at the 45-degree latitude. Because that tangent plane is perpendicular to the center of the Earth only in those locations. A sphere
Do you
is
just
not
mean
an
that?
ellipsoid.
Do you just mean that the Earth is around like 40 kilometers wider at the equator than it is at the poles? So, like, that's the variation you're talking about.
Okay. So say you have a tangent plane, okay, on the surface of the Earth. That tangent plane has to be 90 degrees perpendicular to the plumb line. It's only one place that could happen. Now, if it was a sphere, that would be everywhere. But it's not a sphere, so you don't have the same curvature, right? So you have a tilt. Hold on, maybe I'll find a diagram. Easier to show a diagram than explain this.
Geoidal undulations.
This isn't even the undulations. This is just geometry. I'll just make it myself.
I've got some artifacts to boost.
Why doesn't Planet Peterson come in here anymore?
I got
There, side chat.
Probably got sick of getting his ass whomped. So if you look in the side chat, so that's a tangent line, right? And perpendicular to the tangent line is the plumb line. You see that that's not going to intersect the center of the Earth.
By what margin is it off by?
It's random.
Like how many decimal places on average is the range?
I mean, it depends on the site. Depends on the ellipsoid you're using. But they don't use the ellipsoid for that. They use an Earth gravitational model, which Yoder posted.
That's right. That quote unquote explains why the verticals are off center.
Of that word.
It's also why, yeah, it's why you have horizontal tangent planes to the ellipsoid that can be tilted up and tilted down.
And this is why we're sitting here talking to you, debate daddy, because they don't measure curvature. Perrin Rutledge didn't falsify all of geodesy with his measurements. They admit they don't directly measure curvature because they use a reference ellipsoid in a gravitational model from which their flat plane measurements are placed into. But that's complicated. I'd rather just believe this random fucking TikToker went out there and measured 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, everywhere with exact precision.
That's the crazy part.
Without knowing any of this shit when you start digging into their literature. Like he would fail like intro to geodetic surveying. Literally. Professor
Do you
be
have
like,
a
dude,
combo with
Because none of
somewhere?
this shit comes up in his actual practice. He's probably surveying fucking property bounds and he's surveying freaking, uh, the level plane they're going to stick an office on. He's not doing geodesy. He's not doing any of that crap. That shit only applies to anything when they're
Yo,
building like fucking
howdy.
highways. Something wrong with your mic?
I think that guy
Yeah,
wants to
hello.
talk, but before I go, I wanted to just ask, do you have a recording of talking to Baron?
Byron Rutledge? No, I had one like 5 years
Yeah.
ago.
Oh,
I had one
okay.
like 5, 6 years ago.
Okay. You can unleash this guy.
Ugh, do I want to?
Who is it?
Vic rants. And he fucking balls.
Oh shit. I gotta go talk to the retarded first. These are the smart ones.
I wish I would save that quote because, dude, there was recent within the last decade, there was two big time people in the field of geographic information systems, GIS, that said we're not measuring the Earth, we're measuring the direction of gravity. They came out and explicitly freaking said it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, that's what they're doing.
So you're dunking yo-yos to the survey site and start swinging them back and forth.
Well, that's what they're doing, right? Because the instrument they're using is restricted, right? When you set up an instrument to measure something, it has to be in relation to something else. That's what a measurement is. You're comparing one thing to another thing. Well, their first step is to measure gravity. It isn't to measure the Earth. And then hypothesis is placed on that measurement of the relationship to the ground to that direction, right? The direction of gravity. Now we're going to make a hypothesis or a theory about what that relationship is. It's 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth. It's freaking tilted. It's curving. Whatever it is, after that, it's all hypothesis. This isn't, and what I'm saying is not my opinion. It's 100% objective fact that they first thing they do is level the instrument. The act of leveling finds the direction of gravity. Then from that direction, all the quote unquote Earth measurements are done. But they're only measuring the Earth that surrounds that point's direction of gravity. That's all they're doing. They're not doing anything beyond that.
And that direction is pre-assumed to be bent.
Yes.
Shit. Wow.
Just not where you are. It's bent somewhere else. If it doesn't match the globe, then it's bending.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how bent it is by how flat it looks. Not even joking. Because their gravimetric model has to be based on a reference ellipsoid too.
So if it doesn't conform, they bend it. That's awesome.
So which book is that one out of Yoda with all these red lines are level? Higher Geodesy or?
Caption at the bottom. It's like Molodensky and something or other. It's in the server somewhere.
Okay. It's a good image. I like it.
You guys may have heard Wild Bill talk that he met a guy who's in charge of the surveying for some really major projects, like miles long. He said, you know, you would know what they are. You'd be familiar with him, but he had a chance to sit down and talk with him, and he said they just do straight rise over run. And in fact, the guy didn't even know the rate of curvature. That came to him as a complete shock when Bill told him about it.
Yikes. Well, how can anything work?
Yeah, exactly.
Highways don't work anymore, man. Imagine you're about to pull on the highway, dude. You're on the on ramp. You're like, I don't know, man. This is sketchy. I don't think they account for curvature. I don't know if I want to drive this road.
I don't know. Just to go back to what Debate Daddy presented. I find it so amusing that they come up with this one observation taken over 1 mile, and they feel that trumps hundreds of laser tests done over extended distances. And then they say, "Oh, well, you know, it's 50-50, you know, you're just like us." And they don't like, I don't know if they are unable to hear themselves, or you know, they just want to believe so strongly that they convince themselves, or if they're just lying. But to claim that the evidence on our side is somehow equivalent to this absolute crap they present is just beyond me.
It's my personal belief that it's just embarrassing amounts of confirmation bias. Because Indio asked the right question. Uh, you know, if the adverse was presented, would you, agree that the flat Earth is correct or whatever? And I don't know if we got a straight answer, but from what I can tell, just by the behavior,
Oh, it became conditional.
would probably maintain himself. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh yeah, yeah. If there's enough like consistency, but I mean, obviously this isn't just one observation.
What
Man. You
what
can
do
go
you
to his
mean
channel
by
and see
that?
plenty.
What do you mean if there was enough consistency? Don't just like keep on after that
But if you go
statement.
to his channel and see consistent results, it's not just one observation, by the way.
Okay,
You know,
so
he's
one
showing you
guy.
everything he's done.
Bro, you all think that the earth is flat?
Yeah, can you let him answer the question? How do you know Barron is posting what he's done?
You must be
Everything.
crazy.
Yeah, that's not a good argument for the globe. We could be crazy and Earth's still flat. Whether we're crazy or not has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, earth is flat, right? What about the oceans? What do you think?
Flat.
What about the oceans?
LDS
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, dude.
What?
The oceans are flat.
What do you think about like below? Like where is Antarctica?
Could we
South?
finish up with the other guy first?
Yeah, I mean, give us a second, Big Grant, okay?
No,
We can
I'm
finish
good.
up
I
with the
mean,
debate.
I was just gonna say that even with like the laser tests and stuff, like if you haven't personally done it, you don't really know how they're doing it or if they're cutting it in a certain way or anything too. Like if we're
That's a
gonna go
red
full
herring. It has
skeptic,
nothing to do with anything we
but
said, dude. We didn't say you got to
we can go
personally
full
do anything.
skeptic. Yeah, like I don't know
All I
what
said
Baron is
was,
posting.
how do
I
you
don't know if
know he's showing you everything? Do you
do
think
I
he's
have
going to
deep
show you
knowledge
the
of it?
other
No.
shit? Listen, I know from looking at surveying logs that are publicly available at the National Archive that they get all sorts of measurements. They don't go out there and just get the same result over and over and over again. Typically, when they do a sighting, they take 12 to 20 measurements from just that one location of the exact same thing and then average them. Did you know that?
Yeah.
If he's showing you one-offs, here, I'm going to show you this one observation. I know he's making a dozen observations. And why are you showing me 1 out of a dozen? Why don't you show me all dozen of them? You know the answer to this. Because it wouldn't support his fucking anti-flat earth globetard nonsense.
Bro, that world thinks that the Earth is a globe.
Why do you think the Earth's a globe, Big Grant? Real quick. Why do you think it's a globe?
What you think is a globe? Because you know it.
No,
You
why do
know it's a
you?
globe.
How do I know it? From what?
Yeah. How do you know
How
it?
do I?
You
How?
look at the
How do I know it? What did I experience which tells me the Earth is a globe?
yeah. I'll tell you. If you look at
Yeah.
the sky and look like
Yeah, I said the Earth, not the sky.
wait, let me finish. Like a empty land, like an empty land. Look at the empty land and see how the Earth curves. Like at the end, it
Oh, you mean the
curves like a
horizon?
globe.
The
Yeah, it's
horizon, you
the
mean?
horizon. It curves like a
Okay,
globe, like half of a globe.
that's good.
So you're standing in the middle.
Good. The horizon is not the curve.
So
You know
what
how
is
I
it?
know this?
Yeah, how?
Well,
Bro, don't fly.
because Big Grant, because if you go to the ocean, I live near the ocean. You go to the ocean and watch like for an hour or 2 hours, you'll see the horizon move around. So it'll be like maybe 3 miles away, and then an hour later it'll be 5 miles away, and then an hour later it'll be 4.5 miles away, and it'll move around. I'm not moving. The horizon is moving where it looks like. So the curve can't move around, can it?
It's moving. It's not moving. It's there, but you're moving, and you think it's
No, I
moving
no,
because
no, 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 no.
the Earth
I'm not
is
moving,
so big.
dude. I'm not moving. I'm not moving, dude. I'm stationary.
Yeah.
I got video. I can show you video of it happening.
Why do you need to claim like if you know that the Earth is flat? Why do you need to claim it so desperately like the Earth is flat? If you
No one
don't
is
believe
desperate,
me,
dude. You're the
I would
desperate
be
one.
like,
You just made up the shit about the horizon. You're the desperate one.
all right, all right. What do you think about the solar system? Are there
Nothing. There
no
is no
planets?
solar system.
What? Are there no other planets other than Earth?
No, but they're not orbiting the sun.
What do you think? There is a sun?
I see the sun yet. You're just being a
Yeah.
troll now.
What do you think? The sun is a globe?
You're a brick.
The sun is a
Yeah, I see this. I see the sun. Yes,
yeah.
I see the planets. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think? The sun is a globe or a flat
Yeah. So
thing?
what? The Earth isn't the
Oval.
sun. The Earth isn't the
Wait,
sun, dude.
but you think that
Why?
the
Why do you
sun,
think the Earth and bro? Why do you think the Earth and the sun would be the same?
bro? If you think that the Earth is flat, you're a fool, bro. For
See?
real,
Yeah.
you're.
Okay. Yeah. You have
It's
no actual, no
2026.
arguments. Should have known better than even engage with you.
I mean, wait. You don't even
I
think that
can be
the
a fool and the Earth is still flat, dude. I can be an idiot, retard, crazy person. The Earth is still flat.
yeah. So you don't believe
The
in
only way
the
you're
solar
gonna the only way you're ever gonna see a globe is on a TV set,
TV? Bro, I don't even
on a
watch
screen.
TV.
Well, on a screen somewhere. Well,
Bro,
I mean,
you
your whole reality is dictated by a fucking screen. Think about that. You have
what do
no
you think
idea
the
what
moon?
happens outside. You've never gone outside and done any tests. You've never made any observations in the natural world. Everything you think is real is what you saw on
It's
the
common
screen.
sense, bro. Bro,
It's
wait,
not common
all right.
sense.
Let's just
No,
think that the Earth is flat. Wait,
it's not
for a
common
second.
sense. And if you common sense, a logical fallacy anyway.
What do you think the sun does? Does it rotate around the Earth or the Earth rotates around the sun? What do you think?
The sun moves just like you see it.
The sun moves around the Earth?
It doesn't go around the Earth. It's not in an orbit.
How does it move?
How do you see it move, dude? Just like that.
Circular, circular.
The sun doesn't move in a circle. You don't see it move in a circle, do you?
Then how does it move?
I just told you.
Bro, where does the sun go when it's like dark?
Okay, so let's say I had a light and I put it on top of a car and I drove away.
Oh, it
You
goes
can see.
below.
Are you
What do
gonna
you
see
think
the?
the
No,
will?
it doesn't go below anything. No, dude. It just goes far away, and the light fades
Where?
out, just like it does in real
Where?
life.
Yeah, and it comes back again when it's morning. Yeah.
Okay, if I had a candle, how far away could you see it? Could you see it 100 miles away?
No.
Could you see it 20 feet away?
Yeah,
Okay, why?
because it's the distance,
Yeah, what about the distance?
bro. How do you think the sun?
The
The
air,
sun.
air, air absorbs light, dude. I hate to break it to you. So when the sun moves far away to the quote unquote other side of the earth, not under it, across the plane, the air absorbs all the light so it doesn't reach you. The same way water, if you're underwater, absorbs the light, right? So the light doesn't reach you. It's very simple.
Bro, do you think that the Earth's like flying above, like it has some wings? How does it
No,
move?
there's no outer space, dude.
There's no space. Where is the sun? It's in the sky.
No outer space vacuum.
No space.
No,
Where is the sun? Then it's where is it going?
not in outer
In the
space.
where is the sun moving? In the sky or somewhere?
We already covered this, dude. I just told you to answer
Bro,
this twice.
then where
You're
does the
not
moon
listening to
come from?
answers.
Where does the moon?
I'm gonna ask you to repeat back to me anything I said, and you better be able to tell me. Why does the sun get dark? Why does it get dark? Why did I tell you?
Because it moves in a circular way and it goes
But why
back
doesn't the
in a
light? Why doesn't the light reach you?
what? Why doesn't the light reach me?
Yeah, what did I say? Why does the light not reach you? Told you the reason why light
Because
doesn't
it
reach you.
moves. Because it moves. Because it went below the earth.
It's not what I said. Fucking asshole. Waste my fucking time. The air. The air absorbs the light before it reaches you. You're the one who said it goes below. Mm. I'm embarrassed to say I was having a better time with debate, Daddy. Anyway, the point I was trying to make, debate Daddy, they take lots of measurements, and he's cherry picking measurements to show you. So that's simple. This is what what's his name? Not Sly Sparking, and the other dude Soundly did with his Lake Pontchartrain. There's a live stream, it's still up now on his channel, where he looks for his Lake Pontchartrain bridge photo. And he's sharing his screen, his MacBook screen. And on that screen are hundreds of folders. Each folder has hundreds of photos of the bridges. You know what all of them show? No curved bridge, no curved bridge, no curved bridge, no curved power lines. And he has to go into folder after folder after folder until he finds the one he's looking for. That's how I found the date that he took the photograph. And then I went and looked up the buoy data for when he took the photograph at Lake Pontchartrain. And it showed that there was 2 temperature inversions that day. And then I looked up, hey, can temperature versions make the surface look curved, make the surface of something look curved? And then I found a published paper of simulating atmospheric refraction, and that's exactly what it shows. But the point is, it's cherry-picked data. Now, I don't know if they know. I'm not going to assume that they, know that cherry-picked data is bad. and try to, question their integrity. But I just think it's kind of funny that you have people like Jesse and Barron and, that have perfect observations. This shit ain't perfect. This is messy. Doing real observational science is messy. Even experimental science is super messy.
That's typically how they do it, right? They have that one photograph. I'm like, okay, where's the rest of the photographs you took that day?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Sounded like he drove down to Lake Pontchartrain, snapped the picture, got back in his car, and drove home.
Yeah, he took one photograph. Meanwhile, I've taken photographs across Lake Ontario, different days of the year, different temperatures. Pretty much they all look the same.
Hello? No, it's
Yo,
quiet.
what's up?
Nothing. You good?
Banana kimchi milk. Ugh, doesn't sound very appetizing.
Really?
Kimchi? Well, I've never had kimchi. I've had banana milk. That's all right. I can't imagine kimchi would be a good addition.
Kimchi's good. It's good in ramen.
Yeah.
Is it good in banana milk?
No, because it's kind of spicy.
You like
You
spicy
can
milk?
feel the spiciness, sweetness, and the creaminess by the milk. So good.
I gotta just throw up in my mouth. Anyway,
You must be Korean.
That's racist.
No, the banana milk is hugely popular in South Korea as well as kimchi. That's not
Are you
racist.
are you Korean? How did you know
No,
that?
I know things.
Damn. Yeah, it's true actually. Damn.
that was like mic drop. I know things. That was it. Ding.
No, I'm actually going to Seoul in June, so
Enjoy. Enjoy
yeah,
your
I
trip.
will.
Try put some kimchi on the top of the pizza with pineapples. That goes well.
God, dude, you're grossing me out. Cut it out.
No, really. I mean, like, let's get rid of all those prejudices. That's not true.
Oh, jalapenos on your pizza.
But that's good actually. In
I
Korea
know
we
it's good.
we
I just
sell
eat it all the
jalapenos.
time.
No, we put jalapenos on the pizza. Seriously, with some meat on.
So do I, dude.
Jalapeno.
I'm serious too.
Yeah, it's good.
You know what I don't put on pizza?
What?
Ketchup.
Oh, ketchup goes
Yeah,
well.
please. Yeah. Come on, man. Freaking sacrilegious. It's like putting ketchup on steak.
Mm. I put
What
ketchup
brings
on
you to the
steak.
channel? What brings you in
I,
here, brother?
I think Earth is a triangle.
Oh God. So you have an IQ of 2.
Uh,
Maybe 3. He's got an IQ the size of a
yeah,
Come on,
triangle.
three.
man. Like
Yeah,
that's
it's
like
got
the
an IQ
lowest
of 6
tier
or 7.
troll.
I mean, I was
It,
6 when I was young, but now I'm old, kind of old, so I became like 3, 2.
Earth is a triangle is the lowest tier troll for this topic. Literally the
I'm not
lowest.
troll, bro. I'm being serious.
It's either Earth is a triangle or Earth and a donut, or is a donut. Those two are competing for the lowest tier unoriginal troll.
Unoriginal.
Dinosaur?
Come on, man.
Aboriginal.
No, unoriginal.
My English, okay? Yeah.
Okay, unoriginal means just like everybody else. I have no imagination.
Unoriginal.
Stunted development.
So on the original is a thing that is bullshit.
Original
right?
would be new, right? That unique, that and new that nobody else did before. And unoriginal is everybody does it.
Unoriginal,
Yes.
right? Unoriginal.
Yeah. Original. You know what original means?
Oregano? Yes. I know original. Yeah, you mean unoriginal, which is like a
Unoriginal is
counter-original.
the opposite.
Yeah, opposite. I know. Yeah. Indio.
So
Are you Indian?
not from Indian.
Oh,
Look at his
from where
PFP.
Indian?
He's clearly Japanese.
Oh, you're Japanese Indian?
No, dude. You fucker.
日本人ですか?
What is a Japanese Indian?
あなたは日本人ですか?
Native American, dude. That's where it
Native
comes from.
American.
Yes.
You mean the Native American? You mean the people
Yeah, like
who
with
are
the feather
there?
in your hair, dude. Yeah. Not with the dot. With the feather.
So you guys should claim the land for the who's the girl? The Billie Irish, you know? Hello?
Pocahontas? Yeah, what? Billy Irish? Who the hell is
Yeah,
that?
where
Irish.
Billie Eilish is living is a place where you guys used to live. So you guys should claim for the land.
Yeah, I'm good with that, dude. That war's over, dude. We ain't
Yeah.
like, dude. Natives aren't Jewish. We're not gonna cry for fucking 2,000 years.
You guys are cool then.
Yeah, right. We got conquered. We ain't crying. We ain't whining about it. Oh shit, we got conquered. Please give me my land back. No, that shit ain't happening.
They made us build the pyramids.
Yeah, God's chosen people got lost in a desert for 40 years.
Flat and triangle
They
aren't
use
mutually
GPS.
exclusive. Well, I think this server is really good to learn English. Thanks, guys. I'll
It
come
is.
here time to time.
I bet I speak and you won't understand me.
Oh, someone is speaking in a different accent. Like Indio is speaking in an American accent, but the other one is speaking in Chinese accent.
I speak American.
Yeah.
Jedi speaks English.
Jedi, hello.
Hello there.
Yeah. English is
Oh
a
my
bit
God,
a
this is
daintier
different.
version of American.
I'll let that slide.
Jedi is, I think, is a bottle of water. English is a bottle of water. English, right?
Depends what time of day it is. If I'm
You
lazy,
Australian?
no. If I'm lazy, it's a bottle of water. If I'm in polite society, it's a bottle of water.
Yeah, you're English.
Yeah.
Oh. English people are racist. I don't like it.
No, we're not.
I know
Well,
what you guys have done to Irish people. You know, I read the book. That's harsh.
yeah, that's more of a Protestant Catholic thing, not necessarily English versus Irish.
No, you're keen. You're keen. Cut it off. The
It was
support
Protestant. Yeah.
supplement.
It was Protestant. Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway, the Earth is triangle. This is my claim.
Okay, I'll agree.
The British and Irish are the same race. I'm afraid to tell you.
No, it's not. They're ginger. The gingery Irish people.
Oh, so they're not they're not European, right? They're not from the same
I mean, I'm
area.
talking about the origins. I'm talking about the origins.
Of course, they're both European origins. Yes.
Wait a second. I'm gonna guess where it's from.
Right. Also, bro, they're both from the human race. That's the origin.
Buggy, you're Australian, right?
Yeah. That's what a birth certificate says.
Good day, mate. What's going on? What's going on?
Yoder made me realize today that the Jewish people are LARPers. I never realized that.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that?
I mean, they're literally LARPers, dude. That's what they're doing. They're LARPing. Like, we're the dudes that built the pyramids. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're LARPing, bro.
Guys, don't hate Jewish people. Don't hate Chinese. Don't hate Asian. Don't hate
Mongolians.
Mongolians. Don't hate everyone. Okay, just love each other. Okay.
Excuse me. I'll hate or like whoever my heart pleases. Right.
Don't be Mongolian.
What did I say that was hateful? I'm just describing shit, dude. I didn't say whether I hate or like it. They're LARPing, dude. Live action role playing. Their role playing is the people that built the pyramids.
Wasn't that the Egyptians?
What would that mean? The Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians, remember? So they're the ones who actually built it.
Yeah. They were enslaved by Egyptians. Enslaved by Egyptians.
They were forced to build a pyramid, like Yoder said.
Yeah. So they ran away, and you see the Red Sea, right? You put the stick on the ground, boom, and then the Red Sea divided into two.
Who parted the Red Sea?
What?
Who parted the Red Sea?
Poseidon.
No.
I mean, the guy, I don't know the name actually, because I don't believe in religion. but he's
You
Jewish.
don't have to believe in it to know the stories. I don't
Yeah.
believe in Star Wars, but I know the stories.
God parted it.
Okay.
Mm.
You're thinking of Moses, but you were closer when you said
Mose.
Poseidon because Moses did not part the Red Sea. God parted the Red Sea, and Moses got in trouble for taking credit for it.
Okay. I don't believe in those fairy tales. I don't whatever, but I don't want to disrespect them.
What fairy tales?
They're
Do you
human
believe
beings.
the Earth's a globe? But you believe the Earth's a globe? That's a fairy tale.
No, Earth is a triangle. I said I never believe Earth is a globe.
No,
That's
you're
just a
just
made up
coping.
fantasy in your head.
Bro, I don't want to disrespect you. Okay.
Okay, can we disrespect you though?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm cool, but
Okay,
You
this
will
this
anyway.
triangle, is it isosceles, right angle? What type of triangle is it?
just actual like triangle.
An actual triangle, okay, but you can have many types of triangle, right? You're confused already, aren't you?
I don't know much
It's
of English terminology. Wait a second. I'll search it. 이등변
it's okay.
삼각형이요. Okay. What the fuck? Isosceles triangle. Well, this is really difficult English.
Isosceles.
I don't want to learn your English. I want to learn American English. It's better.
It's the same word.
you.
It's the
No, but the
same word in the United States as it is in England, dude.
pronunciation is different. I want to learn American English or Canadian English because your English is too posh. I don't want to be that arrogant person. Okay.
Okay,
Sorry,
isosceles triangle.
Okay, thank you.
Isosceles. It's an isosceles triangle.
Isosceles.
I'm bored. Yeah.
Hey, quit using my accent, Jedi. I heard that.
Wait, Indio, I know you're
learned from the
American.
best.
Can you please pronounce it, please? I wanna mimic your accent.
Okay.
Indio.
Can somebody translate and ask our friend if he measured any angles for his triangle Earth? And then when he says no, we can move on.
Isosceles
Have you measured
triangle.
any triangles for your triangle Earth, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Have you measured any triangles to prove the Earth is a triangle? Go ahead.
I never measured it because I don't have that much time these days. But I think this Earth is
Okay,
triangle.
we
Really.
can move on now, Jedi.
So you all measured it.
We have measured the Earth to be flat and level. Yes, sir.
Oh damn. Wait, isosceles. Isosceles triangle, right?
Isosceles. Repeat after me. Isosceles.
Isosceles. Oh, thank you.
There you go. You go.
Isosceles triangle. I think North Pole is on the top, and South Pole is on the bottom line. In this, I saw. Oh shit! Sorry. Come again.
Sounds more like an equilateral triangle.
Yeah, kind of like that. Dave, can you please help me with the pronunciation? I'll follow it after one time.
Isosceles.
No, we've moved on from isosceles. We're on to equilateral now.
Isosceles.
Equilateral. Why can't you understand a British accent? I can.
I understand what he's saying, and I can mimic his accent, but I want more.
Why are you wasting time in a room that you could be gaining valuable information instead of trolling right now? But you're
I'm not
choosing to
trolling.
troll. Why are you doing that?
Dave
You're
Inkle,
asking
like
stupid
actually,
questions.
the time I spent with you guys is actually valuable. It's meaningful because I need my English to be better,
Well,
sir.
we have valuable information to share with you if you want to see it, but if you just want to troll, go ahead.
Okay, you can share the information, and I'll try to understand it by listening it. Isosceles triangle. Earth is isosceles triangle. Isosceles. Okay, I got it. This is mine. Okay. Isosceles. Damn.
I like this guy.
How do you say this in British English, Jedi? It's much difficult, right?
No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to keep that secret.
Oh,
He's doing pretty good at English. How long have you been learning it?
I'm Korean, and many American and Canadian here in Korea. They teach us English, and they're really kind.
Oh.
I'm grateful.
Well, you're doing pretty good at English. I'm just saying.
Oh, really?
He sounds
Thank you,
more
sir.
intelligent when you speak English properly.
But I do really think that Earth is isosceles triangle.
I don't think
No,
it matters in which language or accent you say that. It's going to sound really stupid.
Why? Because you guys want like the people who believe that the Earth is globe to respect you guys, right? So
No, I
fine.
don't care about
No?
respect. No. You can't argue your position. You made it up in your head. You can't tell me why, through demonstration, how you can prove the Earth is a triangle. I can prove through demonstration that you can do yourself that the Earth is flat.
Like angle or some experiment that you have done.
We can measure.
Wait. Measure. How it could be measured to be Earth flat. Google. Scientific measurements consistent proof Earth is a sphere, but proponents of a flat Earth historically and conceptually rely on observations where curvature is not immediately obvious. So you guys are measuring.
Yeah, you understand the word curvature, right?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
how can I say?
Yeah.
Orbit. Not orbit. It's like I know. It's like a degree. Yeah.
Like a circle.
Yeah.
Like an arc. Yeah. So if the Earth was a planet, it would have a curved surface. We would measure that curved surface with tools like a laser, for example. You know what the word laser is?
I know. Yeah. Bing.
Yeah.
Ding. Yeah.
Yep. Like light. We use light, laser light, to measure over the Earth, like water, a lake. Yes. The
But there was no
surface of
curvature.
water. No, the surface of water is horizontal. Do you know what the word horizontal means?
I know. It means flat.
Yes, a straight line from left to right. All water, when at rest, is horizontal on the surface, unless it's running downhill or a waterfall. But in the lake, in the pool, in the sea, in the ocean, the water is horizontal.
But that can prove that the Earth is a isosceles triangle, because isosceles triangle is also flat.
For you to prove a shape like a triangle, you need to measure edges and angles.
Why these measurements are considered flawed? But
I can only
wait. The Geminis are saying that it can be considered flawed because the Earth is too large to detect curvature over small distances.
Okay.
Refraction, atmospheric Refraction can make objects appear slightly higher than they are, creating an illusion of flatness.
Okay, that's nice. How much curvature over 10 miles on the surface of the Earth do you think there is?
I don't know. I don't do experiment.
Ask Gemini.
Okay. What was the question again, please?
How much curvature is
How much
there on the surface of the Earth over 10 miles?
How much the curvature should be there? Should be there. Or 10 miles. For 10 miles.
Just curious, who are you asking? Chat GPT or somebody? Google? What are you looking up?
Yeah, it's Google. It's Gemini AI.
Oh, okay. 20.332 meter. 20.32 meters. So 20 meters.
Yeah. So in feet, 60, in 10 miles.
66.67 feet.
Exactly. Well done. So when they say the Earth is so big, and we're talking only about 10 miles, where there should be 66 foot of curvature. You understand over 20 miles, that's more curve. That's 266 foot of curvature, approximately. We would,
And
with tools, measure that, surveying equipment. We don't. All water is measured to be horizontal on the surface.
really?
Even the
Yeah.
professionals, not flat earthers, everybody measures the surface of the Earth to be flat.
Wait, I'll 20 miles experiment. Still horizontal. He said. What do you think? Tell me in Korean. Oh. Mm. Oh. Oh, this is interesting. So it could be in isosceles triangle. It could be.
Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that? It's weird. You have no knowledge of this, nor could you test it. And now you're saying it could be. Well, it also could be. I mean, what kind of different things could it be that are flat?
Mm.
Could be a
Rectangular.
pool table. I mean, yeah. I mean, what you're saying it could be a bunch of things. Why would you even mention that unless you could know?
Mm. But the Geminis are saying Gemini is saying that it's still too small. It's still too short. It's only 0.08% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's giving you a relative number. However, we're still supposed to be finding 260 however many feet in 20 miles. That's a lot. They're trying to
Yeah.
bamboozle you with scale, right? Using the relative number. In reality, what is that? 25-story building in 20 miles? I think I should see that.
Hmm. But the hmm.
Listen, dude, it's easy. You take a 10-mile wide lake, you go there with the laser, shoot it 1 foot over the water. If it doesn't end up 20 meters over your friend's head on the other side, 10 miles away, water isn't curving, it's flat. And guess what? When we do these tests, and we've done many of them, hundreds, you shoot that laser, let's say 1 foot over the water on one side, it's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side. It will not end up those 66 feet up in the air that the globe requires. Do you understand?
Hey guys.
about this? Like, didn't they
Think
go
about
on?
it.
Hmm.
Like, we are in the moon right now, I think.
Now we're in the moon. All right. You're going on mute.
But I mean, okay. Here's the thing that I want to ask you guys this question then, because when we were learning science in our school in South Korea, we learned about the ship, that is disappearing from the bottom. You know what I mean, right? When they're like gone in a far like distance, they're gone from the bottom line, not from the top line. So this actually means that the Earth has a curvature. So we learn in this way. Yeah. Then what about this? This is kind of like
Okay,
really
stop,
practical.
stop,
Yeah.
stop, stop.
No.
Before you carry on, you learnt it this way. Is this what you always observe?
I'm not living in a port city. I don't observe it.
Okay, so you got told, but you've not verified it. Not every time does the boat disappear in that way. Sometimes the boat just gets really small and disappears into the weather. Sometimes you'll completely lose sight of the ship. You get a telescope out and you can see the boat again. Why did you lose sight of the ship the first time when you just had your own eyes? Was that because of the curvature of the Earth? You're standing at the beach. You watch a large ship sail away from you towards the horizon.
Yeah.
It disappears. You can't see it anymore. Why can't you see the boat anymore?
Because of the curvature. Because it's going down the curvature. So it should be yeah. So it should be disappeared from the bottom line. Yeah.
Good. Correct answer. Now, get a telescope out or a high-powered zoom camera. Zoom in. You see the boat again. Why can you see the boat again?
Really? You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the
Wait a
chat.
minute.
I sent the video there. Look, dude, you can replicate this on a perfectly flat surface as well. You take a piece of Lego, put it on a long hallway, back away, and put your head on the floor. You're not going to see it. Not because the floor is curving. It's because it's something called angular resolution. You understand?
I'm gonna search it. What is
Well, now
angular? What is angular?
I'm confused. Hold on. I'm confused. You said, and so did Gemini, that the Earth is so big you can't see the curve. Now you're telling me the curve is blocking out a boat. What gives?
Dude, you're going to
This
trigger
is
his dog
this
disk
is
now.
this is kind of sharp. Wait.
Thank you, Seslo. That was my point.
Yeah. We got to stop the double speaking either by you or Gemini. Either the Earth is small enough where it blocks out boats that are, I don't know, 30 feet tall as they sail away from you, or the Earth is so big that you can't measure, I don't know, 200 feet, 250 feet, and 20 miles. Which one is it?
Oh. I came here to speak English. This is difficult. Holy shit.
It surprises me every single time how foreign people learning English swear very, very well.
Yeah.
But isn't it true? Like, so like the teacher taught us that like at the past, Europeans when they see like the Spain, like yeah, they sent their ships, and when they came back, when they're going away, they can see the bottom lines are disappearing first. Oh.
But they didn't have really good technology like we have today. Their telescopes weren't very good compared to ours. Now we've got high-powered zoom technology right in the palm of our hand. Telescopes, for example. Now, with that technology, we can see as far as that technology will allow. and the weather conditions will allow.
Wait, is this
You
really
told me,
true? So even though the curvature disappearing like the ships, we can just still observe it with the high zoom technology cameras. Cameras, you mean?
yes.
That means that.
Yeah, we've been putting examples in the side chat, dude.
I have a question about the ship video.
But I cannot see the ship video. It means like it's arid. Oh, I see it. Oh.
Why does it like in the first take look like there's a mountain, but as it like zooms in, the mountain is gone?
What mountain?
Yeah, in the beginning of the video, it looks like in the background there's a mountain. Am I mistaken?
You understand how Zoom works, right?
Like the mountain should be more clear though.
That's just a rocky shoreline. That's not a mountain.
Okay, my mistake then.
That's not a mountain.
Either way.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. What the hell?
Okay, then it's maybe
Exactly.
pixelated for me. Did look like mountain.
So when we listen to the teacher telling us stories about people from long ago that said that bottoms of boats disappeared over the curvature of the earth because the earth's a sphere, we went and had a look for ourselves with the technology that we have available today. Now, like I pointed out, you standing at the beach with your own eyes are going to lose sight of the boat until you bring the technology out and you see it again. Sometimes what will happen is you'll see the horizon beyond the boat. Now, this is showing us that the horizon is changing its apparent distance from you making the observation. We find this out as well when making hundreds of thousands of observations by now. We notice that the horizon changes its distance from us, which, let's be fair, shouldn't do if it was the curvature of the earth, like the top of a mountain or the top of a hill. It's not going to change its distance from you, neither's the curvature of the earth. So with the technology available, the cameras, the telescopes, like I said, we see as far as that technology allows and the weather conditions. Obviously, with good weather conditions, we can see far. It's pretty hard to see far on a foggy day, but a nice clear day, you can see as far as the eye or the technology allows you to see. The problem with this is the limiting factor to our view of the Earth would be the Earth itself because of its curved surface. The boat, for example, like the teacher taught us, goes over the curvature of the Earth, like over the top of the hill. And because it goes down the other side, the bottom disappears first. Maybe the teacher, maybe the ancient Greek or the Spanish or the Portuguese, whoever sailed the earth would have benefited from our technology today because you can see the boat again when you zoom in. In actual fact, long distance observations prove that the surface is flat as far as the eye can see.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm gonna search for this.
I'm curious. What are you going to search for?
I'm searching on Gemini about what he said, and I think it's interesting. So I'm gonna search.
Well,
I'm
yeah, I
not
know,
reading
but
it.
so far Gemini has contradicted itself, right? You think Gemini's reliable?
Yeah, but because the Geminis are saying that it's not long enough. It's not far enough to make
I
it
know.
disappear.
Hold
I
on.
know. So
Who are you talking to?
He's saying it's not far enough. Those experiments are not far enough, and
Okay.
saying
Okay.
if it's far enough that it might make it disappear. I mean, it make disappear the bottom line. And even though you use the high technology camera, you cannot see the bottom line, which means that there is a curvature that is saying
So
that.
you're telling me that Gemini now is contradicting the claimed radius of the Earth?
How tall are you?
I'm 186
Okay.
centimeters.
Ask Gemini. If you were standing at the beach with your height, how far would the horizon be away from you?
I am 186 centimeters. If I am standing on the beach, what was it? How horizontal?
How far in distance is the horizon away?
How far is the distance? Horizon away. Down in Korea. Three mile.
Awesome.
Wait, 3 miles. Wait.
Yeah.
It's not. What? Wait.
Yep.
So that number, that's based
Wait.
on the. Oh, okay. I'll let that sink in. Sorry. Go on.
3 miles is. Wait. He said it's.
It's all right. Take your time. Process it.
Come on. But you guys
Gemini's
measured
gonna have to
no
make up its
curvature on
mind.
28 miles. 28 miles, no curvature, but street. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's correct. That's why I'm asking you why Gemini is contradicting itself.
The Earth is so big we can't see curvature, but there it is in front of the boat 3 miles away when I stand at the beach. Thanks, Gemini. Well, when I say there it is 3 miles away when I stand at the beach, that's the problem. According to the radius of the Earth and your height, standing at sea level, that's how far the horizon should be from you. But it isn't. Like I pointed out, if you get a camera out, the horizon will extend in distance. That boat that you couldn't see, you will see again.
This is crazy.
Yeah, we all been there, dude. Just take it easy on your brain. Try to process it and see if you can go out
Wait,
and see some
why
examples.
Gemini? Why Gemini is contradicting? It's what the
Yeah,
hell?
it's look, it's
Because
trained
AI
on
is programmed to
it's trained
actually
on
give you
mainstream.
it gives you mainstream prepackaged answers to combat what is actually true. The goal of Gemini is to give you prepackaged answers. It's not, when you think artificial intelligence, think of a learning machine that has collected all the stupidity of mankind online and it's regurgitating back to you.
Yeah, I mean the thing is now I'm like my brain is popped because he mentioned that 10 miles or 20 miles are short distance to see the curvature, but he's now saying 3 miles is the horizon, where the horizon is located. And this is it's wrong information, isn't it?
Correct. Because there is no curve anywhere. Measure. Nobody's measured any curve. That's the one thing that Gemini is actually correct about. No one has measured any curvature. It's too flat to measure, apparently.
Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna search about it for a while, guys. See ya. The fuck.
See ya.
Holy. Well, that
Another
happens now.
satisfied customer.
That happens now and then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Did he leave? What the fuck?
I mean, the guy was reasonable. He's gonna have to think about it for a little while. Sometimes our best course of action when we break people like this is to just shut up and let them process it. It happens.
Rarely. I forget what it's like.
Yeah, no kidding. I thought the guy was trolling with the whole triangle thing. I was like, oh, here we go. He's going to
Yeah,
stick to the triangle thing.
he started out like that, but usually you can reason them back to normality, but I don't know. I thought it was a good discussion from everyone.
Yeah. Jeremias, you look new. Welcome. You've got Abeda. Welcome. I feel like a stone is familiar. Welcome. And Amara. I think I've seen you before too, but welcome back. The earth is flat, rat-a-tat-tat, and all that.
I like the a stone username. I think I would have said a rock instead. I think that would be a better translation. You ever heard the expression dumb as a rock? Einstein. His name is literally a rock. But it's clever. I get it. Well done.
I never thought of that.
It is a
Thanks
little
for
bit
pointing
funny,
that
isn't
out.
it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a simulation guy, but if there was a simulation, well done for the whoever wrote that shit in it. Einstein. Dumb as a rock. Yeah, no, Mike Matthew, I agree. When they say shit like that, I usually ignore it and see if we can bring them back to reality, right? Because it's kind of a cope mechanism, right? We have probably before he said it, I missed a couple of minutes of the earlier discussion here, but I bet someone kind of triggered his cogniz with some kind of evidence, right, for flat Earth, and immediately they go into weird thinking. Earth is a triangle now, right? Or it's a simulation, or they're going to go down some kind of path to kind of fight that cogniz. So it's what usually happens, but it is possible to bring them out of it usually. So we just have a little patience with the nonsense, and then we can get back to a conversation where they can actually start to think about it normally again.
Can a stone open their mic? They're chatting away in the side chat, but it's way easier, quite frankly. And if you need to practice your English, that would be a good way to do it. I'm wondering what your point of showing us the boat video is. Is that an attempt at speaking? That sounded pretty bad. I wouldn't even know if your English was good because it was so muffled. If that was a stone, try it again.
I think he said some people are in his room and he can't use the. It'll be disturbing to them or something.
Well, a stone. You've got an observation of a boat going away from the shore, and it appears to be occulted bottom up. Do you have any explanation as to why that's happening? I make no claims.
All right, A Stone says, sorry, I have to go.
Okay.
Just keeping the YouTube listeners updated here. We have no one in here anyway talking. But if you're over on YouTube and you want to come and talk to us, we're over on, where are we today? Are we on English Hub?
English, yeah, English Hub.
So discord.gg/ENGHUB. And come ask your questions.
Kind of gypsies, aren't we? We just go from place to place, destroying people's preconceived notions of where they live.
Until the authorities come along and move us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have gypsies in America?
No. I mean, I suppose I've heard stories about them kind of wandering through places, but I've
they're
never
called
come
carnies,
across them.
aren't they? They ain't called
Well,
carnies.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, carnies.
You know, gypsies in Sweden are called Tatarians.
Really?
Yeah, traveling people.
Wait. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what it originally meant. Well, that's what they originally were they were nomadic and tent dwellers, right?
Like the native,
Tatarians.
like American Indians.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, on a lot of the old maps where you see the word Tataria, you'll see little pictures, like little drawing, like little map tent shapes, like little triangles. Yeah, teepees. Yeah.
Or as we used to call them, wigwams.
Yeah, they still stay in parking lots and things like that all over the place in their caravans and tents. It's they have their own culture.
There is that Tartarian spread link of from like Asia across the Bering towards Alaska and into America, and those American Indians, the indigenous people, aren't even indigenous to that land, and they moved there themselves, obviously. But apparently, according to popular rumor these days, they also came from the dissolved Tartarian Empire after the world changed.
Yeah.
But anyway,
who knows, huh?
Yeah, man, exactly.
Hello.
Stone, is that you? Hello?
Hello.
What are you doing, guys?
We've been here listening to some conversations and just waiting here for the next one at the moment. Are you looking to ask questions about the topic?
I don't know.
You don't know? Can you
Why is everyone so quiet?
Some minutes ago, it wasn't quiet. Now it's quiet because only way you can differentiate between people talking and people not talking. Right now, it's not quiet anymore because you're talking to me, I'm talking to you, so it's not quiet. Everyone else is muted because if everyone was unmuted and talking at the same time and having background noise, it will be messy, messy. But that's how you know it's quiet because it's not messy, not loud.
I get that. Yeah. Okay.
And that's a polite way to use the Discord app because the mute button is there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome. Have you ever spoke to anyone about this topic, globe Earth?
Flat Earth?
Yeah, the topic of the VC.
I mean, I don't wanna. Okay. I'm gonna leave, okay? Thank you. Goodbye.
Why? Why? You got scared or something? What's going on?
No, I'm not, but okay, for
Apparently
me,
we smell in here, so I get it.
what?
Yeah, it's that we smell in here, right? Like stinks in here. You don't want to deal with the flat earth topic, do you?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? It is, and we have proof. And we've been talking
Okay.
to people around the world for 10 years, recording every interaction 24/7. Nobody can prove that Earth is a globe. Think we're
The
crazy?
idea itself is so stupid, okay? Like, respectfully. Thank you.
I know. I used to think that too. I thought this was the stupidest thing in the world that you could possibly research. And that's why I never bothered to look. You got it.
Is that a projection of some sort? I just think this area is stupid. Is that some type of, I mean, whatever I'm
Hello,
thinking?
guys. Hello, guys.
Oh, hello.
I am Momin. I am Momin from Egypt. I am with my
Who?
friend علي.
هو صوت بس في الصورة؟
اه
طب بنعمل ايه؟
هنجربه وانا فين
أو
بس
ينفع
انا
تفتح
كمان
كاميرا؟
بس مش عارف
Is he
قشطة
having,
هنجربه.
are you having three conversations at the same time?
No.
I want to open the conversation. Uh, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
I'm so sad.
You're sad?
Yeah, I'm sad. Disgusted.
Okay. Do you have any questions about the topic? Because I mean,
No,
we're gonna
no,
talk
no.
about people being
Uh,
sad. I mean,
no. Just it. Just it.
It's
I'm sad.
it's يعني ازاي؟
it's not just you that is sad. A lot of people are sad. So let's move on from that.
I'm sad.
What
Just it.
what make us sense? Why
Just it.
why he said he need the tits and some tits
Yeah, I need boobs.
and boobs.
Yeah.
Cool.
في
One
هنا
second. Let me
عندكم.
mute and come back.
اوكي هات لنا
اوكي
تيتس يكلمنا.
هو خلاها ميوت.
Oh, snaps. Is that Envitron, our favorite globe earther? What's up, dude?
What's up, bro?
Nothing much, man. Chilling. You been in here long?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, it's been pretty dead. So what'd you bring for us today? Anything new? Anything exciting for the globe side?
No, nothing new.
Fair enough. Is there any other globers in here? Let me see. No, looks like a bunch of flatties in here. Awesome. Well, hopefully somebody joins in. We can help you out with some globe proofs.
Hey, yes. What do you think? Why is everybody so silent? Did everybody leave? Is it now already?
Now we're just waiting for people to come in and ask questions. You have one?
What's the time at your place?
4:09.
What?
4:09 p.m.
PM. Right. It's AM. It's 1:39 AM in India.
Yep.
So I think maximum of the guys are Indians because right now there are very few number of them.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. You can sleep.
So, do you believe you live on a ball in space, or what's your thoughts?
Look, you've been debating about Earth being flat or square all the time. It's Can you not talk about it
No,
for
that's
some
the topic here. That's the topic. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. So, do you have
Don't
any
talk
evidence?
about it, bro.
Do you have any
The
evidence
Earth is
for Earth
flat.
being a globe, dude? Biggs.
Bro, I mean, where is Antarctica? Do you think where do you think Antarctica is, or do you not believe in Antarctica?
Doesn't matter. This isn't the Antarctica channel. Do you have any evidence that this Earth is a
No,
globe?
no. You've been saying that the Earth is flat, and you don't know if
Oh, I
there's
know for sure.
Antarctica,
I know for sure Earth is flat.
or
You
you
just haven't
know that
asked
the
me
Earth
how I
is
know.
flat.
Yeah, I
Then
know.
where is it? Yeah. So the Antarctica is in the opposite side where we live in. So
I don't care
where do
about
you think
Antarctica. It has
Antarctica
nothing
is?
to do with Earth's surface property.
Are you?
It's a bunch of
Bro,
ice over there. Why do I care about Antarctica? We're talking about the Earth's surface here. How do you know
then
it's a
please
ball?
find the edge. Can you
This
please
is the
find the
dude
edge
from
over which
earlier.
there is?
Bro, you're back and you're asking still bad questions?
We're gonna have fun with this
Bro,
guy.
what questions do you got in 1:41 a.m. when you got nothing to do?
Come
So
up to
so
the
you
stand.
only have bad questions because it's late? That's not an excuse.
It's well, it's not bad questions. Have you went to the edge of the earth? If
Doesn't
you
matter.
think that the
What
earth is flat,
edge?
have you?
What
Huh?
edge are you talking about? What
You
edge?
think that the earth is flat, then there must be an
Yeah.
edge. If you think that the
Okay,
earth is
where
flat,
do you
there
think?
must be.
No worries, no worries. You think there must be an edge, no problem. Where do you think this edge should be? What do you think it
No,
should look like?
I don't think there is any edge because I think Earth is a globe. So
Hey,
I
let
don't
me ask
have
you a
any.
question. When you came into this particular channel, did it say 24/7 Edge of Earth 2.0 or did it say Flat Earth 2.0?
Also, you say 24 into 7, Earth is flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat, and that's it.
Flat. Yeah, we're talking about the flat surface of the Earth that we all observe and measure. Nobody here's making any claims about edges except for you.
Wait, if the Earth is flat, there must be an edge.
Well, according to you, that must be the case. So, where do you think this edge should be found? I guess you're conceding. Now you know that the Earth is flat. Where do you think we should find this edge? Where would it be?
I don't think that the Earth is flat.
Oh, well, then why would you ask such a silly question? You're not conceding that the Earth is flat?
Wait, you don't think that the Earth has an edge? Then how come it's flat?
No, sir. I certainly believe, this is my belief and my opinion only, right? That there is a limit to this realm. Now, where it is, what it looks like, I have no idea. You think you live on a ball, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
where is the Earth curve if the Earth is a ball?
You can see it in the sky, the
You
horizon,
see Earth curve in the sky?
the horizon.
The horizon? You think the horizon is Earth curve?
Yeah, the one you can
Okay,
see with your eyes, like it curves
right, okay.
halfway
No
around.
worries. So you think that the horizon is the geometric edge of a sphere. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. It is correct.
Is the size of this sphere 3,959 miles in radius?
Don't go mathematically. I'm talking about the thing you can see it with your eyes. You can see half
Yes,
a
I
square.
understand that. I know. So you are claiming that the horizon is the geometric leading edge of a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would have to be a geometric location. That's what you're saying. It is a physical point that we can draw a line to, and that will help us understand whether or not the Earth is a sphere. You're calling it a tangent point or a sagittal.
But the Earth, how massive it is, you can't
Oh,
like.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
We already know that part. There's a claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So we have a given value of this sphere, and that dictates where the horizon should be if we were to draw a line to it.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to that horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what the geometry dictates. Do you have any problem with this?
Bro, like you are saying some mathematical things. You're not
Yeah, I
simplifying
know.
it. You're complicating
I'm
it.
talking about this is
Hard to
this
understand.
is as simple that it has to be. This is the claimed globe geometry. I'm making it as simple as it can be. I can't dumb it down any more than this.
So let's say you think that the Earth is flat. All right. Let's say that the Earth is
No,
flat.
no, no. We're talking about the sphere. You asked about an edge. I said I don't know where it would be or what it looks like. You believe that you live
Have
on
you
a
been there?
globe. I asked you where the curvature is. You said it's the horizon. That's where we can see it. That's the edge of your sphere. Now, we're going to test and see if the edge of your sphere is actually where it's supposed to be. So in the side chat, I have an observation with an observer at 1 foot high on the edge of the ocean. Can you tell me how far away the horizon is? We have two distance demarcations. One of them is at 6.21 miles. The other one is at 9.41 miles. Where is the horizon in relationship to those distance markers?
I didn't understand the picture.
He's talking about the
Yeah,
oil
you've got,
rigs, dude. Do you see the
yeah, those
oil
oil
rigs?
rigs.
You
Those
see
are
Yeah.
them?
distance markers. Now, the horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea. That would be the line that divides the sky with the water, the sea right there. Where's the horizon in that photograph?
The thing that you see in the yellow part.
Okay, is it behind the second oil rig?
You can't like measure it with like such a short distance. It would
Dude,
increase even
I'm asking
more
you a
because
question.
it's a
This is
sphere.
crazy. It's weird.
Because
We
it's a
agreed on the
sphere.
value of the sphere. We agreed on the edge of the earth being the horizon. I'm asking you where it is in relation to the observer right here. We're going to draw a line to it, to the tangent point that you
The
think is the
more
sphere.
the more closer you're gonna get to the front, it would take a curve and you would go down and it would
You're not
take
making any sense at this
uh,
point. You told me that the horizon is Earth curve, and I'm asking you to go ahead and tell me in this particular
no.
photograph where the horizon is.
It would never. You can't get the edge. You need to
So
go
now
up.
the horizon is not Earth curve? Are you backing up on your claim?
No, 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 no.
No,
It's a
no. Okay, so the
sphere.
horizon
So
is Earth curve.
if you
Okay,
go, if you move
bro.
forward,
Bro, I don't know why you're
be
running
curved.
from your claim at this point. Can you have a reasonable conversation with me where I speak and then you speak? You're running away from your claim. I'm asking you where the horizon is in this photograph as far as its distance is concerned. Is it beyond 9.41 miles?
Yeah, it is beyond
It
9.41
is.
miles.
Okay, that means that you have admitted that the Earth curve that you think exists at the horizon is magnitudes farther than it ought to be. So it should be at 1.22 miles. It is at least 10 miles in this case. So is the horizon still the Earth curve? Because now you've given the Earth essentially a radius of 250,000 miles. Actually, more than that, but we'll make it easy. Is the Earth all of a sudden bigger? Is it now 250,000 miles in radius?
If you move beyond 9.41 miles, you would see it the same again because it's a sphere, and
Okay.
you're moving like
No
a
worries.
curve. You're going
Right. So
forward
what
like a curve.
you're telling me that the horizon is not Earth curve.
No, no, like we are not in a flat surface. We are like
I,
in a
I,
curve.
I don't need you to chant your religious belief to me. I want you to tell me why the horizon is at least 10 times farther than it ought to be.
I don't know, bro. Let's just stop it. I'm
You
gonna go
don't know.
sleep, bro. All
Okay,
right.
good. It's a good time for you to give up. You did poorly today. Good night.
It's funny, quite funny, bro.
Well, you failed. I mean, it is funny to me.
Right, right, right. I
Right.
failed. All right. Good night. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Sorry, Judge. I didn't mean to crowd in on you. I just noticed that guy changed his screen name and came back in.
Totally 100% all right. I'm making food anyway. Good to have a backup
Okay.
in here always.
Hello, Patrick. Oh, bye, Patrick. Hello, Marcelo. Welcome. Marcelo's gone. No one with courage today. How about you, Cotto? Welcome to the channel, I guess. I always say server. Welcome to the channel. We're talking about the Earth being flat. Do you have any opinions on the matter? Jangle. Did you get booted into this particular channel? Did someone play a cruel joke on you? Or are you here on purpose? I see you've got balls in your name. You think you live on one? Earth to jangle. Come on, you got a Discord account. Whole point is to interact, usually through voice, even if you're gaming or whatever it is. Fine, keep your secrets. The legend is back. T-Boogie, aka T-Bag, aka T-Dub, aka Twadwazzle. Hello, Rabia. How are you? Rabia, the earth is flat.
I just ventured into the Ask a Christian channel.
Yeah. How'd that go?
It was good. Asked me if I was a Christian. I responded. And then they proceeded to ask me about flat Earth because they noticed my role. So it started going into, you know, distances between South America and Australia, etc., like things like that. I really didn't go there to like talk about flat Earth, but anyway, it got into that, and then it ended up getting into me making a bold claim that heaven is physical.
Oh, what? Did you make that claim?
Yes, I did.
Huh?
Well, you know, Christian tradition says that heaven and hell begins here in your life while you're still alive for you. I can point to over 1,000 years of thought leadership on this.
Well, a few months ago, I went in there quite often and just kind of hung out and listened. They didn't say anything to me. They did kick me the first time I went in there for whatever reason, probably just because they don't like the flat earthers. There was a guy that came in here from their side, I want to say like a month and a half ago. He talked to Indio for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and the guy panicked and ran away. But I'm glad they were chill with you. Voltaris, welcome back.
Yo, what's up?
Anything you want to talk about today, Voltaris?
Excuse me?
Is there anything that you wanted to talk about concerning this topic?
Concerning flat Earth? Yeah, sure, whatever.
I just was
What would
curious
you
if
like
you
to
had
talk
something on your
about?
mind. Well, that's what I was asking you. Is there something that you wanted to discuss? Did you have a question or anything?
I have a lot of things in my mind, honestly.
Good, bad?
Like mixed up.
And
Yeah, it's mixed. Everything.
it's mixed.
Like
Okay.
millions of thoughts, like every day.
Well, that's not good. Doesn't sound very peaceful.
It is actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're at peace. So why do you think that
Appreciate
there's
that.
no Earth curve to measure?
Why do I think there's no Earth curve to measure?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even understand that question, to be honest with you. What do you mean by that? Could you like explicate?
Well, yeah. So when everybody measures the Earth, they find no curvature on it. So I'm just curious for those who believe in a spinning water ball in a vacuum, since the ball bit doesn't seem to be present, why would they continue to like believe in that? What's the deal, you think?
What's the deal? I mean, I'm pretty sure like you don't agree with like any premise, so got to go down
Let's
like really deep. Start from the beginning. So
Okay, so
what are
from the
we walking
beginning,
on?
since everybody measures
Okay.
the Earth to be flat,
What do species walk around like with? Like, what's the ground? Do we have a ground?
wow. So you've gone all the way to this. I ask you a simple question, and now you're asking whether or not the ground is the ground. That's crazy. You've kind of already conceded or just relinquished, any chance of having a real conversation. Ask such a stupid question. Is the ground the ground? Wow. Do you have hands, Voltairus? Do you think you could prove that you have hands? We've talked to some Globers that say they can't prove whether or not they have hands.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if you were of that ilk because you're questioning the ground, even though you reference it as the ground.
Question everything.
Yeah. Well, I would say the ground is the ground. We have a name for it. We point at it when we point down, perpendicular to horizontal, by the way, down. And I guess if you have nothing to retort, then silence is acquiescence. So you believe that the Earth is flat, right?
No.
No, you don't. You don't concede. So is down down or is down in?
There's no down in the universe.
There's no down in the universe. Okay. So why do we have that term?
It is useful.
And what is it useful to describe?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I ask you a question, you go, uh-huh.
Is it useful to? Yeah, it is.
It is useful. I asked you, what is it useful to describe?
There could be multiple things actually. Depends on
Okay, give me a few of them. Tell me about it. What is down in
the
reference to? What does
ground.
it describe? Okay. Like you're down
The
to party.
ground.
Yeah, we could use it that way. The ground. Okay, so the ground is down. So then you are saying that the ground is horizontal because down is perpendicular to horizontal.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, so what are you saying?
Even though like I use that like useful, but it's not actually true,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So then the ground is not flat and horizontal, it's curved. Where would we find this curve? Measure it, kind of back to that same question I was asking
Satellites.
you earlier. Satellites? Okay. So the satellites, can you show me that?
You can like observe it yourself, as I've said before, by a 300,
I've never
400
observed a satellite.
telescope and look it up.
I've never observed a satellite.
You've never observed a satellite. Well, did you ever look
Not
up?
once. Yep. Lots.
With
But
what?
up would be,
Just your bare eyes?
perpendicular to horizontal.
Stop using this like useless retort, please.
Well, I'm just
Perpendicular to
explaining it to you.
horizontal.
You say up, so now up is perpendicular to horizontal.
Could you define perpendicular?
Yeah, 90 degrees.
Okay. And horizontal?
Perpendicular and 90 degrees is the same. Horizontal would be
No, horizontal.
flat, level, parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's how it's defined.
That's a good definition. Okay. I'm glad that we're like on the same page.
Right. So horizontal would be parallel with the
So
plane of the horizon. So that would be
earlier
flat.
on, you said like I looked up, but what about like my follow up question was like, did you look up with your bare eyes or use the telescope to do so?
Telescopes and just my bare eyes. Yeah, both.
What kind of a telescope was it?
Pretty large one. I mean, it was like a hobby style one, but it was fairly large.
Do you know the name of it?
Something that would cost you like $200-300, you know.
$200-300. And where did you use
Yeah.
this telescope at?
On the Earth.
No, like what place? Because some places, like if there's too much light, because of light pollution, you're like unable to see
No,
even stars.
I live in a rural area, so there was no light pollution. And how is that going to help me see? What is it going to help me see?
Ooh, haven't you seen like you could see the whole Milky Way and galaxy if
You see
there's no light
stars and
pollution?
lights. Stars and lights, yeah, stars and lights. But
No,
you were
you
getting
see
to
like
this from
the whole
some kind
galaxy.
of satellite, angle. So, are you abandoning the satellite angle? I've never seen a satellite through a telescope.
Bro, I see it with my bare eyes, and you're like unable to see with your like
Okay, so you
telescope.
see lights in the sky, and what does that help you determine?
No, like I don't see lights. You see like actual moving objects, right?
Okay, so there are lights that move in the sky. Okay,
Lights that
and
move in the sky. You can
yeah,
see their surface, right? You know that they're an object, not just like lights.
well, they just look like lights to me. Even with a telescope, they look like lights that move. So, are you thinking that those are
Wait,
satellites?
does the moon like why does the moon
The
shine?
moon? I have no idea.
You have no idea on why the moon
Why the moon shines? No, I have no
Yeah,
idea. Do you?
bless you too, by the way. Yeah, it acts like a giant mirror, right? It reflects the
I
sunlight
would,
back towards Earth rather than producing like its own light.
okay, that's a claim. Now, how are you going to prove that?
How am I gonna prove that?
Yeah.
I guess laws of physics, laws of gravity.
Great. What does gravity have to do with a big dirt mirror?
What does gravity have to do with big dirt mirror?
Yeah, you said that the moon is like, you know, a mirror, but it's also claimed to be just a big dusty ball. So the dirt mirror that you're referring to, what does gravity have to do with it and the light relationship it has with the sun? I'm curious.
Yeah, like the illuminated portion is like always faces the sun, right? And
Not
when you
always. In
observe the
fact,
moon,
actually,
you
you can
can.
observe it from the surface of the Earth. The terminator line isn't
So
perpendicular with the sun
wait, this is
sometimes.
actually like
So, you
no, you
know,
cannot see
that
like
doesn't
the
help
half
you.
of the moon. Do you understand that?
The what?
Can you see the other half of the moon from Earth?
The other half? What do you mean the other half?
Can you see the other half of the moon from Earth?
What other half are you describing?
What of the moon?
What do you mean by half?
Like the backside of it.
The backside. There's a backside to the moon?
There's a backside to everything.
Okay, so have you seen the backside of the moon with your own two eyes?
It has to have a backside if I'm looking at the
Now
front of
it
an object.
has to. I see. So it
We're
has to
living
because you want it to?
what? We're living in a 3D
Yeah.
world. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you think that the
Everything
backside
has
of
a
the
backside.
moon, right? Okay, have you
Yes.
seen it? You have seen it. Great.
You
Do you have
can't
any
see it from Earth.
documentation of
No.
you seeing the? Oh, you
No,
can't
you
see
cannot
it.
see it.
So why are you talking about the part that we don't see and what that has to do with the relationship with the sun? Do you think about the things that you say before you say them?
Of course. It
Okay,
eliminates
great.
the
So,
portion of the moon always faces the moon, like sun.
okay, can you prove that, please?
Can I prove what? It's already proven from our like observations of it.
Oh, so if you just
We
look at it and it's shining,
what
who's
proves
we?
it is we prove it like I'm looking at the moon right now. We prove it by looking at it and letting time pass.
Uh-huh.
We're
And
using
never.
So if you
using the tools that we have to make an evaluation that is useful for our lives.
Okay, so
Evaluation.
you look at the moon, it shines. You say that's because of the sun, and we proved it because it shines and we look at it. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. some people come in here and they say that the boats disappear bottom up because of Earth curve. And if I say something like, oh, it's because the water makes the boat invisible, you'd say that's retarded, right? And I would say, well, look, it's disappearing bottom up as it goes away, so the water's making it invisible. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm making that statement. It has to be true because I said that, because I'm looking at it. I make the observation, it's useful for my life. You'd say that's retarded.
I mean,
So how are
you
you going
did
to
like
prove
undermine.
that the sun is?
When did you undermine my like actual like claim? Right? You just like started throwing it hard.
I'm not even undermining your claim. I'm just asking you to prove your claim.
Well, I told you by 200, 300, like the telescope.
Okay. A telescope is going to tell you that the moon is reflecting the sun's light. That's just a claim about what's happening. I need you to prove it. You understand the difference? There's a difference between the proof or the evidence and the claim itself. They're two different things. So you can't just make the claim again and expect that to be evidence.
Well, you're just like making a claim that that's the only thing that the telescope is useful for.
I didn't make a claim about anything having to do with a telescope. I didn't say anything about that. Unless you want to go back to the live stream, clip me saying that. What did I say?
You just said that me buying a telescope and looking at the moon's like, you know, shining isn't going to prove anything.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
What's behind the moon?
Because you will have to follow a bunch of premises that lead to that, right?
Oh, so pre-assumptions that lead you to
No,
believe.
premises.
What is the premise?
Backed up premises. All their stars, the sun.
Okay, that's an assumption. It's not a premise. It's an assumption.
Oh, the sun doesn't exist. Like the stars don't exist.
I didn't say that. Now you're shifting it, right? So if I say you assume that the little lights in the sky are just like our sun, except they're really far away, that's an assumption. And then you go to, well, you're saying that the stars and the sun don't exist, which is also just stupid. Like I said, do you think before you say things?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then Lord help you.
Thank you.
So why would you assume that the little lights are the same as the big light? They're just farther away.
No, like the further away an object is, the smaller it gets, right?
Correct. So you're making an assumption that those little lights are like the big light, but they're farther away. How would you prove that?
How would I prove that? By observing it from two different points.
Okay, what 2 points would you be observing that from? Yeah, okay, 2 different points. So you're going to observe small lights from 2 different points, and that's going to help you with what?
Do you understand what I mean with like by saying 2 different points?
Yeah, I could like walk 10 feet and then observe the same little light and it's still going to be little. What is that going to help me with?
No, that's not the case. When I say like 2 different points, what that actually means is that time changes things, right? And even like standing at the same place is going to be a different point because time is going to pass.
2 different
and objects are going to like
2 different points in time. Okay.
Location.
No worries.
So it could be just like the same time of the day, but like yeah.
So now it's 2 points in time. So tomorrow night when I observe the little lights, that's going to make a difference. And tell me the distance to them?
Yeah, you have to use like math.
Okay, tell me how it works.
Tell you how it works, how?
Yeah, you just can't say math. I want you to give me the math for this.
Wait, do you agree with the premise that like light doesn't always travel like directly like straight?
Oh, you're saying that now the light's refracting. Well, that's going to be a problem because then your angle's going to be screwed up and now you can't use the math. Don't bring refraction into it. You'll screw yourself.
No, I'm asking like if you agree with this premise or not.
I agree with what premise? That light doesn't travel in straight lines? Yeah, we know this. It's called refraction. Right. So if it passes from one medium to another, it will obviously bend towards the thicker medium, right? At the surface normal This is called refraction. Snell's law. Yeah, we know this. What's your point?
Yeah, that's what like we're gonna actually use, right?
So we're going to use refraction to determine
No,
an
we're using
angle?
light.
How do you know
So I'm
the
just
original
asking the
angle?
light premise.
Dude, I think you don't even know what premise means sometimes.
I don't know what a premise means.
Well, yeah, the way that you're using it typically is, you know, more like an assumption. Your premise is an assumption, no problem. You're assuming this to be the case. Would it be cool if we could prove your premise and that way you could put it into like a modus tonens and then you could make a logical syllogism with a proven premise so that you could reach a conclusion in your syllogism? Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, of course, just you like agreeing with, as I've like you guys conceded before.
Oh,
But I'm like just
so this
trying
is
to
not about
decide.
science. This is about opinion. I have to agree with your premise, even though it's not proven. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to agree to premises that aren't proven. That would be stupid. Is that how you operate? You just agree with every premise you're presented without any evidence? Is that how you operate?
That's not the case whatsoever. Like if you agree with the premise, that premise is gonna lead you to a conclusion.
Okay, this premise. What is the premise? Yeah, it has to be true and sound. Exactly. So, what premise are you giving us for this particular? I don't know. Looking at lights in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, you can't like you wouldn't be able to use lasers, pulses, like pulses from Earth, right? To reflecting like mirrors, which was left
What?
like by the Apollo like astronauts there in the moon.
Well, I hate to crash your party, friend, but they were bouncing stuff off the moon in the 50s before they ever went to the moon, purportedly or allegedly. So that doesn't help you.
What do you mean? Do
Yeah,
you
back
agree
in the
that like
50s,
there's a
they were already
reflecting
bouncing
mirror
lasers off
left on the
of the
lunar
moon.
surface?
They were bouncing radio signals or lasers or something off the moon in the 50s, well before the Apollo program. So that does not going to help you at all.
So you don't agree that there's like a reflecting mirror there?
It wouldn't be a
Like
matter
left
of
by the
agreement. I would need to
Apollo
see
astronaut.
evidence for it. I don't have any evidence for it.
There's no way to tell. And dude, you can use Google. Did they shoot lasers at the moon before 1969? And they did back in 1962, for example, right? There are multiple stories about that from NASA. Now, is it true?
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't know, but
the
that's what they claim. And that was long before those mirrors was allegedly placed there. You can't even hit those mirrors today, so it's a dumb argument.
wait. How are you gonna like call it a dumb argument when you say, "Oh, we've been like
Can't prove
bouncing
if
off
there
things
are
since
any
the
reflectors
50s"?
on the moon. That's why it's
The
dumb.
like the result will be completely different if you bounce it off a mirror, though, right? Do you agree with
Okay.
that?
So now we need you to prove anything that you've claimed in the last 15 minutes. I mean, come on, dude.
So
Claim
this
after
just proves
claim.
it. I mean, you've been
Okay, this
bouncing off like
proves that. What does this prove? That
yeah,
apparently
like
we
you've
can
been
bounce
bouncing
radio
off
signals or lasers off
radio.
of the moon, and that proves what?
No, I'm saying like you've been bouncing off since the 50s, and if you see a like difference between bouncing off with no mirror and with mirror, that's gonna prove it.
Okay, show it to me.
If you
Show
see
it
it,
to me.
yeah.
Okay, show it. Prove it.
Okay, let me.
Do it.
I'm gonna pull up Google.
Oh, yes. The great and powerful Google, giving you all the correct information to affirm your bias.
So you want to know the difference between bouncing off?
No, that was your claim. It's different. This is your claim.
Okay, it says the proof lies in signal intensity and signal timing. If you fire the
Okay.
laser at the bare lunar surface instead of the mirrors, the signal would be too weak to detect and too fuzzy to measure.
So they
Plus,
didn't
you
do it in
did lie in
1962 like they said now?
You guys said that they did.
Yeah, no, and Google said that. So now Google's contradicting itself? This is crazy.
How is Google contradicting itself?
Well, it says now that they didn't do this in 1962. Can't measure
When did
it,
it
can't
say that
detect
they
it,
didn't?
too hazy. Huh? Google just did. It said now you can't just bounce it off the moon. You have to have the, you know, the laser reflectors.
Oh, I understand what you mean. Okay, my bad.
Uh-huh.
Like you were saying, like they didn't even do it, but you just said like they
Google
did, and
said
so
that.
that's how.
Google
No, you
Google
said
says
that
that they
they
didn't.
did. If we run back the track, like you said that they
No,
were doing it
I'm
like
getting
since
that information
1950s.
from what's published all on the internet. So if they're saying that they're doing it, I'm taking this base claim that they did this, right? Without any evidence, by the way, for you or me. They just made the claim. And then now it's saying that, nah, that's no good because, you know, too dusty and too hazy and you can't measure it. So which one is it?
Yeah, I dropped that argument from your repertoire, Voltaire. That's why it's dumb, because you can't prove it. It's just weird.
No, I thought like actually like they did it, but they didn't, right? But you guys said that they did, so I thought that there was a difference.
No, Google
No,
says
I'm
they
just
did
giving
it
you the
in
claim.
62.
We have contradictory claims, and I'm hoping that you're noticing that, but it doesn't seem like that you are.
Yeah, this is not a proof like if they like didn't have any results or didn't even try, right?
Okay, so shooting lasers at the moon. What does that help us understand? Because we were talking about little lights
Yeah,
and angles, and then you know all that stuff, and then you said now the light
the
bending
distance
or
to the
whatever.
moon.
The distance. Okay, the distance to the moon. Okay, great. So we have a distance to the moon. We were talking about the stars.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get the distance to those? Because you say they're like the big sun. In fact, I've heard that like Betelgeuse is hundreds of times bigger than our sun, right? But it's so far away, it's little bitty. So I'm just wondering how they would figure that out.
How do they figure out what?
Distances to these stars that they say are just as big as our sun. How'd they figure that out?
Hmm. I mean, even you could figure it out, right?
And
Have
how
you
would I do
tried
that?
like
You're going to have to help me understand.
yeah, have you like tried the coin method?
The what?
The coin method?
What in the hell is that? Explain it to me. Describe it to
Like
me.
it's basically like you hold the coin like in front of your like eye and like block the full moon perfectly, right?
We're talking about the stars, my friend. The
Yeah,
coin method
1
is
second.
going to
It's
give
gonna make
you
sense. Just
two
listen.
angular size differences, and you're going to assume a lot of things that you can't prove. I'm trying to cut you off so you don't embarrass yourself, but if you want to keep going, we can certainly do that.
It's pretty simple actually. Like
Okay, so
even this
the moon
small
is the size of
distance
a dime.
in diameter.
Okay.
1 second. I didn't even finish. Like I didn't even give like my argument. You're just like
Keep
saying,
going.
"Oh, we're doing." Okay. In front of like your eye, and then like make it block the full moon, right? And you need two
And
like measurements. Calm down. You need two measurements for this to see the
okay.
like difference. So you need like
So
the diameter
measurement
of the
one.
coin. Can you like?
Okay.
Do you believe in the diameter of the coin?
What do you mean? Do I believe in it? What a dumb question. It's measured as
Yeah,
what it is,
exactly.
a quarter of an inch across.
Exactly. And the
Yeah.
distance from your eye to where you held it, right?
Okay.
And the ratio of like the coin's diameter to the distance from your eye is going to be the same as the ratios of like moon's diameter to the distance from Earth.
Okay, great. So how'd they get the distance to the moon?
You see? Wait, what did I just say? Could you summarize?
Yeah, you were talking about the angular size that's going to be similar. So you have, you know, similar
never said
diameters held
angular.
at arm's length. Well,
Probably.
wouldn't that be what it has to be? Because now that you're holding it away from your face, its angular size is going to change as it moves away from your eye. Please pay attention.
We
You
don't
even
have
said
Please
this to me.
summarize what I just said.
Dude, we don't have diameters of stars, so there's no way to measure the distance to them.
Yeah.
No, you can go down the cosmic distance ladder route if you want to, but then you're gonna have to prove to us that you know the diameter of Earth. To do
Yeah.
that, you're gonna have to go into Venus and tell us you know the diameter of that, and I mean you're gonna end up with more problems than you have currently. So don't do that.
I was trying to protect him from this stupidity, but he kind of wants to keep doing it. So
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, Terrace, are you a masochist? Do you like to abuse yourself? You like pain? You like embarrassing yourself? What's going on?
Do I like embarrassing myself? It depends. Like, if it like improves me, then I wouldn't be like back away from it, right? Even pain. But yeah.
Okay. So you've been in here multiple times and experienced the same amount of pain, and I haven't seen much
Ooh.
improvement.
What I've experienced is like multiple concessions by you guys. I'm just like
What
now
did I
he's going to
concede
play
to?
the concession card. Baltar,
What did I
throw up,
concede
mate.
to?
Oh wow! Look, of course it's a concession guy talking.
Can I ask you what I conceded to?
Not you. This he just like revealed himself like the prophet.
I can assure you now, whilst you're stumbling around in the dark, I am not a prophet.
So the angular size of the coin held at arm's length, because it's going to be an angular size, because everybody has different length of arms. Duh. Compared to the moon, right, is going to tell us what?
Not compared to the moon. I said
Oh,
like
it's not compared
distance
to the
from
moon
your
now.
eye is gonna be the same like ratio of the moon's diameter to the distance from Earth, because you're covering the
Okay.
moon with like from your eye and the coin. Do you understand that? That's simple math.
Yeah, people have different length of arms. So now you got a problem. You have different angular
No, it's not the
sizes for
problem.
people with different
Oh
lengths
my
of
God!
arms.
Your length of your arm
I
doesn't
don't even
matter.
think you
You're
really.
blocking the
So it
moon.
doesn't. When things get farther away from you, do they get smaller with distance? Angularly?
I didn't say put your arm like make your arm so you don't see the moon.
Answer the
with the coin
question.
with your one eye.
You don't understand angular size, do you? You've made that very apparent.
What is the
I'll give you an
concession
example,
you're, like,
Valtaris.
interjecting?
I'll give you an example whilst you're considering your concession. Something that's very close to you and very small can have the same angular size as something that's a long way away and very big.
Yeah,
Enough
I mean,
said.
yeah. Something within your field of view is going, something that you're looking at is going to take up a percentage, right, of the total amount of view that you have, and we measure that in angles, right?
But it doesn't matter how like long your arms are, because your vision.
I never
and the
mentioned
dis-
anyone's
and
arms.
the-
That's a your claim.
Yeah, you guys said like, oh, somebody has like longer arms. Doesn't
Yeah,
change
I
anything.
mentioned that. It does
Yeah.
change the angular size of the coin if you have longer arms. It's not really rocket science, bro.
How does it change the angular size of the coin? What? Just because
Because
you
it's
have
a
longer
different length away from you.
I told you.
You're not
to
listening.
cover
Let me see if you can help this out. But Voltaires, let's see if you can figure this out with no help. So let's say we have a midget, and he's holding a quarter out in front of him, and it blocks out half the room, because he's got short arms. Let's say we got a basketball player, and he holds the quarter out at arm's length. It's not going to block out very much at all because it's so far away. You understand how this works?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
So what does this have
when
to
I
do
like
with
give
the
my premise,
size or distance to the moon?
Because when I gave you my premises, I told you specifically to put it in front of your eye until it perfectly like blocks the full moon.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit more clear. Okay, so and what's that going to help us with? Now you have a quarter
Yo,
that
run
is
back
the
the
same
tape.
angular
I said this.
size. Okay, no worries. Maybe I missed it. The point is, now we have a quarter that is the same angular size of the moon. What is that going to help us understand?
So how are you gonna like you're gonna achieve that? Because if you measure the diameter of the coin and the distance from your eye to where you held it,
It's going to be
the
the same for
ratio of the
everybody.
coin's diameter to its distance, like from your eye, is gonna be the same as the ratio of the moon's diameter. The distance from Earth.
Okay.
But hang
Okay,
on a
so the
sec.
moon and the coin have the same angular size. Congratulations. That does not give us our distance
Bro,
to the moon.
when did I
That's
say
right,
angular?
because
Define
hey, listen,
angular.
Voltaires. Right, yeah, you're at that point. Okay, you've established that you can get a coin to appear to be the same angular size as the moon in your vision, but that could be the result of the moon being closer and smaller, or larger and further away. How is that going to help you know which of those situations is true? Because you've got two options, right? You've got multiple options
Exactly.
actually.
Good
So
question.
how does it tell you?
Amazing question, because if the moon was further away, you would have to. Who's laughing? You would have to hold the
Me.
coin.
Everyone.
Definitely me.
Yeah, you're very silly, bro. So yeah,
When
you
you
would
figure
have
out
to
that we're
hold
going to
the
need to
coin.
measure the distance to the moon, you let me
If it
fucking know.
if it was further, like you would have to hold it further also, right? So the distance increases.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Basic math.
Oh, I'm going to unmute myself and start laughing. The fuck?
Oh my gosh.
Fucking hell.
Are the flat earthers laughing right now?
Yes.
Interesting.
Maybe you could help this guy out. You sound like you might believe in the globe. Can you tell the distance to the moon by holding a coin in front of your face?
I'm not sure. I didn't test it.
You could if you had more information. If you had a size, yes.
Yeah,
You
what
could
we
know
would need
distance.
ultimately is the actual size of the moon.
Fuck the moon. If,
Dun, dun, dun.
I have a question. Since the
Go
Earth is
for it.
flat, according to you guys, why is the longest flight that we can have right now only like 16 hours? Or like 20 hours something?
Fuel consumption,
Because if
probably.
no, it's not that. No, it's like one flight without stopping. So
So
if the
without
Earth was
stopping,
truly flat
fuel
and
consumption
we go
then.
from the furthest 2 points, it would be over 30 hours.
No, not fuel
Why is it only
consumption.
20?
Just said it was no stop, so that was probably fuel consumption. Are you not going to address fuel consumption? Probably one
It's
of the
not about
limiting
that. I'm
factors
talking
about
about the
how far
distance.
you're going to fly is how much fuel you're going to be able to take, sir.
It's not about fuel right now. It's about distance. That's
Okay,
the
so
question.
fucking hell. Endless fucking power and energy.
Why are you so mad? It's about distance, not fuel.
Distance? You're going to need to be able to get the distance, aren't you?
It's not about how you do the distance. That's the point.
Oh, it's not about how we do the distance. So please continue with your question then. Being as we're not
I
going to have
already
to do
asked
it.
it. You don't
Hey,
understand it.
Smark, just take a step back. You've got X amount of fuel. What happens when you run out of fuel?
Why are you guys still on fuel? It's about
No.
distance.
You asked about what's the longest distance that we could travel.
On a flat Earth.
Let's
What's
try
the longest?
rewording it. No, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Like, seriously,
But it is.
dude. What are the limiting factors of your ability to fly?
Are you guys retarded?
What are the limiting factors of your ability to
I don't
fly
know if you
in a
you guys
commercial
understand
plane?
the question.
No, I don't think you're comprehending basic English. You're making
So
claims
instead of
about planes.
answering,
I'm now asking you so
no.
you can nut it out.
Okay.
What are the limiting
It
factors
never
of
look.
your ability? You talking is not you listening, bro. What are the limiting
not listening.
factors of your ability to fly? Well, you're not saying anything worth listening to.
Interesting.
You said
Yep.
interesting, so I am listening.
Alright,
So
let's-
again,
let's take
you haven't
some-
answered my
let the
question,
silence
and you're
go.
doing the.
Let it. Does need to speak. If he's not going to say anything,
Interesting. Is this how it always works? You guys just don't answer the questions?
Well, we just want you to answer the question. You made a stupid statement, and we're trying to get you to think about it. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. So,
Maybe
what are the
already
limiting
thinking,
factors for your ability to fly commercially long distance? What are the limiting factors? How much it costs? You're a broker, you can't afford a plane flight? That's a limiting factor.
How about weather?
Those are
Weather's a
really good
limiting
ones.
factor.
That could limit you?
So,
Yep.
Okay. It's
What, you don't
still
want to
not
play with
about
us?
fuel or
We're not very
planes.
fair, are we?
No, you're not very smart. That's the point. That's why I'm not.
I'm not smart. and this is you dodging the question. You made a stupid claim about long distance flights, and now
You're
you don't
dodging
want to
my
continue the
questions by
conversation.
asking me things. You're dodging my questions. That's the point.
I'm dodging your question.
oh, for fuck's sake. This
This
is
guy's as
annoying
thick
now.
as pig shit.
Yeah, but it's annoying, Matrix. You asked us a question about how far you can fly. That's your question, isn't it?
Yeah, the two furthest points, like on a flat Earth, how long would you fly? It's not about fuel, it's distance.
Well,
Oh,
to
well,
get
so
your
it's
distance,
about-
you
we
need the
just
fucking
asking-
fuel.
Why are you so mad?
So you're just asking what are the two furthest distances on the flat Earth?
Correct.
Okay, didn't
How
need to bring
long
flight
would
up into
I
it.
fly?
Awesome. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yep. Did you have in your mind 2 points on the Earth that were really far away on on the flat Earth that we dwell atop that this would be pertinent to?
He's gone.
Oh, he ran away. Shoot.
He wasn't very smart. He could have gotten out of that whole thing just by saying, well, I'm using a solar-powered airship.
Yeah. We got Rex in the house. Hello, Rex. Rex, are you in a water ball right now? Is it spinning? Well, I guess it's you, Voltaris. Quarters and stuff.
Wow, last resort.
Yeah, well, you're the bravest of the globe believers. You're still here. You're telling us about quarters.
About Jews?
Are you hoping to get banned? What's going on?
Like quarters Jews. Just a joke.
Well, it wasn't funny. If you're going to tell jokes, they got to be funny. So quarters tell us the distance to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You didn't land that plane. You didn't tell us how that works.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay, so you again believe that Earth is flat, yeah? You Voltaris.
What? No, Voltaire thinks the Earth
What
is
is
a
this
spinning water ball in a vacuum.
drunk German guy talking to me?
What a stupid idiot. He believes Earth is globe, yeah? That's right. The Earth
Oh
is
my
flat,
god.
that's the ultimate truth.
Duh.
Yeah. The Earth is flat
high
as
hopes for this
my
conversation.
mom's boobs. No, oh, sorry, they are globes. Yeah. So the Earth is a globe. That's
This
scientific
is
argument.
weird. Just please stop embarrassing yourself.
He does sound hammered.
Okay, but hammered, what the fuck?
Yeah,
You
I mean,
sound like
the way I analyze things, like immediately I know it. Way too intelligent.
yeah, I also like perceive things flat. That's why the Earth is flat. What the fuck, bro? This it doesn't make any sense. Like I even see in 3 dimensions.
So you don't perceive flat
because-
things as being flat? So do you perceive flat things as being flat?
Do you perceive yourself to be rational
Do you
human?
perceive
Because
flat things as being flat? Tazzy, answer the question.
I perceive.
Do you perceive
Okay.
flat things as being flat? Answer the question.
Yeah. Yes. Like the
Yes,
table. Yeah.
yes. Okay, so it's
But
not
wait,
so. So it's not so
wait.
ridiculous sounding, is it? So it's not so ridiculous sounding now, is it?
It is because like from whatever angle I'm gonna try to tell you this, the Earth is a globe, like flat table.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
probably forgot what he
So
said.
I look at this flat table. I put my eyes on the surface of the table, so I perceive it as like flat, surface. Yeah.
Right. So
But when I
flat
move,
things are perceived as being flat, right? So it's not so.
yeah, but
It's not so crazy to look at the Earth and perceive it as flat if it's flat, right?
please don't interrupt me, please.
So if
But
the
when
Earth is flat, how would we perceive it?
I'm gonna tell you. So this
If the
table,
Earth
yeah.
is flat, then how
Bro,
would we perceive
fuck.
it to be?
That's
Would we
analogy. You
perceive it?
don't understand
Would we?
analogy.
If the
I
Earth
don't know.
is flat,
Someone just
you can't
brainwashed you. Someone brainwashed
entertain a
you.
hypothetical, can you?
I can. So if the Earth is flat, then we perceive it as flat. That's right.
Thank you. Awesome. Now you go ahead and make the claim that
Okay.
if the Earth is a globe, we'd also perceive it as flat. Go on, make that claim.
If the Earth is a globe, we perceive it as flat. I wanted to make
All
this
right.
claim.
All right. So it's such a big ball, right? And we're so small in comparison that it appears flat to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did you
That's my
distinguish the
argument.
difference between? How did you distinguish the difference between it being flat and being so big that it just looks flat?
Yeah, bro, that's ridiculous. But
How
why
did
do you
you
believe?
distinguish the difference between the Earth being something that is flat and perceived as flat, or such a large ball that it appears flat? How did you tell the difference between the two?
I cannot see the difference, so it can be both. Yeah.
It can be both.
With my eyes. Yes.
Schrodinger's Earth curve. I love it.
But bro, I know, with my like legs, feet, I can go only like certain distance, yeah. So I go like 20 kilometers, and it's the same as it was, yeah. It's flat, still flat. That's what I can do with my own legs, yeah. I can walk like 20 kilometers maybe, and it's flat in every place, yeah. But yeah, I'm never gonna perceive it as a globe, even if I walk 1,000 kilometers. It's still gonna be flat, but that's because of the, I don't know, gravity effect. Yeah.
Gravity effect. Oh no! Don't listen to me. I'm not getting involved in this conversation with you.
But like your view on this is like medieval age. It's
Dude,
like
we grant you your gravity if you want it. We can measure Earth to be flat. You understand how to do that? If I gave you a couple of items, could you go do it? Like a laser or a mirror?
yes, we
Measuring
thought, but
things on
I
the
don't know if
10
this is. I
wide lake.
honestly don't know.
How would you do it?
Yeah, I heard about this laser.
How would you do
I
it?
don't know if this is legit.
You
Hello
understand
guys,
how it
what's up?
works? Listen, dude, if you live on a ball, do you happen to know the size of Earth? Has anybody told you?
Thais, I don't remember. You told me this like 5 times already.
Yeah, I'm telling you
Flat
again.
earthers.
See if you can retain information. 3,959.
Okay, about 4,000. Okay.
Yeah, good. That's a good way to remember it. So, if that's the case, over 10 miles, we have to have 20 meters of curvature. That's just, it has to be there. Or it can't be that
Yeah, I
size.
know.
You
I know this
understand?
argument. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so when we
understand.
shoot the laser a meter over the beach on one side, 10 miles on the other side, that thing has to be 20 meters up in the air. But it never is. It's 1 meter over the beach on both sides. You know
Oh
why?
my god.
Because water doesn't curve. It's flat. So
Yeah, yeah, I've heard this a
yeah,
thousand
so
times.
that's the whole point here.
Okay, so please give me a space rocket so I can test how rockets work. I would like to fly to the space, but I don't have money for my own rocket.
What
Can
are you gonna
you?
do there, dude? What are you gonna do? How far out do you need to go to see the
I
whole globe?
just around the Earth to confirm whether this is a flat or globe.
How are you gonna see that?
Oh my god.
You understand the size? Remember the size again, right? Can you say the number?
Yeah, like 4,000 kilometers radius.
4,000
Not
miles.
radius, but not
Good enough.
radius, but
Yeah, that's the radius. 8,000
from
miles in
from
diameter.
point 8 around
Right.
the diameter. Okay,
Right.
diameter.
Do you know how far out you have to fly to see 8,000 miles?
8,000 miles?
Yeah, how
No, I
far out
don't
you have to
know.
be to see Earth from that God's eye view point of view? Do you know?
No idea.
No. Right, because you're asking for something that's not logical. We can't do that. You know ISS? Do you know how far away ISS is?
ISS, I don't know, like 10,000 kilometers?
No, 250 miles.
250 miles. Okay, it's pretty close.
Dude, they see 3% of Earth from that height. How are you going to see the whole thing?
Yeah, they're pretty close, right? 400 kilometers compared to your 10,000 kilometers. I mean, it's not unusual for people to have such misconceptions because they see them as being in outer space, out there, way out there somewhere, right? Astronauts discovering new worlds, right? In the sky. No, it's not the case. Sorry to disappoint you. But go ahead, Flat Earth Joe.
So anyway, even if you get the ride to the ISS, you're not going to be able to see the ball from up there. Okay, that's impossible. But you can pay Bezos or someone, Blue Origin. They'll shoot you up to 60 miles, I think. You're going to see 0.2% of Earth from that height. So it's not going to help you. We can give you all the money you need. You're never going to go to the place where you need to go if you want to have the God's eyes view of Earth. You understand?
Yeah, what about this like overview effect?
You're not going to see it
this?
from there. You'll
Okay.
see. Think about Earth as a big chessboard. Put it at 1 million miles by 1 million miles. Now, if you place yourself in the middle of that thing and you go, let's say, 10,000 miles up above it, what do you think you're going to see when you look down? You think you're going to see the edges of that chessboard?
Okay, if it's like 10,000,
No, it's not going to
then
help you. It's like a billion miles by a billion miles big chessboard.
yeah, okay, and you're just above the 10,000, so you're gonna see, let's say, 10,000 left, 10,000 right, so like 20,000, and it's
In
like
all
billion,
directions, right?
so you're gonna see
360.
like 2% or something, yeah.
Yeah, you see 360 degrees. You understand? So you're not going to see a big square underneath. You're going to see a round thing. That's how.
Okay, yeah, I understand. It's not
That's how
square, it's
human
round, yeah.
perspective works, right? So there's no way for you to tell the shape of the Earth if, even if you go out there, if it's big, right? It'll probably look like
Yeah,
a
but
ball to you. So
I
I
don't
mean,
know, like this is so weird view of the flat Earth. I talked about some people about this, but they told me that I'm crazy when I say this. So I don't know.
well, anyway, going to space is not going to help you. You'll see a circle of something up below you, and that's it. And you can't tell with what shape it is. Anyway, you can guess it's a ball if you want to, but It's not going to help you. So it's not a good argument. What you can do though is measuring it down here. Like go find some place where you can see something that you shouldn't be able to see if you live on a ball. Like I don't know how tall you are, but if let's say you're 180 centimeters, you can see about 4.3 kilometers out. So that's where things should start curve away if you live on a ball. But you're going to be able to see things that are 10, 20 kilometers away. You can probably find a
Bro,
place.
I honestly sometimes can see. I mean, mountains, yeah, but
Yeah,
mountains are high, so it's
right.
not
But
really
even
help.
like
Doesn't help.
take a little island, for example, out in the ocean, or maybe a boat or something. 10, 20 kilometers away. I mean, if you lived on a ball, that thing should be hidden, but it isn't.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Out with mountains, I can see mountains that are like 100 kilometers from my place.
Yeah, well, they're pretty tall, right? So it's better to do it with
Yeah,
something.
they're very tall.
It's better to do beach to beach. Like if you see the white sand over 10 miles away, then you know there you have a problem then, because that shouldn't be possible.
Like what about if this is like just not it's just like higher in this place, the other place, like
Water
higher
level is
altitude?
water level. You go to the
Water
beach and
level
you
is water
stand next to the
level, okay.
water. It's right there. It's not going to curve between you and the other side. I mean, if water was curving on a lake that's 10 miles wide, you can just skate up to the midpoint and kind of slide down to the other side. You've never done that. It doesn't freeze like that. It should freeze 20 meters of curvature there. It doesn't do that.
Okay, yeah, but I don't understand another thing, like, because when I say something about stars, you tell me you shouldn't think about the other things when we're talking about the Earth is a flat, and you're like taught to think about the other things, to argue about the if the Earth is a globe or flat. I honestly don't understand this, because for me it's like obvious that the fact that there are stars on the sky is an argument why the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
can
no,
have
it isn't,
stars
and I'll
with
tell you
other flat
why.
surfaces.
It's great.
The reason why it's not a good argument is because the preconceived or the story that you've been told about the stars, there's no evidence for that either. You were told that the stars and the moon are all these large, large objects in space far away from you, and you're going to use those as some kind of reference as to why the things happen on the earth the way that they do. You have to prove all those things about the objects in the sky or the lights in the sky for any of that to even be possible. So you can't just pre-assume that they're true.
I cannot prove it myself. Like, I don't have the tools.
Where do you see
Right,
the
no
stars?
one does.
Where do you see the stars,
What
Tezzy?
about
Where do you see the stars?
in the
Where are
night
they?
sky? What do you mean? In
In
the
the
night
sky. In the
sky?
sky. Would that be above you?
Yes, that is above
Right.
me. Yeah.
Always above you, right? Always above you. You never see them below you, right?
Yeah, but I can see them like on the horizon, like not really above, but on my level of my head, like far, far away.
That'd still be above the surface, right?
Yeah, above the surface of the
Right.
earth.
You
Yeah.
never see them below the surface, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, but this doesn't is not a good argument why Earth is flat, because
It's
you
an
know
observation. It's not an argument. It's an observation.
okay, okay. Yeah, but so yeah, that's observation. I see them above, but like, what about this? That sun is a globe. Is sun a globe, or do you don't believe in sun?
Doesn't really matter. I grant you it's a globe if you want it to be. I'm fine with that, but it has nothing to do with the surface property of Earth.
that's so weird. Like, but does it exist according to you, Sun?
I don't know. We see it, right? It looks like there's something up there. I don't know what it is. I don't know the size of it or how far away it is. But dude, you have a kitchen table, don't you?
Yes.
Do you have a light above it?
Yes.
Is that light kind of globe shaped?
I mean, it's a light bulb, so
Yeah,
it's a
it's a
globe shape,
bulb, right?
kinda.
Bulb shaped.
Yeah.
So does that make your table bulb shaped too, or what's the shape? I mean, what's going on there?
No, it doesn't change the shape of
Right.
my
But we can't use that
table.
logic for Earth either. Earth is like your table, we can say, right? I mean, the bulbs in the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the table underneath them. So that's the logic there. So I'd probably drop that one. It's not a good one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So like, yeah. Okay. So is but you're telling me right now that my I don't know knowledge about other things in the sky is correct, but only
You,
the
you
shape
can have
of
it
the
if you
Earth is
want
not
to.
correct.
We're only talking about
But
the
you don't
surface
have it?
We're only talking about the surface property of water in here, basically. That's what we can prove. I don't have any proof for anything in the sky, really. I mean, other than the
Uh,
same observation as you. It looks like a round light and it moves. But of course, if you're a glober, you're going to have to say it's actually not moving. The opposite is that the Earth is moving. So it's kind of a delusional take there. You have to kind of, I mean, people have been telling you since you were a kid, hey, it looks like the sun is moving, but that's not the way it is. And they say that it is spinning, you don't feel that. So that's also opposite world, right? So I don't know. I think I have a better worldview actually, because I see the sun move and I say that's because it's moving.
yeah, but you know this Nicolaus Copernicus, this guy, you know him?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you know what he was famous for? That he made like the revolution, that he stopped this thinking about that the sun is moving around the earth, like let's say a table, flat table, and a lamp that are moving. So he made people stop believing in this, but like the earth is like a apple and it's moving around the light bulb, yeah. Nicolaus Copernicus, and you know he's like known in the whole world for this.
Yeah, we know who he is. He had a theory, he presented it. It's in an old book
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah, you know he like I don't know burned down for this. I think.
No, I think they let him
Yeah, the
live.
people at that time were pretty old fashioned, I guess you would say. But either way, um, his idea doesn't prove anything. The acceptance of his
Doesn't?
idea and the propagation of it, no. You, if I have an idea and I tell you about it and it sounds absurd, are you going to believe me if I don't prove it to you?
I think he wrote the whole book to prove it, and he had some observations. So.
Oh, great.
Uh,
So then he proved in his big book that the earth is a sphere and the sun is the center point of a solar system. He proved all that, did he?
I mean, not like directly, but like indirectly.
How do you prove that indirectly? Do you make up a story and then take math and create a fictitious system in which the sun is at the center?
Yeah, you do it like this.
Okay, so you can just use math like a language and create a scenario that isn't true or proven, but internally, mathematically, it may work. So it's kind of like
Uh,
writing a fictional
yes.
story. Internally, it's
Okay.
consistent, but it's still not true.
Yeah, you can do this also.
Okay. So what we would like is in physical reality, somebody prove their claims or their ideas, not just state it and write it out in a bunch of equations or math or idea, like an idea. because it's just a fictional story at this point.
Okay. It's like really weird because, bro, you're saying that you're smarter than this Nicolaus Copernicus, and you're
I didn't
saying
say
that
that.
you're like,
I didn't say that. I just said he had an idea and he wrote it out on paper and people believed him for some dumb reason when he didn't prove it.
um, but people didn't believe him. Only modern people believed him.
Okay, so the modern people believed him. Now, do the modern people have any evidence to support his idea? Or is it still just trying to think about it in a certain way? And with math, you could make it internally consistent. The problem is if you challenge the math, it doesn't work.
Jeez, no, bro, I cannot name 7 axioms of Copernicus. I never read this. I don't have time to do these things.
But you do have time to tell us about somebody who you don't know what they claimed, and then tell us that because he's so smart, in your opinion, or you were told that he was really smart, that he must be right.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know, there are some things that I take for granted that other people say. So I believe something that's called like mainstream science, because I believe that some people who are scientists and like make claims about space, they make correct claims. I believe so.
You believe that they do. What would make you believe them more than anybody else? Because they wear a lab coat? Because they went to school? Because they get paid a lot of money?
I don't know, probably not all of them get paid a lot of money, but they wear lab coats. Yeah, I believe that like wearing a lab coat is like part of a theater, maybe. Yeah, because it's like doesn't change anything if you wear a lab coat or not. Yeah, but I believe that some of the scientists are smart and like they have their organizations, like government funding, and some of them are like useful. Like I don't know, we have like modern medicine that solves some of the problems. Like we have surgeries and we have like real inventions like made by scientists. Yeah, like I don't know, like the telephone that I'm using to talk to you or the internet, they are like real inventions. So that's maybe because some of the inventions are credible. That's why I believe that scientists, what they say is mostly true.
Right, but most of the things that you've just discussed, inventions, surgeries, modern medicine, that's all engineering. It's actually not science. Or it's just a skill. Like to be a surgeon, that requires more skill than anything.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with science. Science is a method. It requires, observations in the natural world, and then you could suppose a cause for those particular effects, and then you could conduct an experiment. The people that you're referring to, as far as I can tell, perhaps maybe the chemists are doing this to a small degree, but none of them are conducting any kind of experiment, especially on the cosmos. There isn't one experiment that they can conduct in cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics. Not one experiment. It's all thought. It's all just conjecture. It's all just speculation.
Okay, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's all just conjecture made. Okay, it's maybe, I don't know. So probably I like all those like engineers and doctors more because it's like easier to prove or like easier to have like specific result, or I can appreciate this because I know a bit what is it about. Yeah, and with Cosmos I don't know that much, and yeah, I cannot really in my daily life, like see the implications of this.
Right. So you're only appealing to people because you think they have a higher level of intelligence than you, and you're going to trust them because they study things that you haven't studied. I can appreciate that. I think a lot of people operate that way. It may not be the wisest thing, but that's how most people operate. The problem is that most people never ask these scientists or engineers how they're going to prove anything. They just accept it. They don't challenge the idea. They don't challenge the statements made or the claims made by these people. They just accept it. Well, we've chosen to challenge all these claims. And in physical
Yeah, but I
reality,
don't
these
really think
claims are
that.
false.
But I don't think that does anyone ever took the challenge, like anyone famous like took the challenge to debate the flat earthers.
Well, we've put out challenges to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, the people that are public
Yeah, I
figures
know
that
this. I
like to
know
talk
this.
about this subject. Yeah. I mean, the challenge is open to anyone, anybody from NASA, anybody from these supposed, cosmologic schools of thought. We've challenged everyone that we possibly can. We've had a few big names come in here. We've had people like Mick West come through, and he's supposed to be an expert on optics and light and all that stuff. And they all just kind of have no answers for us. In fact, they tell us the same things that you tell us. So that tells me that they know everything that you know and nothing else. So you are as intelligent as any supposed scientist we've had come through here because all the claims are the same. It's more of a rhetoric than it is anything else. It's not actually science, it's just claim on top of claim.
Okay, yeah.
And we have a few
Yeah,
of those
okay, I
recorded.
know what you think.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, all we can deal with is physical reality that we have access to, that being the Earth. So we measure the Earth. And when we measure it, there's no curve. It's about that simple.
Yeah. Yeah, the water doesn't curve, okay, yeah. But wait, like, okay, one more question though. Okay, the last question because I have to go to sleep. If the Earth is like flat, does it like rotate or anything?
Not as far as we know. No motion of the Earth has been detected, no matter what we try to do. The only time the Earth
Okay.
moves is when the Earth quakes. That's when we can detect it.
Okay, so one more maybe. So how is it like, what is like, okay, where is the Earth like in this space? Does it float in this space or something like this?
Well, the vacuous region called outer space,
Yeah.
according to the laws of physics, is fake. And it would have to be a vacuum because all the math that they suppose about the bodies and their motions, that would require the infinite vacuum of outer space and the universe to be true. Because you can't have any resistance like air or any liquid or medium or fluid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have their steady perpetual motions, right? So if that's
Yeah, but
not true, and
honestly,
we have gas
it's
pressure
more
on the Earth,
difficult. It's more difficult for me to imagine that there is no like outer space. There is like Earth. Yeah, it's like
well,
more
to
difficult
me,
because like, what about something else? Like, the promise that the universe is so large and then expanding is like, I don't know. I'm used to this and like, it's good
Who cares?
perspective that it's expanding other planets. But when you imagine like only
Tell him to
Earth,
prove it.
flat Earth,
Tell him to prove it.
it's
yeah,
like
this is what you were told. You don't
worse. But
experience
it's like
that though.
worse.
They're just words.
It's like
No one has
worse.
ever proved that to you, and you've never experienced that, have you?
Yeah, I've never. Yeah.
Yeah. So when
But it's
someone
more
points at the
difficult
sky,
for. Wait. because it's more difficult for me to imagine like the Earth is like where, when I imagine space, there's like Earth that is like floating in space, and to me it seems logical because there is something else. And when you say this model, I see like only Earth, where it's like, what is the foundation? Like, what does it stand on? You know what I mean?
That's a fair question. Those are answers that we cannot give you. The only things that we can measure is what we experience and have access to, which is the surface of the Earth. And according to everything that we measure, the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. That's what we can ultimately prove.
With the mumbler, is there anyone else? I'm the mumbler. What the fuck, bro?
I'll tell you
Okay,
what, even if you have had a few drinks, you're better than most of the people that we have in here.
bro, I don't have a few drinks. I just have like voice like this my whole life. Yeah, Jesus.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, forgive me, but it's how it sounds, so I don't know what to do. Anyway.
You Russian?
Okay, you don't think about this. I honestly really sound like this my whole life, so that's a bit like a curse, but okay.
Well, if you're not drunk, then forgive me. Either way, you're still better than most of the people we have in here.
Yeah, but imagine that I have to tell this to almost everyone that I didn't drink anything. I just have it like that.
This story.
It's sad. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. I have to go. Okay. See you. Goodbye.
See you.
Bye.
Damn it, I just pulled up my Flat Universe citations. I was about to ask him what's holding up the Flat Universe.
Right. I was going to ask you, DJ. I was going to say,
Did I?
is the universe
even
is the universe
I
so
got
big
my
it looks flat?
citations. Oh, stole them. Got the citations right here. Harvard, Stanford, NASA. They're kind of funny. We thought the universe was round and it turned out to be flat. Stanford. But yeah, that guy was good to talk to compared to most.
Hey, do we have anyone new in here that wants to speak? Welcome in. You're obviously curious about this topic. You obviously have questions you want answered. So open up your mic, say hi, ask your questions.
What's up?
Hey, Toothless, welcome back. Show these other newcomers how
This
it's done.
question. Oh,
No, Toothless. No, go ahead. I'm saying show the others how it's done. Give them confidence to open their mic and ask a question or talk.
do you know someone come out from NASA organization and say something like they lied to us?
Yes. Yes. Math Powerland. I can't remember his actual real name. He's on YouTube. He was allegedly a claims to be an ex-NASA employee. There's also a fellow that goes on YouTube goes by the name of Jesus Freak Computer Geek, I think is his name, or Computer Geek Jesus Freak, whichever way. Ex-NASA employee. Several people from the aerospace industry, like Jay Toll. So there's a few.
Yeah, so I'll put a Math Powerland video in the side chat for you, Toothless.
And it wouldn't be so much that they've come out and said that NASA's lying due to direct information that they received while as an employee, right? That they learned these things about the lie or anything like that. No, they were unaware during their employment, but but through learning that the Earth is flat, they've realized, just like anybody else, that NASA has to be lying if they are portraying Earth in imagery as a sphere and declaring that it's true.
There was some other lady as well that was a NASA whistleblower. Some blonde-haired lady.
Are you talking about Werner von Braun's assistant or whatever?
No, it's a recent one. I'm just
Oh.
trying to look it up. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, Toothless, there's a bunch of videos in the side chat.
What does it matter anyway? Why do you put so much stock in what NASA says in the first place?
I was thinking the same thing. Although I have to admit, like when I first started to study this, most of what I was met with was tons of NASA fake and stuff videos. And, you know, that was enough for me to distrust them, you know. Um, and I wanted to show people that stuff. Like, look, I don't even have to say that they're lying. They're kind of showing it themselves. But I guess people just kind of want to know who they can trust. So at this point, Toothless, I think, trusts authority still. So he wants authority to tell him that it's lying, which is weird.
So then, how do you know that the person who's saying that, you know, their ex-employer is lying? How do you know they're not lying about that?
Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to abandon the hearsay, Toothless. You can't even really rely on anything that we tell you. What's your experience? And can you go out and test it yourself? Which it turns out you can for not much money.
Isn't that crazy? Like, I can't trust my senses, but I can trust this organization of complete strangers that receive billions of dollars a year.
Right. I'm sure there's no conflict of interest. Like, let's pretend for a moment that this entire flat earth thing is just a bunch of it's a complete psyop, right? Like it's we've all been duped. Well, I still have to contend with the fact that I experience no motion of the earth, and everywhere that I look, it's flat. So, you know,
Yeah, that's right. No, we're not. No, we're not going to be accounting for Earth coverage today. No, it's too small to worry about. We can essentially just treat it as flat. It's all good. This is how we've always done it. We're just going to continue to do it that way.
yeah, the amount of hostile witnesses that we have at this point is off the charts. I think the stuff that Yoder has presented, where it's like, yeah, you know, when we measure it flat, and then we go back and change it, it kind of messes everything up. So we just kind of stick with the flat bit.
Yeah, I wonder, like with the technology that they claim to have in the sky, right? If there's stuff up there, like, and it's like sending signals out, you know, and it's like getting readings back saying, well, my signal bounced off something there and returned to me at approximately this rate, you know, like this speed. That means that its distance is X. The globe says it should be Y. Problems, right? Like, and then they say something like, "Oh, well, that's because of time dilation," right? Or actually, the globe says it shouldn't have even hit it because it's like blocked from view, right? What are we getting out here? That's like, what's this signal bouncing off? There's supposed to be space there, right? Like just air until there's nothing. But it hit something. We got a reading back. Yeah, that'd be time dilation, guys. Like, yeah. You see, as the Earth was spinning, that region was there, right? I don't know. Oh my god. But yeah, how do they explain you know, the thing that Gemsy posts up? Like, what is that? Are they trying to say that that's just collected data reinterpreted? Like, it's a 1,000+ miles of just flat something with clouds above it. What the heck?
Is that LiDAR image you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, they'd have to say that's reinterpreted data. It's collected data it's like a graph, right? But it's in the form of an image. You can see the clouds. Like, how exactly has any software reinterpreted the data? I want to know. I want to know that process. Like, I don't know. Come on, Mr. Bojangles. What do you got? Play a song for me. Wait, I'm mixing up songs. I'm mixing up Mr. Tambourine Man with Bojangles. That's right, Mr. Bojangles danced, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I thought there was one already running.
Oh, is there? I didn't notice. Sorry. I didn't see it on the main page of the English server.
Oh, it might have ended, unfortunately. It looks like DJ's just about to start a new one for you.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
I think it's going to be called What Shape is the Universe?
Hello.
Is that it?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Who is
Hello.
this?
Hello.
Yeah. How did you get this number? No, welcome in. Welcome in.
Là, je suis là. Ok. Plot Earth Discord. Ok. Show your face. Ça va, les gars? You speak English or only English here?
Only English. This is advanced English.
Okay, man. No problem. English hub. I speak English like a co French co. Hello. We can't see our face. Okay. Anyone something to say? I wanna be president of France. You know. You think it's okay? It's okay.
Yes, it's okay.
You vote for me?
How's it going, Chief? Cyclone? I saw you sneak in there.
Hey, what's up? I'm doing all right, doing all right. Been super busy lately, so I've not really been around too much. How's things been?
All right, all right. Keeping things alive.
Yeah, yeah. Usual stuff, but yeah, crazy work and stuff a bit. How's it been here? Busy? Folk excited by Artemis?
Not a lot. Get a few people coming in here asking, what do you guys think about the Artemis mission? They're not like, haha, see, told you, flat earthers, I told you.
Yeah, they must be
It's
so raging.
you know how like Globers never post the Apollo footage as evidence of anything. It's the same thing with the Artemis.
How can they not be getting it by now? Like the videos I saw of it, it's like this thing must have been put out there just as a, are they still buying it?
I
On
don't
April
think it's
Fool's
that
Day,
they
no
don't
less.
get it. Sorry.
No, you
No,
go
go
I
ahead.
ahead.
don't think that. I was just gonna say, I don't think it's that they don't get it. I think that they just don't want to accept it. They just don't want to admit it to themselves.
Yeah, you're right. I was
But I
what I was
think
going to
a
say
lot
as well. Yeah, the folk who are supporting it, it's not because they actually believe it, it's because they can't admit to themselves. It's just pride. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Sad states though. How are you going to lie to yourself? I don't know. I don't get it.
Glad to hear your voice, Cyclone. Good to see you keeping well, mate.
Yeah. And you, Jedi, you too. I mean, I'm still listening from time to time on YouTube. I've been super busy, so I've not really been on. I'd be rusty now, speaking to the Globies.
I haven't changed, mate. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh well, as long as everyone's doing good.
We're always doing good, mate. Always doing good. I think we've got an event running at the moment. I think it's called "What is the Shape of the Universe?" So it might get some people coming into the event, which will be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a classic trap. Love it.
The universe is a flat donut.
That's what they
I
say.
thought it was universe shaped.
Nope.
I told you, T-Dog.
Damn.
Yeah, I actually have a whole channel called Flat Universe in my server. And there's all sorts of shapes getting around in the scientific community. Right? Yeah, check this one out. So they proposed that the universe could be this shape. Check this thing out. So it could be that shape.
Like a dropped slinky.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
then, all right. So that's
They
one.
said that could be Earth.
No, the universe, bro.
Oh, the universe. Okay.
Yeah. Here's another one. Some different scientists think this could be it. It's like this cylinder looking thing. Yeah, I'll get a better picture of it. Yep. So it might
I
be
don't
this
know. I
shape.
always thought.
This one.
I don't know. I always thought it was like the bowling balls on a blanket situation. Is what they keep telling us.
Nope.
No.
I think I had one of those drinks.
All right, but here's another one. And this one disagrees with the last two. This is newscientist.com. Okay, so
And the cartoons are getting advanced.
It's a cosmological crisis. We don't know if the universe is round or flat.
Classic. That's New Scientist as well. That's a good one.
So they don't even know.
They don't even know. How humble. It's not
There's
like
more
that.
options. It doesn't end there. All right, we have Universe Today. This is a good one, actually, this next one. So I don't know what shape this is, but there it is. That's kind of like the blanket thing that you were talking about.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's what I like. That's my favorite one. It's like the
It looks like the
little charity
funnel
things where you
universe.
spin the coin down.
Sorry,
So
Wolfgang.
this-
I said it looks like the funnel universe. Sorry, the funnel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This must be more recent than the one just above it, because this one says that they suggest that the universe it's not a sphere or flat after all. It's this thing.
Wow.
Let's see what other shapes they have. There's more. There's definitely more than that. Here we go. All right, so this is science news. Physicists haven't ruled out the possibility that the universe has a complicated topology in which space loops back around on itself. And here it is. The donut
Wow, they're just
universe.
trolling the whole. They're just trolling the whole flat Earth conversation, aren't
Yeah. The
they?
universe
They've
may have
actually gone for the donut.
They've got for the Uh-huh. Like they're
The
actually
universe is a
doing
donut?
it's in the side chat, bro. Yeah.
Is it a tasty donut?
Probably not. Probably, I think it smelled like like farts. Uranus is in there. It's got some
It's
horrible
not a
Listen to how
blueberry
um,
donut. That'd be better if it's a blueberry donut. Sorry, go
the
ahead.
fact that this is
Looks like a blueberry
passing for
donut.
science journalism. Listen to this. The cosmos may have something in common with a donut. In addition to their fried, sugary goodness, donuts are known for their shape, or in mathematical terms, their topology. This is what's passing for scientific journalism. Unreal.
There's still more. There's more shapes. There's more possibilities. What it could be. Right, so here's another one. So instead of being flat like a bed sheet, our universe may be curved like a massive inflated balloon, according to a new study. It might be a giant loop. That's what
What,
it
are we
says
on
here.
the inside of this balloon?
Don't we
It's a
on the
giant loop.
outside? I like people's imaginations, man. Not the funk.
That's funny too, though. The satellite is like the cherry on the stick of the drink.
But
Wow.
in the end, the prestige schools all agree on flat. Flat universe like a sheet of paper. They actually say that too. Like a sheet of paper. That's what NASA says. So if the density of the universe exactly equals the critical density, then the geometry of the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper. It's kind of weird.
I like this bit at the end. So even though the Earth isn't flat, the universe is. Mm.
And men can get pregnant.
Absolutely. Oh, there's a funny clip of Josh Ingersoll, Satellite Man, in Earth Awakenings, talking about how a penis is nothing more than a social construct.
Oh my word! So every time I urinate, it's because of a social construct. What's
It's
wrong
not.
with these people?
Yeah. I'm going to find the clip, put it in the side
Was he
chat.
the guy? He
Anyone?
didn't know if he had hands or not.
No. This is the satellite guy who comes in here all the
Ah,
time.
that's
Josh.
it. Yeah, yeah. Not the guy Indio debated. I got those two mixed up. That's it.
No hands guy,
Yeah.
I forgot about.
Well, this is the no penis guy.
Penis is a social construct. Oh dear. One day I'm going to wake up and this is just going to be a fucking dream.
Yeah, it's such a troll. Like I've got this other folder called Crazy Space Claims. So here's the first one. Hairy black holes explain Hawking's paradox, physicists claim. And there's a picture of one.
Oh, what the fuck? Hairy black holes. What does this
That's
even mean?
That is a hairy black hole in the picture there. That's a real photograph.
Is it all the hair from the NASA astronauts' legs and faces for when they're shaving up there?
Probably, mate. I mean, hairy black
Did you
holes.
see that video from Artemis? They were talking about how they were all shaving up there.
No, I didn't. But we've often discussed like hygiene and shit in, you know, scientific environment. We always talk about women's hair, like blah blah blah. But yeah, shaving has
Yeah.
popped up from time to time. Have they got special like vacuums and stuff that they use, or do they just
Well, that
like?
was it 'cause they were showing the woman shaving her legs and everything. It was a bit like that doesn't seem necessary. Even up
Well,
there, the manosphere is at play.
she's not doing it for you, mate. She's doing it for herself. Remember?
She's doing it for the gravitrons.
That's what she's doing it for. I mean, okay, I didn't see the video. Is she just using like a regular shave?
Well, I don't know.
Or she got like
Apparently, they were
vacuum
saying they
suction to
came
get
out
rid of the
after.
hair,
Yeah,
or what's going on?
yeah. Well, apparently, I don't know. I didn't look into it. I just thought it flashed up and just laughed. But I'm sure some folk were saying they said they've got special razors that stuck in the hair or whatever. But
Yeah, space razors, cool.
space razors.
Yeah, I want one of those. They sound really cool.
Too much.
Yeah, that makes more sense than wax strips, which wouldn't allow for particles to like go floating off into the environment. Yeah, that makes more sense.
This one made me laugh.
Do women have to wear like special space anti-gravity makeup? Do you reckon? I don't know. Anything else coming to your view recently, Cyclone? Apart from the obvious flat Earth stuff, enjoying experience. I know you've been away and really, really busy, but has anything else caught your eye?
What is that? Nah, not really. Kind of stay out of everything. I mean, the governments are doing their usual. I'm just sitting back and watching it all burn down, really. Listening to Abdi freak out. I mean, I'm getting to
Just
the point
because
where I'm like, we just need to be pointing out that all of this to the global believers is coming to them from Jeffrey Epstein's mate. So it's like, all right, you're just disregarding observable reality because Jeffrey Epstein's mate said so. It's basically what it's coming down to.
see President Trump nearly got killed again. this is
Yeah,
just
he's like
getting worse,
Neo
isn't
in the Matrix at this point, isn't he?
it? He really is.
Dodging them bullets.
I actually I was talking about this the other day. I showed my 14-year-old son the Matrix movie for the first time. He thoroughly enjoyed it, and
Oh,
he's
nice.
obviously gone to bed thinking about it that night because the next like Sunday morning was full of questions and shit. It was really, really cool.
Yeah, that's an experience.
Yeah. But yeah, the world just keeps ticking over, doing what it does.
Luckily, the universe just got a bit richer, apparently.
Oh.
Yep. So
What
if you
do you
have a
mean?
look in the side chat, you'll see that a planet that's made of diamonds.
Oh, it's the one that's part of a whole new class.
It's not raining
I'm sorry,
diamonds on
guys.
this one.
What you're
This one's
talking about?
actually. Do you really want to know?
What does it rain there then?
Guys?
Did you know
Guys?
they just? Did you? Hey, buddy. So yeah, NASA
Hey.
has just discovered a planet that's made of diamonds in the universe.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Diamond planet.
A diamond planet. Isn't
Does
that
it have a
amazing?
name? Does it have a name?
Like a diamond in the sky, of course.
It all makes sense, Tina.
Cool.
It's all fitting together.
Yeah, it does have a name actually. It's called 55 Canceri.
Such a creative
Canceri
name.
E. It's a great name for a planet made of diamonds.
Well, on Neptune, they rain diamonds, so cool.
Also, yeah, also on Uranus, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you say 55 Canceri?
Yeah.
Wow, that's significant. It's personally significant.
Uh-oh. T-Dub's gone to check his horoscope.
Hey, if the universe is flat, where is the edge?
That way.
A good question.
How-
What's holding it up?
How far have you been?
Well, I can.
Guys, which of you thinks the Earth is flat?
Me, him,
all
and
the
that one
cool,
there.
smart people.
Me.
You really do?
Only the smart people in the channel think that.
Yeah. Only the cool, smart ones.
Huh. Okay. Cool. So
What about
you
you?
think also the universe is flat?
Oh, hello.
What do you
Well,
think?
actually, well, let's yeah, what do you think? What shape do you think the universe might be?
No, it's a donut.
Well, you're
Oh,
in
you're in the
luck.
donut camp.
Yeah, so
No way,
if you
I'm just
scroll up.
joking, but I don't know.
No. Hold on a second, right?
I might be out of
Have a-
something. I don't know.
Have a
You
look
are,
in,
man. That makes
maybe
you like a scientist. Sorry, DJ.
Yep. So if you have a look in the side chat here, right? New Scientist. Well, sorry, sciencenews.org.
Look at that.
The universe may have a complex geometry like a donut. Isn't that amazing?
Wow. I think we might
You
have a
can
winner.
practically taste the
Not
science.
impossible.
It's not impossible. Therefore, it's probably true.
So there you go. Your troll worked out for you. Like you. Amazing.
And
You're preaching the gospel.
the missing part in the middle, that's space time, according to Brenda.
Oh, that is the space time. That's where all the space time went.
I got this source from my grandma stories on Facebook.
Yep.
Source.
The glue belief.
Oh.
Guys, does any of you know any word in Italian?
Say what now?
Does any of you know any word in Italian?
I know a few, but I probably can't say them. I only know swear words in different languages.
Arrivederci.
No, because actually English is not my first language, so.
How'd you say flat Earth in Italian?
We say terra piatta.
Oh, that sounds pretty
Terra
cool.
piatta. That's good.
See.
That's all you need to know. That's the only Italian you need to know then.
What?
Terra
What did you
piatta.
say?
That's the only phrase you need to know then. Do you guys all still glue believers in Italy?
Do you think Italy is a cool country?
Yeah, Italy's cool.
It used to be. I don't
It's
think
not a good international football team.
It looks like a
downhill,
boot.
No, it's fallen off. But then so is every country.
Terrible football team.
I think it's ironic that it looks like a stiletto. Is that where you guys got the idea?
Guys, are you from UK or USA?
We're from all of those places. We got a bunch of people in here.
Okay, like, where are you from?
Australia.
Ah,
And we
cool.
got people from Scotland and England and
That sounds right.
America, Canada.
Do you have gigantic spiders there?
Yeah, we do.
No, because I'm like super afraid of spiders. I'm like never going to Australia in my life.
We're keeping them as pets.
I don't want to insult, but I'm just afraid of spiders.
Yeah.
Do you
Creepy
guys know
crawly.
that climate change is making spiders bigger?
Yep.
All right,
Of course
explain
we
that
do.
one to me, mate.
No,
That's why they
seriously. I
started
heard
writing them
it
to
online.
work, isn't it?
It's not fap.
How's it making the spiders bigger? You sound like
Do
a
you guys
government
have a
science
flamethrower
communicator
against
right now.
spiders? Does any of you have a flamethrower in the house?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I just typed in giant spiders in exoplanets. Scientists speculate just for fun to see if something would come up. So, but some stuff did come up. Live science, spiders on Jupiter. Science uncovered secret origins of spiders on Jupiter. Oh, we've got space.com, NASA. Scientists solve mystery of curious spiders on Mars.
Yes, John.
Wait, that's something that's something to do with David Bowie.
Life on Mars, spiders on Jupiter.
Don't talk.
No, wasn't he Ziggy Stardust and Spiders from Mars?
Life on Mars, yeah.
I love you. I love you.
Thanks. I'll take that.
To the one who said he has a flamethrower in the house, did you ever use it against a spider?
Yeah, that's his primary role. And
Yeah,
wasps.
you did.
Yeah.
Ah, did you burn your house down? No.
No, I'm stupid.
Ah, okay. Okay.
I've got a flamethrower in the house. Come on.
Oh, by the way, there's another friend of mine here. Now he'll talk to.
No.
No, he doesn't want to speak.
Probably ashamed of the Italian football team. I don't blame him.
Well, we got kicked out of the world champion.
Oh, shots fired.
Not by the Italians.
To Italian guy, what brings you by the flat Earth chat? You got questions? Or you just going around telling people you're scared of spiders?
Tell him if there's a pizza. He'll love that.
Oh yeah.
You want a
Mamma
pizza?
mia.
You want a pizza?
Pizza Planet.
I can bring
Told
a
you.
pizza to you if you want. Tell me your address.
Who's Toothless? What's up, Toothless?
This is weird. So on my Google feed, second post down, a 100-year-old assumption about the universe may soon be overturned. Physicists have long assumed that the universe is uniform at very large scales, but evidence is emerging this is wrong and suggests a way to resolve some of the biggest cosmological mysteries. Assumptions that physicists have made about the universe for over a century may be about to be overturned. Evidence is emerging that it is far lumpier than we had thought, a finding that could solve some of today's most puzzling cosmological mysteries. When modeling the universe, cosmologists can't describe every single galaxy, so they make simplifications. Typically, they assume that the universe on the larger scales is homogeneous and isotropic, meaning that it is roughly the same no matter where you look, and the rest is hidden by a subscription, which I'm not sure requires payment or not. So I'm not going any further than that. There you go. Yeah. So 1973, David Bowie was talking about spiders from Mars. I think of a bit of a backstory before he was like David Bowie. I'm pretty sure he fancied himself as Ziggy Stardust, and he named his band the Spiders from Mars.
Ah, okay. Yeah, of course he was Ziggy Stardust. I get you.
But yeah, he later performed that song. Yeah, in which is it called? Is there life on Mars, or is it called something else? I know that's the lyric.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. It's only part of.
It's the also the name of a TV series. Brilliant TV series. British. Loved it. Haven't seen the American version, but they had to go and copy you Brits. But
That's a
man,
classic.
I love those guys, those actors, and the storyline. It's brilliant. I love it. Right, old dude. Yes, he's the man who fell to Earth. I forgot about that. He was the original Starman. Right? Or filmmaking, not in real life.
This again, right? David Bowie. He was the guy who died and appeared the next day on a TV show as somebody else whilst looking exactly like David Bowie. I remember that. Does anybody remember what I'm referencing?
No.
Okay, I'll see if I can dig it out for you. Yeah, this is hella interesting. This is like one of those Elvis things, right? Give me a minute. God, some of these things are hard to find. All right, so this isn't the original video that I'm showing you. This is just a video that I don't know what the guy says about the video. The only thing that I'm interested is the news report that shows the guy that I'm talking about. First showing of the gentleman is about 2 minutes into the video, 2 minutes 9 seconds. The guy who's creating the content is recording it off of his TV, so it's pretty easy to distinguish. Now this is reporting after David Bowie had died, and then this is the next day, guy coming in talking about the life of David Bowie. You tell me if this guy looks anything at all like David Bowie. But yeah, videos in the side chat. Skip to about 2 minutes or so. Somebody wants to take a screenshot for me and maybe put it in the side chat. That'd be great. I don't know if you're still listening, T-Dub, but David Bowie had a very distinguishing feature. His eyes were different colour. If you really wanted to hide something like that, just fucking wear contact lenses. So check the guy's eyes out in the video. Or if you really wanted to piss people off, you'd wear contact lenses and one colour would be different from the other. Because I don't know what to believe anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. My brain works too hard sometimes. Interesting you posted in the side chat, Mark J, that Bowie played Tesla, the Prestige. I didn't know that. That's interesting, just as a side note, that he'd played that figure. So yeah, that's crazy. David Bowie also played the guy in Labyrinth, didn't he? That's a very freaky role. Very esoteric, maybe that's not the right word, a cult role, as in subliminal symbolism hidden in plain sight type of thing. I've seen many break the labyrinth down with David Bowie in it, that's for sure. It's just when you start piecing the bits together. He also played Tesla, probably a load of other things, was a prominent pop star, especially in Great Britain, but worldwide eventually. Early on as Ziggy Stardust and later on as David Bowie, with band and predominantly by himself, and had a long music career. We always have to look at these people with long music careers, right? Because if we can easily associate these people with, like I said, symbology, which quickly parallels with ritualistic ideas that we see very prominent in today's social media world, pop culture, movies, these types of things. So David Bowie seems to be somehow, well, I don't know how exactly, how deep involved, but definitely part of this propaganda over the last decades through pop culture. Considering I posted the video where it, like, I don't know, I'm not saying he's still alive, but man looks like David. I'm not saying that it is, but it definitely looks like him. These people have, they get off in rubbing our noses in it. It's also part of a Masonic ritual, so I understand, to play a trick. And your trick has to be like a deception that's believed. So to climb the 33 steps, let's say, to climb the steps, you have to perform rituals, and one of those rituals is deceive. Now, some of those deceptions I would assume would be on a small scale. Maybe if you're a popular figure and you're going to get off on it, maybe your deception would be on a larger scale. Maybe the larger your deception and the more people you deceive, maybe that's beneficial to you in your run up the ladder, let's say. So when we look at people like David Bowie and I don't know, anybody else, especially in pop culture today, with links to like P. Diddy and Epstein and all of the nefarious things within Hollywood and blah, blah, blah. When we look at this, you do wonder, right? Are they just taking the fucking piss?
You don't have to wonder, they are. I mean, because, I mean, in the you have the higher levels of the game and you have the lower levels of the game. And the lower levels of the game show you how the higher levels of the game are played. So we all know reality TV is scripted. Yet we all consume the entertainment as if it's actually reality. Even though we know it's got to be scripted. Push that past some lowbrow TV company and bring it and bring it to NASA. Okay, Artemis. Okay, show's on, people. Let's give them an AI video of the crew headed to the launch pad. I don't know why they do this shit. I don't know why Pimp My Ride thought that we would believe that was authentic, but they do the shit because it is what it is. I don't know. You know what? It generates eyeballs and revenue. That's all I know.
Appreciate you jumping in there, Eli. I love you and everything, brother, but if you could sort your microphone out, that'd be great. I love hearing you, so I want to hear everything you say. But yeah, it was a rhetorical question. I'm definitely aware that they're taking the piss, so to speak, to use an English expression. I'm just pointing out that maybe that's because one, they get off on it, and two, to climb that type of social ladder, using that type of word, to use that climb that social ladder, then they would have to perform something. I'm going to see if I can find what I'm referencing so you can have a look as well. Masonic rituals and the things they have to do, and hidden hand, and blah 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 blah. But hyper interesting, maybe just for myself. But ultimately, yeah, they are most definitely taking the piss and deceiving with intent. So little tricks like, let's just use the hypothetical of the David Bowie analogy being true. He died, but appeared the next day on a TV show eulogizing himself, pretending to be somebody else. Now, one, just from an observational point of view, right? What is he doing? What are they doing? That'd probably be just testing the waters, see if anybody notices. I would assume, see how much of a fuss there is made, and if there is any, get in front of it and quell the flames. You know, put them down, so to speak. Get in front of the revolution or whatever. Is he, like I said, just getting off on it? All right, he's got his reasons, whatever, for wanting to die, let's say, and but is he now sitting in the TV studio just being there, getting off on it? Or on a deeper scale, is he doing that as some kind of trick to deceive, to gain a level up the ladder? And we understand when I'm talking about the ladder, right? That's the Masonic 33 steps.
I mean, I'm sorry I can't sort my mic out, but
that's all right.
You know, there are those. So celebrity, again, now when we're getting higher and higher in the levels of manipulation and power, celebrity is the lowest form of power because if you're a shadow hand, you can influence people to turn on that celebrity, which they know because their power is borrowed. So if you think about that, the next level is you're dead to the world. You're now free to do whatever the fuck you want because you don't exist. Could be anything and anybody, so long as you're faceless, like the people that are controlling the world.
I hear you. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily like talking about the Epstein files, but it's helpful in this instance because it points specifically at this type of thing. Specifically, if we're talking about harboring or gathering information on people, right? If we're talking about leverage and these types of things within the higher society or echelons of power, producers, companies, XYZ. But again, this is still just scratching the surface because he, like the movie star or the pop star, is just a gopher. Yeah, they've got sway and money and power within that small circle of friends and whatever, but above them, there is a much larger chain of events going on. They're all small fish, don't actually hold any real power, sway in any argument and make any decisions. They don't. And if they want to, they've got to play the game like everybody else. And from what I understand, there's only a certain limit or a level that you can get to before you, depending on your blood, can't play the game anymore. But hey, this is highly speculative. And I don't want to go dead as well. If you are here to talk about the flat earth and so on, please interrupt me and ask your question. If you do want to continue the conversation, just give me a shout.
I mean, that's what we don't understand. Like, money is really the instrument of freedom. If you have enough of it, you can do whatever you want. So once money once resources become immaterial, or you're beyond the material to need those, resources. Not like here's okay. I'm free when I think about it, but I'm beholden to the game because I don't have enough points to get out of the way. Like, imagine you had all the money in the world. Well, if you thought like we thought, you already know all of the things that aren't real. This world is basically your oyster. You can do whatever you want. Now, at that point, you only have one thing left to listen to, that voice inside. What is that voice inside? I don't know. At that point, you're not beholden to anyone other than perhaps who's going to judge you when you die. Because who can stop you from doing anything, thinking anything, being anyone, creating the rules? You want to plunder? Plunder. Like, who said you can't? Lie to people? Who said you can't? Like, we already know that lies are lies. But because we can't get out of it, we still have to psychologically work within it. Otherwise, we just go crazy. If I really wanted to be upset that the earth is flat and people aren't taking it serious, I couldn't function because my children have to go to school. So we have to be fake to function. And we got to keep it real about that. We're being fake. Because we can only fight but so hard.
How you getting on though, buddy? Been a while since I've spoken to you. I show you an apology, dude. It's nothing major. I've been sharing a few videos around with a couple of colleagues here and so on, but I haven't sent them to you. You might get a list of videos to watch, mate. I don't know how busy you are. And the videos are quite long, and I'm not expecting you to get back to me tomorrow or anything, dude. But I'll send you the list of videos, and over the next couple of weeks, mate, in your own time, maybe give them a quick look for me. Not necessarily flat Earth related, but I think you'll find them hyper interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I got downtime during the day. Well, I mean, with the newborn and all that, but I still got a little downtime.
Hope things going well with your family, man. Bet time feels like it's going quick and that baby's growing fast, right?
It kind of does. It kind of does. It's like every week, it's like she develops, like there's some sort, like it's slow going, even though you notice it by the day. But hindsight, when you think, oh, last week, you really can see the development through leaps and bounds. You know, the growth of a new being. It's amazing. You know?
Yeah, man. Been there, done that. Love that feeling. There's nothing like it, mate. So really happy for you. Really happy for you, mate. Welcome to the channel, whoever's just jumped in. Is that Ebo? Ibo? Okay, I'm going to read this out because it's actually a really good point. I appreciate that, Matthew. That David Bowie thing, I'm just reading the text, that David Bowie thing can also have a purpose to just overall contribute to further condition the people to believe lies. The more obvious, flagrant, and audacious the believed lie is, the more it advances the conditioning. That's really well said, dude. That is true. I think I kind of like mini mentioned this earlier, but it's worth bringing up again. Yeah, it's to further
That's
like
very
that
well
condition. Oh, hello, hi.
No, I said that was very well said. I agree.
That's true. It is really, really true. You just keep pushing the lie. People get used to being lied to, I guess. Even though they don't know they're lied to, the more audacious or flagrant or, bigger the lie, I guess people would have trouble. I know this myself, would have trouble understanding, how a big lie could be told. So yeah, it just furthers people's conditioning. Absolutely.
Ooh, call it the cosmic conditioning ladder. Because
Say that again.
for us, we could call it the cosmic conditioning ladder.
I like it.
Because for us, it kind of does start with the globe. Like, as a baby, you see all the pictures and stuff, but that's not really where, like, they're never going to crack that lie to you. That one is going to stay in place. The second biggest lie they give to you is Santa Claus. And then you find out, oh shit, my parents and teachers were lying and all the kids. That fucks you up psychologically. I keep telling people you don't understand at that point, and this is what I mean by we're not really warring with these people. We are still living with them, working with them by being complicit, by being a part of their school system, by being a part of however deep the rabbit hole goes for you. It is that deep. It's just we just choose not to go that deep. So when you think about it, what's making me say, you know what? Slavery on other continents is deep, but it ain't that deep for me to think about over here. I don't have a choice. The power is out of my hands, but I already know what it feels like to be powerless. Because when I was a child, my parent told me, yeah, your mom lied. There is no Santa Claus. That's me. The fuck? Goofy ass Santa Claus. She should have been told you Santa wasn't real. He didn't even break it to me soft. And you know what I had to accept? I had to accept the fact that she was a liar, and I couldn't just exchange my mother. I had to live with it, not knowing whether there were going to be more lies or not. I just had to accept her guidance regardless. And that's where we're at in the world. I don't know if I trust the government, but I can't swap them out for anything else. Yeah, not see, it's the same shit. I'm sorry, I'm on fire.
I fucking like that bit of passion, man. That was good. Put a smile to my face. You telling me? You are right, though. What's the alternative? And this is inherent with the system. The alternative they give you, this is a choice in politics, right? And that's the game. So your alternative is what? More of the same, but with a different colour, slightly different smell, slightly different way round the track to get to the same point, regardless of how long it takes. And that's the problem. The roots and the tendrils are really, really deep. You're wrapped with them as soon as you are born, because they were here for you longer before you. The system's been growing those roots deep for a long time. So yeah, it's hard to cut loose, is what I'm trying to point out. They control every side, even the revolution, right? Even the placards that people are holding up in protest. Yeah, they control and finance those sides too. Even if you are free, that's probably just because of the freedom that you've been allowed to have. You may be wealthy. You may have material value. You may even be famous. You may even have some kind of career of notoriety. So fucking what? Doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. You're just another paid for cog in the system. And the system, like I said, has been growing all around you since you have been here. Those roots are deep. So how do you cut loose? At least realise you're covered with roots. Come on, guys, a little help here.
So, well, it's a system which is designed to control how we operate in this aspect of reality, right? But we've been offered to be part of a different one, and I don't want to take it down that road because it's not the focus of the chat. But there is that offer, right, to be part of a kingdom which supersedes this one, overrides this one, rules over it, and that's the alternative. And if it doesn't align, like if the values of that other kingdom doesn't align with the values of these ones, so be it. That's where you have to draw a line. You have to choose at that point. If that ever occurs, you have to choose.
You don't think these people are choosing every day? Like, we have to realize. Like, I realize celebrities are just people we went to school with. Then you go, oh God, you're right. Like, and then you realize it's the power of clicking up that makes a dream work. So, thinking about this, you get out of school, you get a job, you click up at work. The people who are not going to be down with the corruption at that job are going to get fired. If there are people like supervisors and people higher up that can kind of maintain the facade. We all saw the news when COVID was happening. We all saw the clips of each and every news organization to where the pundits, who should have just been individually handpicked and selected for just, jobs doing, like, okay, they went to school, they worked hard, they're individuals, they're not a part of a system. Yes, you are. Y'all all said the same shit. And you know why you're not going to say anything? Because that paycheck is going to be beautiful. You're going to walk past that bum on the street when you go into your studio. You're not going to say a goddamn thing. But you know it's bullshit. It takes a strong-willed person not to be complicit. Like a lot of motherfuckers are complicit in this book stealing. But I ain't gonna go off on that.
T-Dub, you said a really interesting word, and since you kind of said that word, it's been ringing around in my head. You said the word kingdom. This kingdom, are we waiting for it? Or is it already here?
We can already be part of it. It's here. Mm. It's not of this world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's uncorrupted by the elements of this world. It can't corrupt it.
bring it up because I've had this phrase go round and round and round in my head over the last few weeks. The kingdom of God is inside you. I just find it really interesting. It's not like we're waiting for something, although in some aspects we're always like waiting for something to happen, right? But ultimately, it's already here.
The crazy thing is, all you have to do is accept it. All you have to do is accept it. And people go, it can't be that serious. Oh, okay. How can I stop being overweight? How about eat less than 2,000 calories a day? Oh, it can't be that simple. Oh, no. All you got to do is accept it. That's it.
You can eat more than 2,000 calories a day and lose weight. You just got to stop eating carbs and keep your insulin levels low.
However it goes. However it goes.
My granddaughter comes to stay with us every now and then, right? And when she leaves, she cries. She doesn't want to leave. And it's not the house. It's not our possessions. It's us. And in that moment, it feels to her like she's being taken away from heaven. She went to heaven. She found heaven. And it's not our bodies. It's our spirit. It's love. It's this thing that is above and beyond matter. And to me, that's what heaven is got to be like.
But the kingdom of God is inside you.
Yeah.
So that's you, that is. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not telling you, I'm telling myself, dude. It's hard. If you were me, juggling around the shit that's juggling around in my head over the last few years, blah, 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 you'd understand why. But coming to that little realization has taken 30 years. And I've been a Christian for 30 years.
Can you explain it a little bit then? A little bit more for the, anybody who's interested?
No, unfortunately. Okay, I'll try. So early in my Christianity, back in the 1990s, waiting for the kingdom was the main thing. Even within the Lord's Prayer, your kingdom come, it was always about the kingdom in the future. We were waiting. Even though it was very much about, prayer and sermon and preaching and, family and charity, not much about Jesus returning was ever really spoken about, just that he was. He died on the cross. He was born again. Sorry, he rose again after being in hell, rose from the tomb, ascended to heaven, came back down, 40 days with the lads, and then buggered off. And since then, he hasn't even sent us a postcard, right? So for all I've been concerned is I'm waiting for the kingdom. This is something out of my reach. That's not what Jesus says, though. Jesus says the kingdom of God is inside you. And if we're talking about the anticipating and waiting for Christ's return, Jesus told those around him that some of that generation were not going to pass until the things were going to take place. Even the book of Revelation, right, was an urgent letter from Jesus himself. These things were soon to take place, unlike the book of Daniel and his prophecies and so on, where the books were bound up for a later time. The book of Revelation was not bound up for a later time, let's say 2,000 years later, for us to finally understand and decipher the code. No, that was an urgent letter to those people. So Jesus already has come back. So when we start talking about the kingdom of God, this is very, very deep spiritual thing. It's already been here. Yeah, that came and left when Jesus came and was ascended to heaven. The kingdom came with him then. Literally, just close your eyes. It's right there. Within the books, he told you how he was always there. And this is what I've come to rediscover over the last, let's say, few months. And I've always shied away from this information because I was always told it was heretical, anti-Christian, witchcraft, blasphemy.
Wait
And
a
it's not.
minute. You are talking about what I'm wondering. And I'm sitting here, you see, this is how you become one with someone. Or, well, no, it's not that you don't want to become one with someone. You listen intently because there's a nagging suspicion that they're saying something that you knew inside you that you really couldn't explain to anyone else. And they say the words that make you go, oh shit, they understand, which is very rare.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What you just said, we used to have conversations like this back then when Witsit was around, when I was having my first spiritual awakening. When Witsit was saying something about, I used to think of like I had this like supreme, perception where, I thought coincidences were happening and, I thought I was listening to a voice or, I thought there was something inside of me that I just knew things somehow. And he was like, yeah, the Bible like warns you against that. Don't go to that darkness. And I always thought, witchcraft? Something in the Bible that says don't do that? Like it's the most intuitive thing in the world is to listen to what the inside of my body is responding to. Seems super. Are we on the same page? Do I have to go deeper?
I think so. I think so. But I'm not. I can't speak for Jedi. But I liken it to like a radio, right? So you can tune it in to certain frequencies, and then you get information coming out of it, right? So it's a conduit for like a signal that it's receiving, and then it's expressing that information. I think in a way we can be like that, where we can tune our dial to receive certain frequencies, certain information, and then we will like what I don't know if we can process the information and then express it.
So this is what I've been discovering: the pathology and the neurology of the human body when overlaid with the books of the Bible, specifically what Jesus is talking about. And this sounds like Gnostic shit, and it's not. I know what Gnostic shit is, and I'm not interested in monads and sophias and demiurges and shit like that. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically what Jesus taught. And I already pointed out this contradiction within the Lord's Prayer about like thy kingdom come. And even whilst I'm racking around with it in my brain, he's talking specifically to those people at the bloody time. So to them, it's probably apparent. To me, though, maybe not so much. But what I've come to understand with things that I've shied away from, and what I'm talking about, the things that I'm shying away from is like Kundalini and meditation. I mean, it's not that frigging deep, right? I'm not talking about like witchcraft or anything like that, but specifically what Jesus spoke about. I was told this, and I don't even think it's true, that for me to be a good Christian, right, I need to go into my dark place and have a good chat and a natter with Jesus Christ and build up a good relationship with him. And then I look what the Bible says about that specific instant about shutting the door, going to a quiet place. And the idea is this. You have to remember that this victory of Jesus Christ on the cross, that's already won. Your sin, your debt, that stuff's already been paid. So the world around you is just making you feel guilty for no bloody reason, right? Let's get that straight. The general idea is this, and it's really, really simple.
Sorry.
You're all right.
And I've come to that realization, like, because if you think, I'm sorry, not to cut you off. If we really think of, and this is what I mean, like, it's actually we make it complex. When you think about it, if you accept truth, there's really nothing else to do. The only reason there's so much to do is because there's so many lies to uncover. Think about that. All right, go ahead.
So Jesus tells us to make thine eyes be single. What the fuck does that mean? Right? Now, as I was speaking about earlier, the neurology and the pathology of the human brain, I'm sure we all understand what the pineal gland is, right? I'm not teaching anybody to suck eggs here. Been around the block for enough times. Pineal gland, pretty much the human eye, but not an eye. It's got rods, it's got cones, it pretty much functions like an eye. We have pathology and chemistry and biology in the human body that medically most definitely appears to function better when meditation in the way that Jesus Christ said, and other religions as well, takes place. This Kundalini spirit, as it's known in like the southeast or the like south of Asia, the Chi energies, it's known in China. It's spread all around the world, right? This energy. This is what Jesus is talking about. It's your pathway to Him, to the kingdom, right? Which is in your skull specifically. Now, I'm sure we've all heard about chakra points. We've all heard about, climbing Jacob's ladder, the human spine, cerebral fluids.
Wait, when you send me those videos, send me stuff like this.
But that's
Throw
what I am
one of these.
sending. That's
All
what
right.
I'm sending.
Thank you.
But that helps me, right? Because my point is specifically the set of videos that I've got in mind, right? Specifically the pathology and neurology when at prayer or in quiet meditation. It's not the screaming and the shouting and the pumping and the fists. And although prayer is most definitely one of those things that is needed in the Christian life, it is most definitely a tool and a way to gain relationship. But for you to climb the ladder, you've got to shut up. This gets spoken about in the book of Genesis when we speak about Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel being the two sides of the hemisphere in the human brain. When we look at the story of the three wise men, right? It's not three wise men, it's three gifts. The number of men is unmentioned, but the three gifts are important because they reference specific conductivity, remember gold, and the pathology of the human brain. All of these stories, and I'll listen to you, Eli, appear to very much overlay with a very, very simple teaching. And that's shut up. Make thine eyes be single. Close your eyes. When you close your eyes, a chemical is produced called melatonin. This is the key that starts everything off. In light, bright light, your inner light will not shine. So close your eyes to begin with, because it's the pineal gland that's the thing that is supposed to be illuminating. Now, that's basically the top of Jacob's ladder. That's basically the kingdom of God. What you get shown when you reach the top and through that ladder and how you get there, I wish you all the best of luck and maybe tell me about it. I'm not telling anybody like I know a goddamn thing, because when it comes to this stuff and spirituality and so on, man, this took me 30 years to figure out, and it's been staring me in the face the whole time. Maybe have a look. I'll post the videos, Eli, and some of our other friends in here have got them as well. Look at the book of Matthew. We look at the story of Cain and Abel, even the story of Adam's, all of them. Whether these people existed or not, and I still say that Jesus did exist, but whether these people existed or not might not be the point. The point is most definitely the story and the allegory, because the story and the allegory point to, quite simply, you and the kingdom of God. And it's right there inside you. I won't keep talking.
I love it.
That was an excellent way to put a pin. I was just saying that was an excellent way to bring the point home. I completely understood you. I completely agree, because the more that I do seek answers, the more I realize I already have them. And again, just the words that I'm saying right now, what do I mean I already have them? Well, if what you're saying is true, the words that I'm saying make sense.
Yeah, he said, you know, I'm in the Father and the Father is in me. And he was offering the chance for him to be in us and us to be in him. So this doesn't conflict with what Jedi's talking about. And it says the earth is his footstool. The earth is his footstool. But what does that mean? Like where we are here? You know?
I don't want to dirty this moment. I don't want to dirty this moment. Jedi. I don't want to connect what we're talking about to drugs. I just know that when I took a drug, I'm remembering an experience. So it's like, I could have took a drug, or I could have ate some fruit, or I could have fasted. I'm just letting you know what I did and what was going on when I had this realization. So under this like, first of all, this drug makes you go, what are the answers? What are the answers? Oh my God, it's coming clear. What are the answers, right? And then I took so much of the hero's dose. There was one single, very short moment of clarity that escaped me. It was in and out. And it was one thing that I saw. I don't know if it was something I saw, but ultimately, in that moment, I thought, it's me. And I wish I could describe. I feel like everything you said is what I would try to describe, because when you mention everything you mentioned, it just seems like that experience is something that told me what you're saying is true. Because for whatever reason, I had this strong sense of, I'm sitting here asking all these questions. It's very simple. This is me. And I don't mean I am God. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is there's a very, very intimate relationship with myself that I'm not really even aware of. Or maybe the kingdom, whatever it is inside. Maybe I'll speak to you privately, because it's like I'm trying to censor myself, and it's making it hard for me to communicate. So maybe we'll talk like on the side. But yeah.
Man. I'll send you these videos, and like I said, I don't know. I'm figuring this out as well, dude. but I'll send you these videos. And as I'm scrolling through the videos, I'm just remembered of like how interesting they are and the things that they talk about. You spoke about drugs, right? And we're obviously going to be talking about like neurology and the human brain and chemistry and the receptors that are there to receive things like DMT, for example, and the body's production of things like dopamine, things like this, right? The body is a huge chemical factory. When chemicals induce, things are triggered and so on. Now, I'm not telling anybody to like go and try heroin and stuff. Don't do drugs, kids, right? But when your mind is at rest, things will come to you. If you are already that type of person who's asking questions, don't be surprised at those questions when you're at rest and you're freer to think about things. Then those questions become, more diverse. Your answers become, more diverse. It feels like you're thinking more out of the box. The whole world's opening up to you. Yeah, because you probably become a little bit more relaxed, and there's some triggers and sensors that have been going off in your brain firing these things because your brain and your structure is literally what's the word I'm looking for? A spiritual antenna, right? That's what you're trying to build, is your spiritual antenna from your root chakra, from your sacrum, your sacred place right at the bottom of your spine, all the way to the crown at the top. Apparently, right? I'm not trying to sound like a guru or know what I'm talking about. I've just seen a lot of this stuff, and it's starting to make more sense to me the more I talk about it with you. All right, I'll captivate you with this little nugget and then I have to make a cup of coffee. Interesting start to the video about the 12 disciples of Jesus Christ. He says the first 12 disciples of Jesus, maybe a few of them, like 6 of them, maybe 7 of them, didn't say a bloody word for the rest of the Bible. Jesus just met them, mentioned the name, and yoinked them out of their village. And that's all we know about them. In actual fact, in different books of like the 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 12 disciples have actually got different names. And obviously, we all know that Jesus likes swapping the names of his disciples around and stuff. Simon called Peter, and this one was called that one, and this person is the father of. And you wonder why all these things are being mentioned, and you just move on. 12. 12 is an interesting number, especially when spoken about in the Bible. It pops up quite a lot. We see 12 a lot around us. 12 months of the year, right? 12 signs of the zodiac. 12 disciples. There's probably a few other 12s in the Bible, right? Maybe Jacob had a few 12 sons or something. Can't quite remember. But 12. In the human body, around the brain, you've got 2 hemispheres. From both of these hemispheres, you've got your nervous system that leaves your brain and goes into the rest of your body. Your nervous system is separated into 12 primary trunks, 6 on one side and 6 on the other. Now, before I butcher all of the names and so on, blah, 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 through recent scientific discovery, and I say recent, within the last 200 years, like 1850s, around that type of time, when scientific research was really cutting people's brains open and started naming stuff. When these things were named, they were literally named the 12 apostles of the brain, because they stood around the brain stem structure, standing there, and then delivered messages to the rest of the body. And the way that they deliver messages to the rest of the body is in twos and pairs. It's interesting when we look how Jesus sent his disciples out when he was around Judea. Jesus sent his disciples out in pairs. His disciples were sending out messages. Now, that's pretty much all I'm going to say. I'll leave the videos in the side chat for you. When you start overlaying the Bible, specifically what Jesus was talking about and the people that he was talking to and the things were going on, I guarantee you on another level, he's literally giving you the key to the kingdom. The kingdom is inside you. I'll post a video in the side chat.
Now the question is, how will you rule your kingdom? Or will you let someone else rule it? And if so, who?
I was going to say something then, but I've spoken too much. I need to go and make that coffee and go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I see. I left the room in complete silence. So I've looked through the channel, see if there's anybody in here about the flat Earth. If I don't recognise your name and I butcher it when I say it, I do apologise. In actual fact, scrolling through the list, I think I recognise everybody's names. That's a sad state of affairs. Let's do that again, because you know what your eyes are like, Jedi. Amara, right at the bottom. I don't recognise your name. Do you wish to speak about the flat Earth, Amara? Are you new to the channel? Have you been listening for a while? Is English your first language? What's your favourite colour? What did you have for dinner? Okay, Amara, well, I hope you enjoy listening to the channel. Yeah, I can't see anybody in this place that I do not recognise, which means house. What's up, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. Has anybody heard anything interesting about the flat Earth lately? A good argument? A piece of space propaganda they thought was interesting? Can anyone help me get this train back on the tracks? Right.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say, look, well, we don't observe any Earth surface curvature from any vantage point that we can achieve. It just appears to be flat as far as we can see. When we examine it more thoroughly and try to measure the surface, it just get a result of levelness, horizontal, flat. And when we use the surface, practically we're not using it as if there's a continuous drop-off rate. We're just using it as if it's flat. So I would say that that's pretty solid evidence that we live on a plane, not on a curving surface of a sphere. I'd like anybody else to that thinks that that's wrong to challenge that.
I think everybody here knows the Earth is flat. Don't you, gang? Yes, Jedi. Yeah, Jedi. Yeah, it's flat.
All right. Well, I was just trying to help out, get it back on track, whatever.
Yeah, no, you did a good job, dude. You did a good job.
Yeah, now if only we could convince the people on Facebook. They seem to believe that we are discounting 2,000 years of science.
Wow, that must be a really big pile of it. Where have they got that stacked up?
Except we didn't really learn too much about
Under the Vatican.
light until 19th century.
It's funny in that, isn't it? The misconceptions about the world came from things about the Bible 500 years ago. Say it ain't so, Roman Catholic Church. We're actually moving around the sun. Interesting idea.
Yeah, we're moving around the sun, and it's been thousands of years now, and we've never had to adjust the clocks at all.
So, Rayleigh, you just inspired me to ask Google about
I'm like, oh,
the
great.
world's
Y'all
old.
since the past early. That means you're here. No, it doesn't. Fucking
So
asshole.
I asked Google, what is the oldest working sundial which hasn't needed readjusting?
I'll let you know if somebody just, it was random, right? Random as fuck because I'm just smoking, chilling. One of the drivers doesn't even work
Are
the
you
clock
talking to
yet.
us, Elijah?
He decided to tell me, hey, you know you're not supposed to be smoking, right?
Elijah, are you hot micing or are you talking to us?
Dude, this is weird.
Pretty sure he's hot micing.
Right.
Oh, I'm not like this? Hold up.
It's all good.
He muted up.
Okay, so it's telling me that the oldest known continuously working sundial that has not required structural recalibration, that would be readjusting for latitude or being moved from its original orientation, is likely the 3,500-year-old Egyptian shadow clock, discovered in the Valley of the Kings and dating back to approximately 1500 BC, the reign of Thutmose III. This L-shaped stone device works by pointing its vertical gnomon towards the sun, making it a portable functional timepiece that does not need a fixed orientation or structural recalibration to function today.
Amazing. They were just amazing and built all these amazing little clocks. It's the same thing with that sundial clock in India that's been there for over 750 years and still keeps perfect time. So what do you think is more plausible? that the Earth travels almost 1 trillion kilometers around the sun year after year after year, or the sun just makes a round circuit above the Earth that's only tens of thousands of kilometers. What seems more plausible?
Anyone? Anyone at all? Yeah, I think the second one sounds more plausible.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
seems like the most apparent. I mean, that's what it seems to be.
Because I'd like to see a Glover explain leap years to us.
There's one ancient text that actually claims that a true solar year is 364 days, not 365.
Believe that quarter year stuff, because after 2 years, we should swap midnights and noons, right?
we got rid of this logic.
Sorry, come again? Can you repeat that, please? Hello, Zai? Is that how you
Hello.
pronounce your name, Zai? Hello, yeah. Could you repeat what you said?
North Link.
Okay. Bye.
Hello. Anybody in Southern California?
Millions of people live in Southern California.
There's a SpaceX launch which might be visible tonight around 7:30. Good evening.